Chapter 317, Ninth Order. Lu Yi was unaware of this, but the 100 wards suddenly rumbled when he pressed the ball of light into his forehead. The next moment, an invisible wave of energy spread out and enveloped the entire valley. The cultivator responsible for guarding the 100 wards tower was the first to notice this. He quickly reported the occurrence, causing a bunch of high-level cultivators and Yu Xiao himself to appear at the valley. The Great Elder, Bai Qian, had also returned to the scene. The news spread quickly. Many heavenly derivative sect disciples hurried to the tower after learning of the phenomenon, although they could only watch from beyond the valley entrance since Yu Xiao hadn't lifted the lockdown here. The phenomenon was called resonance. It wasn't a common occurrence, but it usually happened once every few years. All heavenly derivative sect disciples were familiar with it. A resonance was triggered every time a challenger cleared a floor with flying colors. The heavenly derivative sect had researched how well one had to perform to trigger a resonance, and they agreed that the result had to appear on the ranking list at the very least. Unfortunately, the ranking list was broken because the tower was in an incomplete state, so there was no way to confirm their theory. One thing was certain: the number of people who could trigger a resonance from the 100 wards tower was low. Practically every ward cultivator from all across Jianghu would visit the 100 wards tower at least once in their lives, and a good number of them were repeat challengers. At least 1,000 ward cultivators visited the tower every year, and yet a resonance only happened once every couple of years. It showed just how difficult it was to trigger a resonance. A resonance occurred when the reward gifted to the challenger was so great that the heavens themselves were alerted. The buzzing also had an inspiring effect on all ward cultivators within its sphere of influence. That was why the disciples of the heavenly derivative sect would go into a frenzy every time a resonance occurred. If they cultivated within the valley while a resonance occurred, they would be able to deepen their understanding of the way of wards and improve their attainment. The 100 wards tower was practically the holy land of all ward cultivators. The reasons the heavenly derivative sect didn't just hoard it for themselves was, 1. To build connections with the other sects, and 2. To increase the chances that someone might trigger a resonance. After all, it was something that benefited all of them. While the large majority of the reward went to the challenger as a matter of course, the slops still benefited their disciples greatly. Currently, the heavenly derivative sect's disciples were gathered outside the valley and gossiping among themselves like housewives. No one knew why the 100 wards tower had been put under lockdown in the first place, and now a resonance had occurred when the valley was supposed to be devoid of people. How could they not be curious about this? Perhaps Sister Ling Yun is challenging the tower. I heard she achieved a breakthrough not long ago and was gearing up to make a third attempt. But Sister Ling Yun is over there, said someone while pointing at a beautiful woman not far away from them. The speaker looked and found that he was right. If it's not Sister Ling Yun, then perhaps it's Brother Ji Yi? Are you blind or what? Brother Ji Yi is standing right next to Sister Ling Yun. If it's not them, then who? They are the only two people in our sect capable of triggering a resonance. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone from our sect. Perhaps our elders had put the 100 wards tower under lockdown because an important guest from another sect was scheduled to challenge the tower today. They must be the genius cultivator of a Tier 1 sect or something. Are you kidding me? A good amount of Tier 1 sect cultivators visit our tower every year, but the sect has never locked down the entire tower for them. That's true. No disciple was able to figure out what was going on despite their discussion. Outside the entrance of the 100 wards tower, Yu Xiao and Bai Qian were standing shoulder to shoulder and looking at the first floor of the 100 wards tower. Didn't you tell him not to push himself beyond his limits? Yu Xiao asked while nursing a growing headache. Bai Qian's face looked as wrinkled as a bitter melon as he replied, "Of course I did. I said exactly those words right before I escorted him into the tower. He must have gone all out to trigger a resonance right from the get-go." How many floors do you think he can overcome during his first attempt, Elder Bai? Yu Xiao asked again. It's hard to say. You know the rules as well as I do. The better his performance, the greater the rewards. Assuming that he scaled the tower without accepting any rewards, he would probably hit his limit at around the 15th floor or so. Realistically speaking though, of course he is going to take everything he can get. Assuming that the rewards are great enough, he could probably scale a couple more floors. That is not good. I know. Hopefully, he will realize the dangers of the 100 Wards Tower and not rush ahead bullishly. If he overestimates himself because of his greed, heavens only know what the Crimson Blood Sect will do. Bai Qian would have messaged Lu Yi to be cautious if he could, but the interior of the 100 Wards Tower was cut off from the outside world. Nothing could go in or out of the tower. It was at this moment an elder walked up to them and bowed. Sect Master, Great Elder. The disciples are all waiting outside. Should I let them in? Yu Shao looked behind him and saw the disciples looking eagerly in his direction. He thought for a moment before nodding, let them in. A resonance only occurred once every few years. It would be terrible to deny them the opportunity to further their attainments. A moment later, everyone was sitting on the earthen floor, closing their eyes and searching for that profound feeling of enlightenment from the constant vibrations of the 100 Wards Tower. Inside the tower, Lu Yi was digesting the massive volume of information that was hammered into his brain. Although he had performed well enough to trigger a resonance, the information contained only the basics and fundamentals of the Way of Wards because this was just the first floor. This reward would not be particularly valuable to other ward cultivators because any teacher worth their salt would strive to establish a solid foundation in their students. However, Lu Yi was really a student of the Way of Glyphs. Although the Way of Wards was technically a branch of the Way of Glyphs, and the two fields of study shared a lot of similarities, they were ultimately not the same. Moreover, he had only started studying the Way of Wards after he left the Crimson Blood Sect, so he was technically a self-study. That was why his foundation in the Way of Wards was full of holes. If he were to continue as he was almost certainly going to hit a wall very soon. Although he possessed unique advantages that other ward cultivators did not possess, such as glyph insight, his flaws more than overshadowed them. The first floor's reward was exactly what he needed to fix the gaps in his knowledge. Lu Yi swiftly digested the information inside his head. He used it to prove his learnings and fill up the gaps in his knowledge. Slowly but surely, he was fixing the holes in his foundation. His head felt uncomfortably packed, but he was very happy with the outcome. This trip would be worth it even if he received no more rewards from further floors. A challenger could not remain on a floor indefinitely. If their time limit was up and they did not move to the next floor, then the 100 Wards Tower would automatically eject them from its inner world. Therefore, the tests weren't the only things a challenger must face in the 100 Wards Tower. They must also digest its rewards to improve their attainment and recover their spiritual power as soon as possible, and do it all within the time limit. Poor time management would most likely ruin the cultivator's tower climb. That said, Lu Yi did not need to worry about any of this thanks to his unique advantage. He did not need to meditate to recover his spiritual power because the gathering spirits would automatically suck in the condensed spiritual chi into his spiritual points. He could invest his full attention in digesting the information he received. Time passed, and the uncomfortable fullness gradually faded into nothing. It was the sign that he had digested the reward gifted by the 100 Wards Tower. An unknown amount of time later, Lu Yi opened his eyes with a thoughtful look on his face. The reward he obtained wasn't particularly deep or profound. He was able to digest it all in short order because it was all easy to understand fundamentals of the Way of Wards. It only stressed him because the volume of the information was too much. Even so, he could tell that this one simple reward had increased his attainment by half a level at least. The 100 Wards Tower definitely deserved its name. He felt a little tired, but it wasn't an issue. Lu Yi observed his surroundings and noted that it was still filled to the brim with condensed spiritual chi despite all the spiritual chi he had absorbed. It was almost as if the world's spiritual chi in the room was infinite. This was because of his exceptional performance. The world's spiritual chi wouldn't be this condensed if he hadn't cleared this many tests. He was now full to the brim, and there was still time before he must enter the next floor. he decided then it would be a waste to ascend to the second floor without utilizing such an excellent cultivation environment. He was one spiritual point away from ascending to the 9th order. Without further ado, he channeled his spiritual power and began breaking down its barrier. It didn't take long for the barrier to be broken. Streams of spiritual power began flowing into the new spiritual point. Soon, a new microcosmic orbit began circulating inside the spiritual point. With this, he had officially ascended to the 9th order. In the past, it always took him 2 months or less to ascend to the next cultivation level. This time, though, it took him almost 4 months to ascend to the 9th order. It was because he had diverted most of his focus and energy on the way of wards recently. It was definitely worth it if he looked at the long-term picture though. He thought back to the time he dueled wits and brawn against Manager Yang in the mining tunnels of Evil Moon Valley. It had almost been 1.5 years since he embarked on the path of cultivation. His cultivation speed was incredibly quick despite everything. In all of Jianghu, only some genius disciples in Tier 1 sects might be able to become a 9th order cultivator in less than a year and a half. Lu Yi continued to cultivate since there was still time. It only took him 1 hour to fill up his new spiritual point completely. It was mainly thanks to his cultivation environment. It was many, many times more concentrated than the world's spiritual qi at the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. If his fellow disciples could cultivate in an environment like this, he was sure that their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, this was impossible. In fact, he did not think that even the outposts in the core circle got to enjoy such condensed world spiritual qi. Without further ado, Lu Yi gathered his spiritual power and attacked the next barrier. After purchasing the Great Sun Valurium technique from the Vault of Providence, Lu Yi had spent a bit of time figuring out the locations of his new spiritual points. That was why he could unlock them anytime he wanted to as long he was full of spiritual power. However, he would have to increase the number of his spiritual points to 241st before he could switch out his cultivation technique. It was the same as when he switched from the Golden Liberation technique to Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic. Chapter 318, Clearing 10 Floors in a Row. A cultivator could only cultivate the Golden Liberation technique to the 3rd order of Spirit Creek Realm. After that, Lu Yi had to unlock the spiritual points needed to cultivate the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic and meet the necessary requirements first before he could change his cultivation technique. It was the same now. He could only unlock the spiritual points necessary to cultivate the Great Sun Valurium technique until he hit 240 spiritual points. A moment later, Lu Yi had cultivated a new spiritual point. He was going to continue further when suddenly, his surroundings began distorting on its own. Knowing that his time was up, he immediately stopped his movements. His vision blurred, and the next moment he found himself standing in a new room. It wasn't filled with condensed world spiritual qi, and it was bigger than the previous room he was in. This was obviously the 2nd floor of the 100 Wards Tower. A new ward took form before his eyes as he readied himself for his new test. It was yet another ward breaching test. Lu Yi was surprised. Considering how his test was skewed during the 1st floor, he thought for sure that he would face a ward creation test. He thought for a moment before deciding against activating glyph, insight like he did on the 1st floor. Instead, he took out the ward flags meant for breaching wards from his storage bag, set it on 4 corners and used them to search for the flaws in the wards. Insight was an amazing glyph, and it allowed him to skip a ton of steps when breaching wards. However, it also didn't improve his attainment in the way of ward much. Take solving a question for example. A normal person would read the question, uncover its hints, and solve the question step by step. However, Insight skipped all these steps and showed him the answer directly. While Lu Yi didn't mind cheating to get his victories, there might come a day where he was unable to use Insight for whatever reason. With that in mind, it wasn't a bad thing to learn how to breach wards the old-fashioned way. The wards of the 2nd floor were just a little harder than the ones on the 1st floor, so Lu Yi was able to identify its flaws fairly quickly. It was only then he activated Insight to confirm that he had gotten it right before breaching the ward. Over time, Lu Yi discovered that his intuition was right. This was indeed the correct way to challenge the 100 wards tower because the test types were no longer ludicrously skewed like before. He now received equal amounts of ward breaching tests and ward creation tests. Thanks to this, he was going through the wards quickly even though the second floor's tests were harder. In fact, his overall efficiency actually improved because he was facing a lot more ward breaching tests than before. Meanwhile, a lot of heavenly derivative sect disciples were still waiting outside the 100 wards tower. The resonance had stopped over 4 hours ago. It should not need to be said, but the resonance of the 100 wards tower did not last forever. To be more specific, it usually disappeared after the challenger had fully digested the reward they received. Logically speaking, the disciples should have left the valley and returned to their respective businesses long ago. However, they stayed because they had good reason to believe that the mysterious challenger who triggered a resonance on the first floor had a chance of performing well on the second floor as well. If they were right, then they would be able to enjoy another resonance. If not, then they still got what they came for. The one thing that still confuzzled them was the challenger's identity. Just who on earth was challenging the tower? Zhao Li was still resting at Bai Qian's residence. He knew that Lu Yi was challenging the 100 wards tower but did not expect the young man to be good enough to trigger a resonance. He was a ward cultivator too, but he could not go to the valley and enjoy the resonance because he was supposed to be dead. He felt depressed and frustrated as a matter of course. If Zhu Jia and Yi weren't keeping him company right now, he would have wondered if his sect had abandoned him. Buzz. Suddenly, the massive tower made a buzzing sound once more. The next moment, an invisible power spread out and flooded the valley in no time. Here it comes. A lot of heavenly derivative sect disciples burst out laughing before adopting a meditative position and searching for inspiration from the resonance a second time. Generally speaking, someone who could trigger a resonance on the first floor should definitely be able to do the same on the second floor. There was a high chance they would succeed on the third floor as well. It was impossible to say for the fourth and higher floors though. According to the heavenly derivative sects record books, the highest number of resonances a challenger had ever managed to trigger in a row was 9. This meant that some extraordinarily lucky disciples had gotten to enjoy 9 resonances in a row. Technically speaking, the benefits they received was nothing like Lu Yi's. No information was suddenly jammed into their brain, nor did they experience an enlightenment. What the resonance did was to create an environment where inspiration could come easier to the ward cultivators. To give an example, if the information Lu Yi received was practically etched in stone, then theirs was as ephemeral as a wind's whisper. Even so, the whisper might just be enough to inspire them and enlighten them to things they didn't understand before. The large majority of people would gain nothing from the resonance, but those who did always achieved a breakthrough. Contrary to the disciples' cheers, the second resonance only deepened the worry on Yu Xiao and Bai Qian's face. They had challenged the 100 wards tower before, so they knew just how attractive its rewards were. Perhaps Lu Yi had ignored their well-intentioned warnings and went all out because he was young. To be fair, most youths wouldn't have heeded their warning at the beginning either. However, he should have absorbed the reward and learned how dangerous it was. They were sure he would take it a little easier on the second floor, and yet they were still confident in Lu Yi's judgment, but they could not help but worry that Lu Yi would be blinded by the rewards and kept pushing for the best possible reward despite himself. It could only end badly if their fears were true. It wasn't a baseless worry either. The exact scenario had happened more than once in the past. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was writhing like he was being electrocuted, bulging his bloodshot eyes and weathering a stupidly bad migraine once more. The room was also, once again, filled with fog-like world spiritual qi. Having learned from his first experience, he digested the information as quickly as possible so that the symptoms would disappear. Strictly speaking, the reward of the 100 wards tower and the glyphs of the Tree of Glyphs were similar in the sense that they both imparted their content via enlightenment. As for which experience was worse, he could only say that both were quite terrible. There was one silver lining to the 100 wards tower experience though. The terrible sensation would gradually disappear as long as he kept digesting the information. And he did. He dared not split his concentration with anything else. A few hours passed, and Lu Yi finally let out a small sigh of relief. It was hard, but he was able to digest the reward fully and strengthen his foundation some more. And just like last time, Lu Yi began cultivating and attacking the barriers surrounding his spiritual points. The days flew by in the blink of an eye. The heavenly derivative sect disciples were growing more and more excited. It was because the mysterious challenger had scaled to the 10th floor in just 5 short days. Moreover, they had triggered a resonance every single time. The resonance happened twice per day, once during the day and another time during the night. This had never happened in the history of the heavenly derivative sect. Most recently, the most anyone had triggered consecutive resonances was 5 times. It was because the volume information granted by the 100 wards tower was so huge that the challenger had a hard time absorbing it all. If they failed to do it before entering the next floor, then the problem would only compound until they finally gave up or lost their minds, sometimes literally. It was such an unbelievable achievement that some disciples wondered if the challenger was a master of the way of wards or something. The bold ones tried to ask their sect master and great elder about it only to receive the scolding of a lifetime. For whatever reason, the sect master and the great elder were in a foul mood right now. Their worry and anxiety had practically become a permanent feature of their face. Of course, they were in a foul mood. They had believed that Lu Yi would recognize the danger of the 100 wards tower and continued his climb in a more conservative manner, but no, it was the complete opposite. 10 consecutive resonances. How could any Spirit Creek Realm cultivator possibly withstand the pressure? Calm down, Elder Bai. The kid has the soul cleansing water, and I'm pretty sure he's used it before. This means that his divine soul is much tougher than your average Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. He doesn't look like an idiot either, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing, Yu Xiao said, but he was really persuading himself more than he was consoling Bai Qian. You do not know that brat's courage and determination like I do, and even if his divine soul is tougher than the average Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, there has to be a limit, no? I can only pray he knows his limit and exits that tower without exceeding it, or else. Who was Louis? He was the madman who dared to apply glyph, insight to his own eyes. Bai Qian had cultivated for many years, but he had never heard of a glyph weaver who was reckless enough to try such a thing. At the time, he had thought that it was a good trait for a youngster to have, but now he realized it was anything but that. He hadn't slept a wink for the past couple days because he was worried that Lu Yi would die in the tower. He had already messaged Zhao Li to keep a close eye on Lu Ye's imprint. He was to report to him the second the imprint disappeared. While Yu Xiao and Bai Qian were drowning in worry, Lu Yi was busy with work. He had cleared 10 floors in a row, and each time he had received a tremendous reward for his efforts. He dared not say that his foundation was perfect, but he was certain that only a handful of ward cultivators in the entire Jianghu could exceed him in this regard. The 100 wards tower was like an exceptional teacher. Every time he cleared a floor, it would bestow him a comprehensive reward that contained everything he needed to know. Every time he finished digesting the reward, his skill would improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, each reward he received was deeper and more complex than the last. By now, his understanding of the way of wards had reached an incredible level. No wonder the ward cultivators of Jianghu loved to challenge the 100 wards tower. It was way more effective than researching a dry, bore-inducing book. Each floor was more difficult than the last, but his attainment was growing at a visible rate thanks to the rewards he received. As a result, he was able to continuously clear almost the same amount of tests even though he was climbing higher and higher each time. Take the 10th floor for example. He was rewarded generously because he had cleared around 40 tests during the 9-hour limit. There was a significant ramp-up in difficulty between the 10th and 11th floor. He would have been stumped for sure without the foundation he had established on the 10th floor. Even if he managed to overcome the test, the rewards he received wouldn't have been nearly as impressive. But he did establish an excellent foundation on the 10th floor, so his movements never stopped as he used the right ward flags to create or breach wards. There was also a new test type starting from the 11th floor, ward restoration. The 100 wards tower would either form a partially completed ward that Lu Yi had to complete, or an incorrect ward that he had to fix by removing the mistakes and installing the proper patterns. He was stumped for a bit the first time he encountered this test, but he gradually achieved a breakthrough after working out a clear action plan. Chapter 319, The Sky is Clear, the Rain Has Stopped. 9 hours later, Lu Yi had completed around 20 tests and overcome the 11th floor of the 100 wards tower with flying colors once more. World spiritual chi so condensed that it was fog-like filled the room, and a palm-sized ball of light appeared in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows when he saw the floating ball of light. Up until this point, every ball of light he absorbed was only the size of a fist, and each time he had felt like his head would physically explode. This one was bigger, so he had no doubt that the experience could only be worse. In fact, he had a feeling that he was going to hit his limit if he absorbed and digested this one. His divine soul might be tougher than your conventional Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, but there was only so much abuse it could withstand. He couldn't ditch his reward though. He had worked 9 whole hours for this. So, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the ball of light, and pressed it into his forehead again. The next instant, Lu Yi stiffened like a statue, and the world darkened before his eyes. The impact was so terrible that he went from okay to a hair's breadth away from fainting outright. Clinging desperately to the vestiges of his consciousness, Lu Yi digested the information as quickly as he was able. The pressure subsided over time, and he was able to absorb all the information many hours later. However, the task left him so exhausted that he just collapsed on the floor and stayed there, unwilling to move even a single finger. I'm at my limit. Every time he absorbed the reward of the 100 wards tower, his mind became a little more fatigued than before. It wasn't too obvious the first couple times, but 11 in a row was too much even for him. To put it simply, his mind was numb and blank even after the pressure was gone, and he was unable to form a coherent thought. He didn't want to think about anything. The room was filled with condensed world spiritual chi, but he couldn't even muster the energy to move, much less cultivate. He just wanted to lie on the floor forever. His instinct told him that he was forgetting something, but he just could not be bothered to pursue that line of thought right now. An unknown amount of time later, a bitter taste suddenly spread inside his mouth. At the same time, cool clarity slowly returned to his mind. Initially, it was just a trickle not unlike a cool breeze in a hot summer. Then, it grew into a rush that washed over his mind. Not only did the sensation jolt his jumbled mind back to reality, it chased away his mental fatigue and filled him with energy. Lu Yi immediately regained consciousness and blinked. He then realized that he was holding something to his mouth. When he got up in a hurry and looked down, he discovered that he was a jade bottle. Yes, it was none other than the jade bottle holding the soul-cleansing water. The reason the inside of his mouth tasted bitter was because he had drunk from it. He tried recalling what happened earlier and realized that that was indeed the case. Shui Yuan had mentioned that it was possible to consume the soul-cleansing water directly. She also mentioned that the effects would be better if it was combined with some medicinal herbs and made into a pill. Frankly, it was a waste to consume it directly. The reward of the 100 wards tower impacted the mind and depleted the energy of one's divine soul. That was why the soul-cleansing water had rejuvenated him. In fact, he had realized the solution earlier. He was just too tired to care at the time. However, his body instinctively sought out the one thing that could relieve its stress, and the next thing he knew, he was back on his feet. Even now, the soul-cleansing water was still eliminating the fatigue and restoring his divine soul to full strength. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and this little man is ready to go for another round. That said, it wasn't all good news. Lu Ye's heart ached a little when he looked into the jade bottle and discovered that he had swallowed at least 7 or 8 drops of soul-cleansing water to recover himself. He immediately put it back into his storage bag before building gathering spirits in his spiritual points once more. As the glyphs devoured the spiritual chi inside the room to replenish his strength, he took out some jerkies and began chowing down earnestly. It was true that he had returned to full strength, But his stamina wasn't something that the soul-cleansing water could recover. If he wished to continue the challenge, then he needed to restore his stamina as quickly as possible. Time passed bit by bit. When he had returned to peak form, he finally started tackling a new spiritual point barrier once more. So far, Lu Yi had unlocked at least one spiritual point after he fully digested the 100 Wards Tower's reward on each floor. He entered the next floor only when his time was up. Thanks to this, he was able to unlock over a dozen of spiritual points across 11 floors. It was a pleasant surprise he hadn't anticipated but more than welcomed. He was aware that clearing a floor with flying colors would reward him with world spiritual chi, but he had no idea that it would be this condensed. In a sense, it was the fastest he had ever cultivated. Another hour passed, and Lu Ye's time was finally up. He proceeded to the next floor. Right now, Yu Xiao and Bai Qian felt like they were going to lose their minds. Up until this point, Lu Yi had overcome 10 floors in 5 days and achieved a resonance each time he cleared a floor. At the time, they were sure that the young man was nearing his limit and that he would exit the tower at any moment. However, what happened next caused them to lose their composure completely. Lu Yi continued to overcome 2 floors every day without pause, and just like before he was able to trigger a resonance each time. Before the 15th floor, Bai Qian had contacted Zhao Li at least once every hour to check if Lu Yi was still alive. After the 15th floor, they were so numb that they couldn't even be arsed to care anymore. It wasn't like they could do anything anyway. In contrast, the ward cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect were absolutely ecstatic right now. It was because they were witnessing the birth of an unprecedented miracle. They still didn't know who the challenger was, but it no longer mattered. No matter who they were, they had ascended to God's status in their hearts. And how could they not? Not only had the mysterious challenger overcome 20 floors in 10 days, they also triggered a resonance on every floor. How could they be anything else but a god? At this point, there wasn't a single heavenly derivative sect ward cultivator who hadn't benefited from the repeated resonances. One could even say that Lu Yi had unknowingly improved the level of every ward cultivator in the sect. On the 21st floor, Lu Yi was currently trapped inside a murderous ward and being attacked by it. He was forced to see through its disguises and identify its flaws while dodging its attacks. At this point, Lu Yi could confirm that there was a difficulty spike every 10 floors. None of the wards he faced earlier had been nearly as troublesome. He was glad he spent some time eating to restore his stamina every time he entered a rest period. He might not have had the strength to continue his climb otherwise. The attacks weren't particularly powerful, but they were frequent enough that Lu Yi had to dodge as much as possible. He could block with protection, but it would cost him a not insignificant amount of spiritual power. Once again, he laid down his ward flags in every direction. This time, he had to use 16 ward flags before he finally managed to locate a single flaw in the ward. He began breaching the ward after he activated Insight and confirmed that his answer was correct. An incense stick later, the ward abruptly froze and crumbled into nothing. There was no time to catch a breath though. The second test appeared almost immediately after the first time. Countless ward cultivators had challenged the 100 Wards Tower, and a good number of them were far stronger than Lu Yi in terms of cultivation level. However, no one had ever managed to trigger 10 resonances in a row, much less 20. It was because its reward put a huge burden on one's mind. The better the reward, the greater the impact. Only a divine ocean realm cultivator could withstand the mental burden of the rewards continuously, but this was just the first portion of the 100 Wards Tower, meaning that the tests were meant for Spirit Creek Realm and Cloud River Realm cultivators. Naturally, they wouldn't deign to challenge the tower. Lu Yi possessed several unique advantages compared to other ward cultivators. First things first, spiritual power. Most ward cultivators had to spend most of their rest period digesting the rewards of the 100 Wards Tower before they could start replenishing their spiritual power. The slower ones even had to stop the absorption midway to replenish their strength. After all, they would not be able to tackle the next floor without sufficient spiritual power. However, this was not a problem for Lu Yi. He could digest the reward bestowed by the 100 Wards Tower and replenish his spiritual power at the same time thanks to the gathering spirits he built within his spiritual points. He even had the time to unlock new spiritual points. This was an advantage no other ward cultivator possessed. The second unique advantage he possessed was, of course, the soul cleansing water. Lu Yi was the first person ever to challenge the 100 Wards Tower with the soul cleansing water in his possession because the treasure was priceless and mainly used to improve the strength of one's divine soul. It was so precious that even divine ocean realm cultivators desperately desired the treasure. No one in their right mind would use it just to wash away their fatigue. But Lu Yi did, and not just one time. Since he discovered its function, he began consuming it as soon as he felt fatigued. It quickly washed away the fatigue and returned him to full mental strength. Since neither spiritual power nor mental strength was a problem to Lu Yi, he was able to give his all on every floor, achieve the best results, and obtain the best rewards of the 100 Wards Tower. He would then ascend to the next floor after he absorbed the reward and improved his attainment. To put it simply, it was a virtuous circle. Of course, the price he paid was pretty huge, so to speak. The divine ocean realm cultivators would probably kill him if they knew what he was doing. The soul cleansing water was a rare treasure even they desired, and he was chugging it down like it was an energy tonic. Lu Yi thought it was worth it though. No matter how valuable a treasure was, it was useless if it couldn't benefit its owner. To use it wastefully was still better than not using it at all. It wasn't like it would multiply if he left it in his storage bag untouched, so why not? Furthermore, he still had 2.5 bottles of soul-cleansing water in his storage bag. He thought it would be worth it to use half a bottle to clear the 100 Wards Tower in one go. As the one who got it fair and square from the lost city of Xianyuan, it was his right to use it however he wished. 5 days later, Lu Yi had overcome the 30th floor and triggered a resonance once more. Having learned from his experience and knowing that another difficulty spike awaited him on the 31st floor, he did not try to unlock a new spiritual point and focused completely on recovering this time. In fact, he even took a small nap to ensure that he would be at peak form. Outside the 100 Wards Tower, the cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect had gone completely insane. The number of cultivators in the valley had more than doubled during this time. Before this, everyone in the valley was a ward cultivator. After all, only ward cultivators could be inspired by the resonances. However, even those who didn't cultivate the way of wards had joined their brethren. It was because they wished to know who was the god who triggered 30 resonances in a row, and if they could maintain their streak and leave an unprecedented mark in the history books. Chapter 320, The Final 3 Floors. Yu Xiao and Bai Qian were still standing shoulder to shoulder in the valley. However, they were less numb with resignation and more shocked and in disbelief right now. Bai Qian was Lu Ye's teacher in the way of wards, so he knew exactly how good the young man was. Earlier he had told Yu Xiao that Lu Yi should be able to clear the first 10 floors without much difficulty because they were pretty simple, and maybe a couple more if the rewards he obtained from the 100 Wards Tower were good enough. And his prediction was reasonable. He had studied the way of wards for many years, so his eye for people in this regard was pretty good. However, Lu Yi had more than defied his expectations. He had overcome 30 floors in a row and triggered a resonance in all of them. To be clear, Bai Qian's assessment of Lu Yi was accurate. The only reason reality had not gone the way he expected was because of the rewards. Bai Qian could not begin to imagine just how great the rewards Lu Yi had received to improve so much in just half a month's time. To make a comparison, if Lu Yi's attainment in the way of wards was a 1 out of 10 before he entered the 100 Wards Tower, now he was a 5 out of 10. In other words, his attainment was 5 times greater than what it was before. To be fair, this was a perfectly reasonable outcome. Lu Yi had triggered 30 resonances in a row after all. Bai Qian dared not claim that Lu Yi's achievement would never be surpassed, but it was certainly unprecedented. What Bai Qian couldn't figure out was how Lu Yi, a mere Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, was able to withstand the mental burden of the reward. Even if his divine soul was stronger than your average Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, he should have imploded from the strain ages ago. At this point, he was starting to wonder if the boy's divine soul was greater than his, a ninth-order real lake realm cultivator. Of course that was impossible, but what other explanation was there? Even he dared not say he would be able to hang on for 30 floors straight. How on earth did the boy do it? Unfortunately, Bai Qian had gotten the wrong idea. Lu Yi might have consumed enough soul-cleansing water that his divine soul was now comparable to some Cloud River realm cultivators, but it was still nowhere close to a real lake realms. The reason he was able to hold on was because he was willing to consume 1 drop of soul-cleansing water every time he felt tired to wash away his fatigue. Although his divine soul wasn't as tough as a real lake realms, he was able to replenish his mental strength with the soul-cleansing water. This was something no one in the entire Jianghu could emulate. What a shame, Yu Xiao said suddenly with a sigh. He was lamenting the fact that Lu Yi wasn't a disciple of the heavenly derivative sect. Looking at the boy's current talent in the way of wards, he was certain he could have carried their sect to greater heights. Forget Tier 5, he could have transformed them into a Tier 1 sect if he continued growing at this pace. Bai Qian knew exactly what Yu Xiao was thinking, but he shook his head and said, "You are wrong. If he was our disciple, our sect would have declined instead." It sounded disparaging, but it was just a statement of fact. Lu Yi had been poisoned less than an hour after he arrived at their outpost. A couple of days after that, Thousand Demon Ridge had amassed an army of thousands and conquered their outpost. Had Lu Yi been a disciple of the heavenly derivative sect, he highly doubted they would be able to establish any footing on the Spirit Creek battlefield. And if their disciples could not enter the Spirit Creek battlefield, then their cultivation speed was going to suffer. A single person could never make a sect strong. You're right. Yu Xiao quickly arrived at the same conclusion. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing that the Crimson Blood sect is only Tier 9, isn't it? Their outpost was located in the outermost ring of the Spirit Creek battlefield because they were Tier 9. As a result, it was very difficult for Thousand Demon Ridge to attack them. On the other hand, it was all too easy for Thousand Demon Ridge to gang up on the heavenly derivative sect. They only needed 3 or 4 sects worth of forces to overrun their outpost. This was why Lu Yi did not have to worry about his outpost being conquered no matter how much trouble he caused, not to mention that there was a ferocious bird guarding the place. On a related note, Bai Qian had sent Zhao Li a short message. Is he alive or dead? Although he was past the point where he thought that the boy was in real danger of dying, he could not help but worry anyway. Zhao Li quickly responded, "He's still alive, Great Elder. By the way, can I come to the 100 Wards Tower? Brother Yi is going to come out in another 3 floors. When that happens, everyone will know that he's still alive, so I don't think it matters if I reveal myself now." Good point. You may come. Thank you, Great Elder. Zhao Li responded happily. It wasn't long before he appeared in the valley. The moment he showed up, all cultivators who did not know the truth were stunned by his appearance. It was because it was rumored that he and Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had been poisoned to death by Thousand Demon Ridge. It was why the Crimson Blood sect's keeper of Seal had gone on a rampage, and why they had lost so much face. However, it was clear now that the rumor wasn't quite accurate. After all, Zhao Li was clearly alive. What about Lu Yi? Was he alive as well? The smart ones immediately caught the scent of a conspiracy. Zhao Li did not pay attention to them. After seeking out his acquaintances and inquiring a little about the situation, he sat down at a random spot and sent out a message. A group of people quickly gathered around him. Before Lu Yi challenged the 100 Wards Tower, he had spoken to Zhao Li about some of his plans. Assuming that everything went smoothly, they were going to execute those plans as soon as Lu Yi exited the tower. That was why he had made certain preparations beforehand. It would have been too late otherwise. As for what those plans were, let's just say that Zhao Li had been looking forward to it for a very long time. He was in the middle of discussing with his companions when suddenly, the tower buzzed like it was struck by an earthquake. The next moment, an invisible energy swept across the whole valley. They cleared the 31st floor. Someone cried. The ward cultivators immediately stopped whatever they were doing and used the resonance to enlighten themselves. Inside the 100 wards tower, Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Although his skill was many times better than what it was before he entered the tower, the tests on the 31st floor still gave him some trouble. They were so difficult that he only managed to complete 5 tests in 9 hours. He thought for sure that his reward would be less substantial this time, but he was wrong. In fact, the ball of light was slightly bigger than what he thought it would be. As a result, Lu Yi wondered if the size of the reward was tied to his initial attainment when he first entered the tower. Had he remained exactly the way he was, there was no chance he would have been able to clear the tests on the 20th floor, much less the 31st. But since he never stopped progressing, his performance far exceeded his former self's capabilities. Assuming his theory was right, of course the tower had rewarded him handsomely. It was very easy to verify this. All he needed to do was to not perform his best on the next floor. The challenger only needed to clear the test one time to proceed to the next floor. It was believed that the more tests you cleared, the better the rewards would become. He would know if his theory was true if he cleared the test one time, but still received the same amount of rewards as before. Lu Yi wasn't going to do this though. The rewards weren't the only way to improve one's attainment in the way of wards. Overcoming the tests themselves was one such method. He did not think he would get many opportunities like this in the future, so he wasn't going to waste it just to verify a theory. Just like the previous floors, he was going to give it his all and leave no regrets behind. Half a day later, he overcame the 32nd floor and digested its reward. After washing away his fatigue using the soul-cleansing water, he was able to unlock another spiritual point before his time was up. Finally, he entered the 33rd floor. This was the final floor of the heavenly derivative Sects 100 wards tower. There would be no more floors to conquer after this one. If he wished to continue his tower climb, he would have to wait until he ascended to Cloud River Realm and enter the Cloud River battlefield. Surprise rippled across Lu Yi when his vision cleared. It was because he saw a grand ward encompassing a large area in front of him. The Grand Ward was more or less the same size as the one used by the outposts in the inner circle, so it could not be easy to overcome. In fact, it was easily the biggest and most complex ward he had encountered since entering the 100 Wards Tower. Was it a coincidence, or did the tower read his inner desires and created it as his final challenge? The entire reason he came to the Heavenly Derivative Sect was to learn how to breach a Grand Ward. Only then could he occupy his enemies' outposts and rob them of their blessings. This was as good a chance as any to verify his skills. His time was limited, so Lu Yi spared only a bit of time to inspect the ward before throwing out his ward flags. He used them to determine the flow of the ward's spiritual power and the rough location of the nodes before narrowing it down to the letter. It was an enormous task. It took him an entire hour to confirm the location of the first node. After he confirmed that he had gotten it right using insight, he moved on to the next node. The first step was the hardest. Locating the second node only took a tease time after he confirmed the first node. He proceeded to identify the third node, the fourth node and more. Over 2 hours later, he confirmed all the locations of the nodes. There were 16 of them in total. This meant that the ward was constructed using 16 ward keystones. It was identical to the Grand Ward in the Crimson Blood Sects outpost and the best Grand Ward one could buy from the Vault of Providence. But although the Grand Wards were identical, they did not always share the same strength. The strength of a ward was usually determined by the concentration of the surrounding world's spiritual chi. Generally speaking, the richer the world's spiritual chi in the environment, the stronger the ward would become. The Grand Ward in front of him was several times greater than the one at the Crimson Blood Sect, though it wasn't because the world's spiritual chi around him was richer. It was naturally stronger because the 100 Wards Tower made it so. Lu Yi hopped onto his flying spirit artifact and flew around the Grand Ward. He then nailed the ward flags into the nodes. When all 32 ward flags were in place, he came to a stop and grabbed the ward flag in front of him. Then he sucked in a deep breath and channeled his spiritual power into it. All 32 ward flags floated into the air and glowed with spiritual light at the same time. They started connecting and resonating with each other. As more spiritual power poured into the ward flag Lu Yi was holding, the invisible energy generated by the ward flag's resonance began suppressing the grand ward's circulation of spiritual power. The spiritual power of a grand ward was constantly flowing. This was something Lu Yi had observed a long time ago. This was why a grand ward was capable of restoring itself and defending against all attacks. To draw an analogy, a grand ward was like a flowing river. To breach it, Lu Yi had to cut the flow and turn it into a pool of dead water. Only by stopping the circulation of spiritual power completely would he have a shot at breaching a grand ward. Otherwise, the grand ward would continuously repair itself until it had run out of reserves, which was never going to happen in the 100 Wards Tower. Spiritual power was draining out of Lu Ye's body at a rapid rate. While he did not know if it was even possible to breach a grand ward with his own strength alone, this was both his final test and the proof that his plans weren't just a pipe dream. Naturally, he was going to give it his all. Chapter 321, Two Balls of Light. Thank goodness the ward wasn't controlled by someone, or Lu Yi wouldn't even bother to try and breach it. The difference between a grand ward that was controlled by someone and one that wasn't was like night and day. Even the most inexperienced controller would be able to make various adjustments to the grand ward, and right now Lu Yi was incapable of adapting to those changes. This one was static because it did not have a controller, so he could easily target its weaknesses. The spiritual power circulation of the grand ward grew slower and slower as he continued to pour his energy into the ward flag, but it was far from enough. He was losing spiritual power at a rapid pace, so Lu Yi quickly drank a bottle of mystic fruit cider and stuffed a couple of spirit pills into his mouth to replenish his spiritual power. Time passed bit by bit. It was a slow and arduous process, but Lu Yi could see that it wasn't a hopeless endeavor. He continued to pour his spiritual power into the ward flag. Even more time passed, and the flow rate of the grand ward's spiritual power was less than half of what it was. However, Lu Yi also felt a substantial increase in resistance from the grand ward. His ward flag had become as heavy as a mountain, and he could feel an obvious pushback of energy from it. Not only that, he was losing spiritual power at an increasing rate. Despite consuming the mystic fruit cider and spirit pills non-stop, he wasn't quite able to keep up with the rate he was losing energy. Suddenly, a soft creak drew Lu Ye's attention like a bee's sting. His heart sank when he realized that a tiny crack had appeared on the ward flag he was holding. Right now, he was suppressing the grand ward's flow of spiritual power with his 32 ward flags. To put it simply, he was single-handedly fighting against the grand ward. Even if the ward wasn't controlled by anyone, it was still one of the most powerful grand wards he had ever faced. This was evident from the fact that his ward flag was getting damaged from the pushback of energy. Lu Yi became nervous. It would be a damn shame if he failed because his ward flag could not withstand the pressure. He might have forged the ward flag himself, but the materials had been provided by Bai Qian. Since he had gifted Bai Qian the soul-cleansing water, the Great Elder had reciprocated with the best materials to forge his ward flags. Even so, the ward flag wasn't going to hang on much longer. Creak, creak, creak. More cracks appeared on the ward flag. It was as if the item was made of clay instead of metal, and it looked like it could shatter any minute now. Lu Yi hurriedly increased his output of spiritual power. At this stage, the only thing he could do was to invest it all in a do-or-die gamble. Spiritual power started draining out of his body like an open dam. His hard work wasn't wasted. The Grand Ward's spiritual power slowed more and more until finally, it stopped dozens of breaths later. Lu Ye's face was completely flushed when he shoved his hand into his storage bag. For auras zoomed across the air the second he raised his hand. The 4 spirit artifacts made a full circle in the air before descending on top of the nodes like lightning. At the same time, sharp edge flashed across every spirit artifact. Lu Ye's heart leaped to his throat as he stared at the affected nodes. He even forgot to breathe for a moment. There was a short struggle between the Grand Ward and his spirit artifacts before he heard what could only be described as the sound of breaking glass. At the same time, dense cracks started spreading from where the 4 telekinetic weapons had struck. Finally, shatter! It was as if someone had brought a hammer to a giant mirror. Both the Grand Ward and his 32 ward flags abruptly shattered into a million pieces. It had only been half a month since he created the ward flags. To think they would all shatter into pieces in this test. Even Lu Yi himself was thrown back by the sudden eruption of spiritual power and slammed against the floor. Lu Yi hurriedly climbed to his feet as he panted like a dog. Joy was peeking out of his pale white face though. It was because he had single-handedly breached a Grand Ward. It was no cheap trick that the enemy could easily adapt to either. He had actually breached a Grand Ward in its entirety purely through his own power and skill. Of course, this wasn't max difficulty per se since it wasn't controlled by anyone. Then again, he hardly needed to take down an entire Grand Ward on his own when attacking a 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost. Heavens know what 1,000 Demon Ridge would think when they learned of this. He could only hope that they wouldn't pass away from sheer shock. It would be a waste of contribution points. The loss of his ward flags was a small issue. He could just forge another set when he exited the tower. What troubled Lu Yi was the fact that he was almost out of power, and there probably wasn't much time left on the clock. He highly doubted that he would be able to pass the next test. That was fine though. He was satisfied with this. Lu Yi sat on the floor and adopted a meditative position. Since there was no chance he was going to overcome the next test, he might as well use this time to catch some rest. To Lu Yi's surprise, no second test appeared after the Grand Ward was destroyed. In the past, the tests came one after another without giving him a chance to catch even half a breather. He wondered why. A million thoughts were running through his mind when suddenly, a palm-sized ball of light floated in front of his eyes. It wasn't as big as some of the rewards he had seen earlier, but its color was much richer than normal. It probably meant that it contained an incredible volume of information. I cleared the 33rd floor already? Lu Yi thought to himself in surprise. It was only now that he realized that the Grand Ward was the 33rd floor's one and only challenge. It was a surprise, but one that he welcomed greatly. This seemed to suggest that his earlier theory was correct. The rewards bestowed by the 100 Wards Tower was determined by the initial level of one's attainment when they initially entered the tower. Since he wasn't particularly good when he first entered the tower, he was rewarded handsomely even though had overcome the test of the 33rd floor only once. Another ball of light descended from the air. Its color wasn't as rich as the first one, but it was the size of a wash basin. Frankly, it scared Lu Yi to see it. He had never seen such a huge reward before. Would it kill him the second he imprinted it into his head? Moreover, this was the first time ever he was given multiple rewards by the tower. He was still weighing the risks and rewards when the basin-sized ball of light landed on the floor. Then, it scattered into nothing and plink plink plunk. A bunch of items hit the floor with a series of metallic clangs. As it turned out, the reward was unlike any of the rewards he had obtained before. It was because it contained not a massive volume of information regarding the way of wards, but actual items. To be exact, it was a bunch of pitch-black ward flags. He counted 32 of them in total, and they made a perfect set. The 100 Wards Tower has a reward like this. Lu Yi was surprised because he had never heard of the 100 Wards Tower rewarding a set of ward flags. In fact, he was the first ward cultivator ever in the history of Jianghu to ever receive such a reward. Again, Lu Yi didn't mind this because it was exactly what he needed right now. He had been planning to head back to the forge and forge a new set of basic ward flags for himself. While he fully expected to forge them better and faster than he did at the beginning, it was still going to take some time and effort to perform the task. Now, that was no longer necessary. He did not bother inspecting these ward flags because the basic ward flags were 32 flags a set, and they were good enough for most ward cultivators up to the Cloud River realm. These ward flags were clearly extraordinary, so he didn't think he would be able to make sense of them in a short time. He decided he could inspect them later when he wasn't on a time limit. After he put the ward flags into his storage bag, he finally made a grab for the ball of light still floating in front of him. This was the third time he absorbed the ball of light, and his divine soul was much tougher than it was at the beginning. Unfortunately, the experience remained as bad as before. Outside the 100 Wards Tower, every cultivator was holding their breaths and waiting to feel its unique vibration. When it did, thunderous applause and cheers filled the valley instantly. It was because they had witnessed the birth of a miracle, one that would go down in the history books as one of the most memorable events of its time. They still didn't know who the mysterious challenger was, but the facts that the feat had taken place in the heavenly derivative sect, and that they were all ward cultivators were more than enough for them to feel proud and honored about it. Yu Xiao and Bai Qian exchanged a glance with each other and let out a long, long sigh of relief. It was finally over. It had been a terrifying half a month, but they were finally free from the mental torment. Although they were utterly amazed by Lu Ye's achievement, they had a lot to complain about the boy as a matter of course. The brat had turned out to be a bigger troublemaker than anyone could have imagined, but in the end, their 100 Wards Tower only had 33 floors. He could be the incarnation of the god of troublemakers, but even he had to stop for the moment. Their inner monologue aside, they were extremely envious of the Crimson Blood sect as a matter of course. Any sect who had him was basically guaranteed to have a bright future, not to mention that the boy wasn't even a pure ward cultivator. An idiot could tell why he really started cultivating the way of wards. If one day he could focus completely on the way of wards, heavens only know how far he could go. One thing for certain though, Thousand Demon Ridge's time of peace was over. Heck, a shake-up that would affect the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was looming on the horizon. Yu Xiao could not help but recall a certain past several decades ago. At the time, a Crimson Blood sect disciple had led a storm of change that affected the entire Jianghu. Wherever the banner with a golden flame and a red background went, all Thousand Demon Ridge forces had backed away like it was their bane. Without exaggeration, the Crimson Blood sect of that time had stood at the pinnacle of the world. Is the Crimson Blood sect going to rekindle their former glory? All things considered, Yu Xiao was really glad that he had formed an alliance pact with Elder Tang of the Crimson Blood sect in secret when the old man was here. The cheers in the valley eventually subsided, and the ward cultivators began meditating and finding inspiration from the resonance once more. However, their heads were all turned toward the entrance to the 100 Wards Tower. It wasn't just the ward cultivators either. Everyone wanted to know who the mysterious challenger was. Several painful hours later, their long wait finally came to an end. A young man pushed open the door and stepped into the open. There were many who didn't recognize him, but those who did felt both astonished and a strange sense of understanding. They thought, "Oh, I should have figured it out sooner." Zhao Li was thought to be dead, but that belief was disproved a while ago. Naturally, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect must be alive as well. Lu Yi wasn't expecting to see the sea of people gathered around the valley at all. Even Yu Xiao, Bai Qian and some of the real Lake Realm cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative sect were present as well. They were clearly the higher-ups of the sect. "Sect Master Yu, Elder Bai." Lu Yi went up to them and saluted them respectfully. Bai Qian nodded with a kind smile on his face. He might have ranted and raved at Lu Yi in his head when the young man was challenging the tower, but there was no changing the fact that Lu Yi had, against all odds, created a miracle to be remembered for many years to come. He might still be a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, but he could no longer treat him like one anymore. Plus, Lu Yi had gifted him 8 drops of soul-cleansing water. That gift alone obligated him to give the young man preferential treatment. It was because the soul-cleansing water had given him and Yu Xiao the chance to ascend to Divine Ocean Realm and improve their sex tier. Chapter 322, The Dragon Enters the Sea. "You've worked hard." Bai Qian gave Lu Yi a smile. "Go catch some rest. Before that, I need to tell you something. Brother Zhao and I were—" Bai Qian raised his hand to stop him from continuing. "I'm aware of your plans, but I'm sure you can afford to wait a day, no? Don't forget that we've put the entire headquarters in complete lockdown. I promise you that our enemies will not hear of your survival until it's too late. So return to your room and catch some well-deserved rest. Zhao Li will take care of the preparation. You may depart when tomorrow comes." Lu Yi thought for a second before nodding. As you wish, Elder Bai. Elder Bai immediately wrapped Lu Yi in his spiritual power and took to the sky. The reason he was in a hurry to leave wasn't because he was worried that someone in the heavenly derivative sect might harbor ill intentions toward Lu Yi, but because the young man had conquered 33 floors in a row and triggered a resonance each time. Suffice to say, countless ward cultivators were eyeing him like a piece of meat, to put it mildly. Bai Qian knew his ward cultivators better than anyone. Forget leaving, the poor lad wouldn't be able to catch a breather if he did not leave now. As the old man had predicted, countless ward cultivators sighed in resignation when they saw that Bai Qian had kidnapped Lu Yi. Not all of them had given up though. The bolder ones actually chased after Bai Qian, and a good number of them were in the Cloud River realm too. Zhao Li, come with me. The rest of you should leave, Yu Shao ordered. Yes, Sect Master. Zhao Li responded from the crowd. Very soon, Yu Shao left the valley with Zhao Li in tow. It was obvious that they were going away to do something. Despite the Sect Master's order, the commotion in the valley didn't subside until much later. It was because a lot of ward cultivators had rushed into the 100 Wards Tower to challenge themselves after being inspired by Lu Yi. Of course, whether they would be rewarded for their efforts was a different story. Lu Yi ate like a horse after he had returned to Bai Qian's residence. He then took a long bath before collapsing on top of his bed. The next morning, he woke up feeling completely refreshed. There was a message in the battlefield imprint. It was sent by Zhao Li. The heavenly derivative sect was ready to go, and even their allies were just waiting for the signal. They were just waiting for him to start the operation. Lu Yi replied to the message asking Zhao Li to give him a tally of their manpower so he could prepare accordingly. He then messaged Yi and Zhu Jia to meet him as soon as they were able. While waiting for the duo, Lu Yi took a moment to inspect his spiritual points. He had ascended to the 9th order when he was on the 1st floor of the 100 Wards Tower, and now he had a total of 218 unlocked spiritual points. This meant that he had unlocked 39 spiritual points during the 17 days he spent in the 100 Wards Tower. On average, he had unlocked 1 spiritual point per floor or 2 spiritual points per day. This was easily the fastest Lu Yi had ever unlocked his spiritual points. If the Spirit Creek Battlefield's cultivation environment was this good, he could probably ascend to the Cloud River realm in 2 or 3 days. Of course, this was just a pipe dream. The reason the cultivation environment of the 100 Wards Tower was as excellent as it was because he had cleared the challenges with flying colors. Few people got to enjoy his level of treatment. He could not help but look forward to the second portion of the 100 Wards Tower. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to do so for a while. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing though. Until the day he could enter the 100 Wards Tower, he would continue to study hard at the Way of Wards so he could repeat what he did here and enjoy that cultivation environment once more. His time in the 100 Wards Tower was a fruitful one. In fact, it was too fruitful. Although he had digested and absorbed all the rewards that were bestowed by the 100 Wards Tower, he was nowhere near the level where he understood them completely. To give an example, he had digested all the food he had consumed, but the nutrients hadn't been fully absorbed by his body, nor had he trained those muscles to maximize his gains. There was a lot to look forward to in the future. He was already quite impressive in the half-baked state he was in, if he dared say so himself. He could not imagine how much better he would become when he fully made the learnings he had obtained from the 100 Wards Tower his own. Cultivation-wise, he was only 22 spiritual points away from hitting the 240 spiritual points requirement necessary to change his cultivation technique. It should take only 1.5 months of normal cultivation to reach that level. Unfortunately, he was going to be quite busy in the near future, so he did not think he would be able to spare much time on cultivation. He and Zhu Jia hadn't arrived yet, so he decided to check out the pitch-black ward flags he had obtained from the 100 Wards Tower. A quick check revealed to him that the enhancements inside the flags were more comprehensive than his own, and even the materials they were made of were better than the ones Elder Bai had given him. Since he hadn't had much contact with natural treasures, he was unable to identify the materials they were made of. It had to be good since it was one of the 2 final rewards of the 100 Wards Tower. He would even bet that they were among the best of the best in the entire Jianghu. Ward flags were only tools used to support the ward cultivator in creating and breaching wards, but it went without saying that the better their quality, the greater their effects would become. Like a tiger who was bestowed a pair of wings, he had no doubt that he would be able to breach wards faster and create stronger and stabler wards with this set of ward flags. A short while later, Lu Yi rose to his feet and walked out of his room. Zhu Jia was standing outside the door, and Amber was curled up on top of his head. He was nowhere to be seen, but that was because she was hiding inside Amber's body right now. Half a month had passed since he saw his companions. Zhu Jia hadn't changed much, but Amber was clearly stronger than before. Even his aura felt a lot denser than it used to be. Now that everyone was gathered, he took them to Bai Qian's room to bid the old man goodbye. Before they left, Bai Qian said seriously, "I leave our meager savings in your hands, young friend. Do try not to be too extreme in your approach. Do not worry, Elder Bai. I promise you that the heavenly derivative sect will retake what they had lost at the very least. Go with my blessing." And so Lu Yi left the place. Once they were outside the building, Zhu Jia summoned his flying spirit artifact and waited for Lu Yi to get on board. Then they took off to the sky in a stream of light. A short while later, Lu Yi heard Zhao Li shouting passionately in front of the Sanctum of Providence. He was joined by hundreds of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. Every time he barked out a command, the cultivators would respond with a thunderous kill of their own. They were clearly doing some pre-mobilization exercises. Morale was sky-high, to put it mildly. Their killing intent alone could pierce the heavens. 2 months ago, Thousand Demon Ridge had occupied their outpost with overwhelming forces, and they were forced to withdraw to the headquarters without being able to fire so much as a single spell or telekinetic weapon. The entire sect was stewing with frustration and fury, to say the least. As if that wasn't bad enough, the elders had suddenly put the headquarters in total lockdown for 2 months straight, one so absolute that they couldn't even send or receive a message from the outside world, much less return to the Spirit Creek battlefield. No one knew what the elders were thinking at the time. The disciples thought to themselves, "Why are we waiting when Thousand Demon Ridge has already withdrawn their forces from our outpost? Shouldn't we rebuild as soon as possible so that our Spirit Creek Realm disciples have a place to cultivate?" And the thought of all of them having to visit an ally's outpost just to cultivate normally. It was humiliating, to say the least. That was why the disciples had been submitting letters to re-enter the Spirit Creek battlefield every day. They had just been suppressed by Yu Shao and the elders. One could say that Heavenly Derivative Sect had been stewing in rage for 2 months straight. A single spark was enough to cause everything to explode. This state lasted until they saw a perfectly unscathed Lu Yi walking out of the 100 Wards Tower, and certain news were spread among them. Then, Zhao Li gathered all Spirit Creek Realm disciples in front of the Sanctum of Providence today. Everyone knew then that today was the day they paid back what had been done to them tenfold. The Heavenly Derivative Sect hadn't holed up in their headquarters for 2 months because they were afraid. No, they were just waiting for the right opportunity to strike back. To say that they were excited would be a massive understatement. Everyone was itching to go on a rampage already. Several hundred pairs of eyes turned toward Zhu Jia and Lu Yi after they landed. Zhao Li walked up to Lu Yi and clasped his fist respectfully. "Everything is ready, brother Yi." Lu Yi took a step forward and swept his gaze across the animated crowd in front of him. He then looked at Yu Shao and the Heavenly Derivative Sect elders floating not far away behind the crowd and gave them a nod. "Let's go." Zhao Li immediately turned around and shouted, "Let's go." Without a word, the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect marched into the Sanctum of Providence and pressed their hand against the Divine Opportunity column. Then they teleported back to their outpost, one group after another. It was like a dragon entering the sea. The storm that would turn the entire Spirit Creek battlefield upside down began now. The first few groups were all body-tempering cultivators, followed by the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators, and finally the spell cultivators and medicine cultivators. Although Thousand Demon Ridge should have withdrawn their forces a long time ago, that was no reason to relax their guard. If the enemy had set up an ambush, then at least the body-tempering cultivators would be able to survive until reinforcements arrived. It took only dozens of breaths before everyone had teleported back to the outpost. The ghost cultivators who had spread out to scout the area reported back that they hadn't seen any enemy within the vicinity. This was normal. It had been 2 months since the outpost was conquered. Thousand Demon Ridge could be completely out of their minds, and they still wouldn't sit on an empty ruin for 2 months straight. It was just illogical and benefited no one. A while later, a massive ship spirit artifact floated into the air. After everyone had gotten on, Zhao Li commanded the ship to fly in a certain direction. Lu Yi was standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Li on the deck. After the latter had finished messaging an ally on his battlefield imprint, he asked, "Deep Sea Mountain has already departed. They are led by their legate, Brother Sanguine. We will be attacking the Clear Wind Sect first as per your plan, Brother Yi." How many people did he bring with him? He brought everyone besides 100 defenders. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. This Brother Song must be quite a bold fellow. Zhao Li explained, "On the contrary, Brother Song is usually a conservative fellow. If I'm not mistaken, he did this probably because he received some advice from his elders, or maybe he felt guilty he couldn't do more when our outpost was taken. We are close neighbors and so share an interdependent relationship. In fact, they were scared for their lives when Thousand Demon Ridge had occupied our outpost. 2 months ago, Lu Yi had been poisoned by a spy right after he arrived at the Heavenly Derivative Sects outpost. Not long later, several Thousand Demon Ridge sects had joined hands to conquer the outpost by force. It was the Heavenly Derivative Sects' fault that he was poisoned on their turf, but it was his fault that their outpost was occupied, and Thousand Demon Ridge grew mad enough to activate a precious spy in the first place. He could not deny that some of the responsibilities fell on his shoulders as well. If he didn't have the Tree of Glyphs, he would have been crippled or dead already. If he didn't have the soul-cleansing water, Zhu Jia and Zhao Li could have died even with Shui Yuan's treatment. Ultimately, there was no point in assigning blame. Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who tried to destroy him, so he would destroy them in return. Not only that, he was going to take back what the Heavenly Derivative Sect had lost exactly as he had promised by Qian. A huge amount of sect contribution points was necessary to rebuild an outpost. And how were they going to get all those contribution points? By occupying their enemies' outposts and robbing their blessings, of course. The reason he came to the Heavenly Derivative Sect in the first place was to become proficient enough in the way of wards to breach a grand ward, and now he had the ability to do exactly that. Looking at the 10-point map, the Heavenly Derivative Sect's location was poorer than expected. They were literally surrounded by 3,000 Demon Ridge factions on 3 sides. In fact, the Clear Wind Sect, Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight Sect made up the main force that occupied the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost. The reason they chose to attack the Clear Wind Sect first was because they bordered both the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain. The Heavenly Derivative Sect was fearless because they had nothing to lose. They literally did not even have an outpost anymore, but Deep Sea Mountain was a different story. That was why they had to take out the Clear Wind Sect first. Otherwise, Deep Sea Mountain would not be able to help them without reservation. Chapter 323, You're Alive? Of course, there was one more reason they were targeting the Clear Wind Sect first. It was a Tier 6 sect while Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight Sect were Tier 5. This would be Lu Ye's first battle after he came back to life, per se, so of course they should go for the weakling first, relatively speaking. Just because the Clear Wind Sect was a lower tier sect did not mean it was weak. The ship continued onward until they arrived at the Heavenly Derivative Sects or Vale. At least 100 spiritual lights jumped off the ship and flew into the caves. A while later, they returned with bloodstains on their outfits. The blood belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who were mining in there or Vale. It had been 2 months since the Heavenly Derivative Sect lost their outpost and put their headquarters under lockdown. Naturally, their friendly neighbors were unwilling to let the resources go to waste. Unfortunately for the miners, their greed had doomed them today. As they continued toward the Clear Wind Sect's outpost, news of their invasion eventually spread to both their allies and their enemies. It was basically impossible to conceal such a large-scale operation. There were countless ways a cultivator might obtain intel from their enemies, and in this case it was perfectly natural for the Clear Wind Sect to post watchers, ghost cultivators to be exact, within their territory. The Clear Wind Sect immediately leaped into action, and the Legate and Prolgate made an emergency summon to all cultivators who were currently away from the outpost. At the same time, they requested help from both Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight Sect. If the Heavenly Derivative Sect was attacking alone, then they wouldn't have bothered calling their allies for help. However, the Deep Sea Mountain was involved in the invasion as well. Together, they numbered around 800 to 900 people. It wasn't a particularly massive force, but it was still something they could not afford to underestimate. In fact, the Clear Wind Sect wasn't quite sure what the Heavenly Derivative Sect was thinking. Unless they could occupy their outpost in a short time, their reinforcements would be able to catch them in a pincer attack. If that happened, the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain would be crying for their mothers for sure. While a million suspicions were running through their heads, a big ship spirit artifact came to a stop about 5 kilometers away from their outpost. Judging from the emblem on the ship, it belonged to Deep Sea Mountain. They were the neighbors of Clear Wind Sect after all. It was only natural that they showed up sooner than the Heavenly Derivative Sect. Less than an hour later, another ship spirit artifact arrived at the scene. This one was definitely the Heavenly Derivative Sect. The two ships then advanced toward the outpost in tandem. Suddenly, a cultivator flew over from Deep Sea Mountain's ship and landed on their deck. Lu Yi looked at the newcomer curiously. He was a man with an imposing appearance and a face that invoked feelings of stalwartness and assurance. He was none other than the legate of Deep Sea Mountain, Song Ying. After Zhao Li had introduced them to each other, and they saluted one another in kind, Song Ying wasted no time in going straight to the point. Brother Yi, Brother Zhao told me a few things about you, but I still need to ask you something. How confident are you in breaching the Grand Ward, and how long do you need to do it? As Zhao Li had mentioned earlier, Song Ying was a very conservative man. Despite his personal and repeated assurances, the man would still rather hear the answer from Lu Ye's own mouth. His people's lives were at stake after all. He might be the legate, but even he dared not make what he believed to be an extremely risky action without taking all the necessary precautions. The main reasons he agreed to cooperate with Zhao Li on this operation were, 1. He was good friends with the legate and trusted his character, and 2. Zhao Li swore on his honor that Lu Yi would be able to breach the Clear Wind Sect's Grand Ward. A bitter smile crossed Zhao Li's lips. Brother Song, Brother Yi is the man who triggered 33 resonances in the 100 Wards Tower, not to mention that this isn't the first time he's breached a Grand Ward. Considering his recent improvement, I have no doubt that he will succeed in this endeavor. Song Ying continued to look at Lu Yi as he said in a calm voice, I know nothing about the Way of Wards. What I do know is that Clear Wind Sect has already sent out the call for help, and both Sanguine Valley and Thunderlight Sect have dispatched between 300 to 400 people each to rescue their ally. If they manage to reach us in time, then our situation would be awful to say the least. The only way we could stop this is to breach the Grand Ward and occupy the outpost as soon as possible. He did not press the matter, but he was clearly still expecting Lu Yi to give him a direct answer. If I fail to breach the ward within an incense stick, feel free to withdraw from this operation. Zhao Li shot Lu Yi an astonished look. Song Ying was frowning deeply as well. Although he was ignorant of the Way of Wards, and he had no idea what it meant to trigger 33 resonances in the 100 Wards Tower, he could not interpret Lu Ye's words as anything but a lie. A Ninth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master claiming that he could breach a Grand Ward in an incense stick? What kind of nonsense was this? For a second, Song Ying was tempted to turn his back on the duo and withdraw on the spot. He had heard of stories of Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect. At the time, he was impressed with Lu Ye's deeds during the Battle of Golden Tip and was hoping to meet the man himself one day. Now though, he was thinking that the stories were exaggerated after all. It was one thing to be arrogant, and another to be blindly arrogant. A few seconds later, Song Ying answered, "I look forward to it." An incense stick wasn't a long time. As much as he disbelieved Lu Yi, he did not mind wasting that bit of time. After Song Ying had flown back to his ship spirit artifact, Zhao Li asked worriedly, "Brother Yi, are you sure you can breach the Grand Ward in an incense stick?" The legate knew how Lu Yi had conquered the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountains outposts with Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court, and both times the young man had used cheap tricks that could only work one time. Objectively speaking, he could not really say that Lu Yi had breached a Grand Ward through pure skill and knowledge. He knew that Lu Ye's attainment had improved by an unimaginable degree after conquering the 100 Wards Tower, but he still could not imagine the young man breaching a Grand Ward in just an incense stick. It was precisely because he was a ward cultivator that he understood just how difficult it was. "I can," Lu Yi replied firmly and without any hesitation. It didn't take long to cross 5 kilometers of distance. After the 2 ship spirit artifacts had landed on the ground, the cultivators marched out into the open and glared at the enemies standing behind the screen of spiritual power. This was especially true for the cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect. 2 months ago, they had glared at one another in the exact same way. It was just that their positions were reversed now. Although the enemy was right in front of their doorsteps, the cultivators of Clear Wind's sect weren't worried for their safety. It was because they knew that it was unrealistic for the Heavenly Derivative Sect and the Clear Wind Sect to bring down their Grand Ward in a short time. Their reinforcements were already on their way. Once they arrived, their positions would be reversed immediately. Their confidence lasted until Lu Yi stepped into their view. The legate of the Clear Wind Sect was so stunned by this that he looked Lu Yi up and down a couple of times and even rubbed his eyes before exclaiming in disbelief, "You're alive." The man clearly recognized Lu Yi. Although he had never seen Lu Yi in person, he had seen the young man's picture before. It was because Lu Yi was labeled as a key monitoring target by Thousand Demon Ridge after the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain were conquered. Naturally, a lot of people had checked out his information and his picture. 2 months ago, the Keeper of Seal of the Crimson Blood Sect had turned violent at the Heavenly Derivative Sect's headquarters and fought 5 real Lake Realm enemies on her own. The Great Elder of the Heavenly Derivative Sect was even injured during that battle. Not satisfied with just that, she entered the Spirit Creek battlefield and killed dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators before the judgment of the heavens finally drove her away. The sect master of the Crimson Blood Sect himself had gone to Lei Zhou to wreak some havoc. Although he wasn't able to deal any significant damage, he still gave the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Lei Zhou quite the scare. Even the second runner-up of the Spirit Creek battlefield's Scroll of Supremacy, Li Baxian, had gone on a bloody rampage in the core circle for a time. The reason they had done this was because their disciple, Lu Yi, had been poisoned to death by a Thousand Demon Ridge spy in the Heavenly Derivative Sect outpost. This had been confirmed by both cultivation factions. Thousand Demon Ridge had even held a short celebration when they confirmed that Lu Yi was dead. The thorn in their side was finally gone, and they no longer had to worry about their outpost being breached any longer. That was then, this was now. The young man who should have been dead 2 months ago wasn't just alive and healthy, he was standing right in front of him. This is bullshit. It took the legate of the Clear Wind Sect some time to process his shock, but when he did, he quickly figured out the truth. His emotions were a jumbled mess as he cursed the ancestors of everyone in the Crimson Blood Sect in his head. Were they professional actors or something? It was precisely because their acting was so convincing that everyone in Thousand Demon Ridge was sure that Lu Yi was dead. What the hell is wrong with this sect? It's one thing if it's just the disciples who were putting on an act, but no, even their Keeper of Seal and sect master had come together to deceive the entire Jianghu. How can the entire sect be so treacherous and deceitful? While the legate was busy ranting inside his head, the cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had begun moving into formation. In accordance with Lu Ye's command, the body-tempering cultivators had formed up at the forefront of a certain section of the Grand Ward, followed by the combat cultivators, the ghost cultivators, the spell cultivators, and finally a dozen or so medicine cultivators. The legate of the Clear Wind sect felt his heart skipping a beat when he saw this. It was clear that the enemy was planning to attack their Grand Ward by force. Considering what had happened to the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain, how could he not feel nervous about this? He did not stay nervous for long though. Lu Yi had breached the Grand Ward of the two sects, true, but his methods were cheap tricks that could only be used one time. Lu Yi might have come up with new tricks, but he should not be able to pull off anything as long as they kept a close eye on him. He was just thinking this when Lu Yi stepped forward and swept his gaze across the Grand Ward in front of him. His eyes were circulating with spiritual power because he had empowered them with insight. When he was performing the tests in the 100 Wards Tower, Lu Yi had only ever used insight to confirm that his deductions were correct. It was the way to improve his attainment in the way of wards. But since he was here to breach an enemy's Grand Ward, there was naturally no need to limit himself. A short period of observation later, Lu Yi fired a blast of spiritual power at a certain spot on the Grand Ward. A heavenly derivative sect disciple holding a pitch-black ward flag immediately ran forward and stood at that exact position. The ward flag in the disciple's hands was none other than the reward Lu Yi had received. It had taken Lu Yi over 4 hours to breach the Grand Ward on the 33rd floor of the 100 Wards Tower, but that was because he had to do everything by himself. That was not the case here. The one thing the heavenly derivative sect did not lack was ward cultivators, so he saw no reason not to let them assist him with the task. It would be much easier for him to breach the Grand Ward this way, not to mention that he wasn't aiming to bring down the whole thing. That was why Lu Yi had asked Zhao Li to select 31 ward cultivators before giving them a ward flag each. The last ward flag was held by himself as a matter of course. Lu Yi continued firing blasts of spiritual power to direct the ward cultivators holding his ward flags into position. A moment later, all 31 of them were in place. By now, the legate of the Clear Wind sect had realized that his wishful thinking was just that, wishful thinking. He immediately squashed his optimism like trash, brought out the control gem of the Grand Ward, and cranked up the ward to maximum power. He knew nothing about the way of wards just like Song Ying, but it did not take a genius to see that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had come prepared. He had no desire to experience the same fate as the House of Wintry Blossoms or Sunlit Mountain. Chapter 324, Breaching the Clear Wind Sect. Now that everything was in place, Lu Yi arrived at the final spot and gave his ward flag a small wave. Then he began pouring his spiritual power into it. The other 31 ward flags immediately resonated with it. The ward cultivators holding them began doing their thing as well. All 32 ward flags were pressed strongly against the Grand Ward. When the work officially began, the pitch-black ward flags began sinking into the screen of light at a visible rate. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows at this. The ward flags he had obtained from the 100 Wards Tower were even better than he had imagined. Zhao Li and Song Ying immediately perked up at this. Zhao Li himself was a ward cultivator, so he knew roughly what was going on as a matter of course. Song Ying was not a ward cultivator, but even he could tell that things were progressing smoothly. As for the legate of the Clear Wind sect, he was panicking. He had never witnessed such a bizarre method in his life. Since he was holding the control gem, he could clearly sense something foreign merging into the Grand Ward. When he tried to purge it though, he discovered that he was unable to locate the foreign objects at all. It was almost as if they had become one with the Grand Ward. Forget him, no one in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield had ever witnessed something like this. Spirit Creek Realm was the lowest cultivation realm, so even the old-school Spirit Creek Realm cultivators who studied the way of wards for decades after they had reached a dead end with their cultivation were unable to produce such an outcome. They might be able to breach some smaller-scale wards, but there was no chance they would be able to threaten a giant like a Grand Ward. When the 32 ward flags had sunk into the Grand Ward, Lu Yi, the holder of the main ward flag, immediately sensed the flow of its spiritual power. It was almost like he had dipped his hand into a flowing river. What he needed to do next was simple. He was going to use the 32 ward flags to halt the flow of spiritual power between two nodes and open a hole in the middle of the Grand Ward. From the start, Lu Ye's plan wasn't to bring down the whole ward. Even if he had single-handedly breached a Grand Ward before, and he now had 31 ward cultivators to help him, it was still going to take a lot of time. Moreover, the Grand Ward in the 100 Wards Tower had not been controlled by anyone. This was a different situation. He had used a similar method when breaching the Grand Ward of Sunlit Mountain's outpost, but at the time he did not have the skill to tear a hole in the Grand Ward and hold it in place. His plan had been to rush in with Zhu Jia and 10 body-tempering cultivators and snatch the control gem before the enemy could kill them all. The method would only work if the outpost happened to be undermanned. If Sunlit Mountain had 30 or 20 more defenders at the time, he would have called off the operation instead. If he were to compare the flowing spiritual power of the Grand Ward to a river, then what he was doing was akin to building a pair of dams at a section of the river, effectively turning the flowing stream into still water. After that, all he needed to do was to shatter the isolated area. The ward flag buzzed as Lu Yi poured his spiritual power into the Grand Ward. The other 31 ward cultivators picked up the feedback from their ward flags and responded accordingly. The Clear Wind Sect's legate blanched instantly as he could sense something odd happening to their Grand Ward. Although he tried manipulating the control gem in an attempt to stop whatever Lu Yi was doing, it was no use. Lu Yi was able to respond to each and every variation without fail. The flow of spiritual power in the isolated area slowed at a visible rate. Soon they came to a complete halt. Only 50 breaths had passed since Lu Yi had begun his work. "Brother Zhao!" Lu Yi erupted. Zhao Li had been waiting for this. He immediately let out a full-throated roar, "Kill!" The next instant, countless spells and flying weapons flew toward the isolated area. One round was all it took to shatter it like glass. The legate of the Clear Wind Sect froze like a statue. Every Clear Wind Sect disciple had frozen as well. Even Song Ying had turned stiff. He hadn't believed Lu Yi for a second when the young man claimed that he could breach the ward within an incense stick's time. He had thought the young man was boasting and would have left already if it wasn't for Zhao Li's sake. In reality, Lu Yi had breached the Grand Ward way sooner than that. Heck, it hadn't even been half a tea yet. He was normally a calm and collected man, but even he could not help but gulp in disbelief. Since when is a Grand Ward so easy to breach? I've never seen anything like this before. Shocked as he might be, Song Ying hadn't let it affect his actions. His own battle cry pierced through the air almost the second after the Grand Ward was breached. And so the cultivators of both sects rushed through the giant gap and into the Clear Wind Sect's outpost in unison. The second they made contact, Clear Wind Sect's cultivators immediately started dropping like flies. They lost 20 to 30 people instantly while the rest retreated in terror. It wasn't that Clear Wind Sect's cultivators were undisciplined. They were just caught completely off guard by how easily the enemy had breached their Grand Ward. Before the ward was breached, the cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had already formed up for a strong assault. They were a united force of 800 to 900 cultivators, and each cultivator faction knew exactly what their position and role was. For example, the resilient body-tempering cultivators would bear the brunt of the enemy's firepower at the front line so that their comrades could mow down the enemy safely and in an organized fashion. As if that wasn't good enough, they drastically outnumbered the defenders as well. That was why it looked like the Clear Wind Sect had crumbled at the tiniest gust of wind. Battle cries filled the air as the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain rushed toward a certain building at high speed. Their objective was none other than the Sanctum of Providence. Technically speaking, the blessings they got for occupying an outpost were the same whether or not they killed their enemies. However, leaving their enemies alive meant that they would rise again eventually. This was why their goal wasn't just to occupy the Clear Wind Sect's outpost. They were also going to kill as many cultivators as possible. There was no stopping the two Grand Sky Coalition sections. Their enemies died whichever way they fled. This was especially true for the group that relied on Wuxia to be their tank. His spiritual power and vitality mixing together to form a nigh impenetrable defense that was visible to the naked eye, he was able to block most of the enemy's attacks with nary a scratch. He was so tough that even his fellow body-tempering cultivators were shooting him looks of envy. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had withdrawn his 32 ward flags the second the Grand Ward was breached. Then he followed the two small armies into the outpost, summoned his 4 flying weapons, and unleashed a bloody massacre on all enemies within 200 meters of him. Wherever he went, red dots flew out of corpses and entered the battlefield imprint at the back of his hand. Now that he was a 9th Order Spirit Order cultivator, his strength had experienced yet another qualitative increase. This was especially obvious with regards to his telekinetic prowess. Its power had increased more than a couple of times, not just because he had entered another cultivation level, but also his stronger divine soul. Back in the 100 Wards Tower, he had consumed the soul-cleansing water repeatedly to wash away his mental fatigue. But of course, that was hardly the only benefit of the soul-cleansing water. After using up more than half a bottle of it, his divine soul was now tougher than even an average Cloud River Realm cultivator. This was evident from the fact that Lu Yi was able to control 4 flying weapons at once without feeling any pressure whatsoever. He wasn't strained even after he imbued them all with double glyphs. The average 9th Order cultivator could extend their flying weapons range more or less 130 meters at most. However, Lu Ye's maximum range was 200 meters. That was a whopping 70 meters of difference. It meant that cultivators at his cultivation level could be killed before they even got close enough to use their own flying weapons. Lu Yi continued to wreak havoc across the chaotic battlefield until finally his gaze locked onto the back of the Clear Wind Sect's legate. Empowered by Windwalk, he began making his way toward the enemy leader. Some escaping Clear Wind Sect cultivators noticed his intent and turned around to stop him, but Amber let out a roar from his shoulder and sent a visible shockwave toward them. All enemies who were struck by the shockwave immediately felt pain and saw stars in their eyes. Although they recovered quickly, they weren't fast enough to defend themselves against Lu Ye's flying weapons and the spells he unleashed next to him. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, and a dozen or so Clear Wind Sect cultivators dropped dead just like that. Their blood turned the ground red. He continued forward until he was right in front of the legate. The man was also a combat cultivator, but he was still caught off guard by Lu Ye's speed. He tried blocking Lu Ye's attack with his spirit artifact, but the young man easily sliced through his neck and sent his head flying through the air. Lu Yi was holding a control gem when he ran past the legate's headless corpse. Instead of refining it and claiming ownership though, he decided to continue hunting the Clear Wind Sect cultivators. The Clear Wind Sect's Sanctum of Providence had been taken over by the Allied forces. Zhao Li and Song Ying had also wisely left behind some men to guard the gap in the Grand Ward. Meanwhile, the main force was pushing forward and crushing the enemy's breathing space at a steady rate. Although Lu Yi had breached a section of the Grand Ward, it was still functioning this whole time. In fact, since Lu Yi had withdrawn his ward flags, the gap was shrinking because the Grand Ward was repairing itself. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before it returned to normal. What this meant was that the only way the Clear Wind Sect disciples could escape was through the gap in the Grand Ward, one that was shrinking by the second too. Naturally, the heavenly derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain weren't going to let them reach it. Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge had fought each other on the Spirit Creek battlefield for centuries, but none of the battles had ever been as hopeless as this one. In the past, they could usually teleport back to Jianghu through the Divine Opportunity Column even if their Grand Ward was breached. However, the enemy had taken over the Sanctum of Providence, and the Grand Ward that was supposed to protect them had become their cage instead. Finally realizing that there was no hope of escape, the survivors stopped running away and retaliating with all their might. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. Their enemy was drastically outnumbered in the first place, not to mention that one group had died in the initial clash, and the other had escaped through the Divine Opportunity Column. Less than 200 of them were left in the outpost. How could they hope to defeat 800 to 900 cultivators with so few numbers? Chapter 325, Nightmarish News. Although their side held the overwhelming advantage, neither the heavenly derivative sect nor the deep-sea mountain showed signs of overeagerness. They continued to maintain their formation and stuck to the plan. No one wanted something unexpected to happen right before they plucked the fruits of victory. They would still win, but it would almost certainly cost unnecessary lives. The survivors of the Clear Wind sect tried charging the enemy line multiple times, but each time they were pushed back by the body-tempering cultivators led by Wuxia. Moreover, they always lost someone when attacking or withdrawing from the enemy lines. In all this, Lu Yi was the one who had the highest kill count. With an attack range of 200 meters and glyphs that massively boosted his offensive power, a single flying weapon could usually kill multiple enemies in one revolution. Considering the fact that there were all four of his flying weapons ran out of power when the battle had reached the end. An incense stick later, when the last Clear Wind sect cultivator had collapsed on the ground, the sky shook from the cheers of the allied forces. They had never experienced such an exhilarating victory in their lives. Not only did they occupy an enemy sect's outpost, they had almost annihilated their cultivators as well. This battle was destined to be remembered in the history books as one of the greatest sieges of the Spirit Creek battlefield. There wasn't a single heavenly derivative sect cultivator on the battlefield who wasn't flushed with pure joy. For 2 months they had stewed in anger, and today they were finally able to vent it in the best way possible. One would think that they were celebrating a new year from the way they were cheering and flailing their limbs in joy. At that moment, they felt like they could do anything. This was just the beginning of their conquest though. Zhao Li barked out a shout. You have one incense stick to sweep through the battlefield. Get moving now. The Clear Wind sect was but the first stop in his and Lu Ye's plan. There were still 2 more stops before their operation was officially over. The reason this battle had gone as smoothly as it had was because the Clear Wind sect had let down their guard too much. However, the other 2 sects must know what happened and be prepared for them. They might not be able to achieve such a crushing victory again. The allied forces immediately leaped into action. An incense stick was hardly a long time. They were going to miss out on that precious loot if they did not work as quickly as possible. Lu Yi finally began refining the control gem as well. Last time, he had been forced to destroy the control gems to bring down the Grand Wards of the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain. However, the situation wasn't the same as back then. Clear Wind Sect's Grand Ward was perfectly functional, so he only needed to refine the control gem, shut it down, and dig out the ward keystones to claim total ownership over it. A full set of Grand Wards was worth a lot of contribution points in the Vault of Providence after all. While this was going on, Zhao Li and Song Ying traveled to the Sanctum of Providence together to plunder the Clear Wind Sect's Divine Opportunity column. The former claimed 70% of the blessings, and the latter only 30%. That said, a portion of that 70% belonged to Lu Yi. Before they had set out, Lu Yi had told Bai Qian that he was going to take back what the heavenly derivative sect had lost. Naturally, now was the time to fulfill his promise. They had discussed the distribution of loot before this, and it was agreed that the Clear Wind Sect's Grand Ward would go to him. Lu Yi had no use for the Grand Ward, but he could sell it to the heavenly derivative sect or the Vault of Providence for rewards. The former would give him a ton of cultivation resources for his troubles, while the latter would give him contribution points. Either exchange was more than acceptable. A short while later, Lu Yi successfully refined the control gem and shut down the Grand Ward. He then requested some help to dig out the ward keystones and put them in the storage bag. While everyone was busy robbing the Clear Wind Sect's outpost, news of its occupation was swiftly spreading throughout Thousand Demon Ridge and Grand Sky Coalition. Rumors claimed that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect wasn't dead at all, and he was the main reason the Clear Wind Sect's outpost was occupied. According to the disciples who managed to escape back to Jianghu before their Sanctum of Providence was taken, Lu Yi had put a huge gap in their Grand Ward in just dozens of breaths. Then, the well-prepared disciples of the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain rushed through the gap and started slaughtering them. Since they had been caught with their pants down, they were unable to put up any effective resistance. Their cultivators had dropped left and right like flies. In this battle, the Allied forces were able to occupy the Clear Wind Sects outpost and massacre over 400 Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. There were so many deaths that it was almost enough to cause a total rupture of their talent succession in the inner circle. Naturally, the news stunned all of Jianghu. What stunned them wasn't Lu Yi's return to life, but his ward-breaching skills. If the young man had used the cheap tricks he used when he conquered the outposts of House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain, which could be easily adapted to, then his current method was easily 10 times better. The young man had, via his own power and skill, breached a grand ward the proper way. In other words, it was no longer possible to defend against his methods. Whoever this bastard targeted was going to lose their grand ward, meaning that every 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield was in grave danger. To say that the Sects were nervous would be an understatement. 2 months ago, all signs had indicated that Lu Yi was killed by the poison. They had cheered and celebrated his passing all across Jianghu. It was just a lie though. Not only was the young man alive and perfectly healthy, his attainment in the way of wards had grown by an unimaginable degree during his 2-month stay in the Heavenly Derivative Sect. Countless ward cultivators skilled in the way of wards cried, "Impossible," when they heard of this news. They had never heard of a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator talented enough to breach a grand ward in just dozens of breaths, much less witnessed it with their own eyes. If grand wards were so easy to breach, they would have done so ages ago. And yet Lu Yi had done the impossible. Short of denying reality itself, they had no choice but to accept the truth. Naturally, the entire Jianghu was in an uproar because of this. Back in the Spirit Creek battlefield, both Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight Sect were panicking right now. They were on their way to reinforce Clear Wind Sect, and they were going to reach the outpost and catch the enemy in a pincer attack in just another hour or so. Then, they heard the impossible news that the Clear Wind Sect's outpost had been occupied, and nearly all of their cultivators were slaughtered to the last. At first, no one was willing to believe the news. They all thought it was a sick joke and messaged their companions about it. Eventually, though, they realized it actually wasn't a joke, and terror consumed them like someone had poured an ice bucket over their heads. They immediately turned around and flew back to their respective outposts. If Clear Wind Sect's outpost was truly conquered, then one of them was going to be the next target. As for who was more likely to be targeted, Sanguine Vale was probably it because they were closer to the Clear Wind Sect than the Thunderlight Sect. Sanguine Vale's legate and prolgate acted like headless chickens for a time. They sent out an emergency request for reinforcements and begged Thunderlight Sect to send their forces over to Sanguine Vale first. It was because Thunderlight Sect's forces were already on the road. Assuming their ally was willing to take the risk, there was still a good chance they would be able to hold back the combined forces of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain. Thunderlight Sect was aware that they were next if Sanguine Vale were to fall. The prolgate leading the expeditionary force was inclined to agree to Sanguine Vale's cry for help as well. However, this wasn't a matter he could decide alone, so he had to send a message to the headquarters and request for direction from his elders. The higher-ups of Thunderlight Sect quickly arrived at a consensus and agreed to respond to Sanguine Vale's cry for help. Without further ado, the prolgate turned the ship around and flew towards Sanguine Vale's outpost. Meanwhile, the cultivators' Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had already finished sweeping the battlefield. They were now on their way to their next stop, Sanguine Vale. Lu Yi was currently working on something with the ward cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect. Speed was of the essence here. The news of their occupation of Clear Wind Sect's outpost must have spread by now. If they were too late to show up at Sanguine Vale's outpost, then their next battle was going to be a hard one. That was why they were making haste now. If they weren't mistaken, Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight Sect should have dispatched some reinforcements to assist Clear Wind Sect. News of its occupation must have reached their ears already, so they were probably on their way home right now. A funny thought arose in his mind though. What if they could intercept these forces before they returned to their outpost? All massive ship spirit artifacts that could carry hundreds of people at a time were all purchased from the Vault of Providence. They cost a lot, and their quality usually reflected that price. However, there was a limit to how fast they could go, and they were definitely slower than an individual's flying speed. The cultivators flying the ship had already cranked up its speed to the max, but it still wasn't fast enough to catch up to their enemy. That was why Lu Yi was busy right now. He was going to boost the ship's speed beyond its limit. Some time passed, and a ward that encompassed the entire ship's spirit artifact was built. The ward was nothing special, it was just a ward with a massive glyph, Windwalk as the core and 16 ward flags as the base. If he could apply the glyph to himself in amber, then of course it could be applied to a flying spirit artifact as well. However, Lu Yi literally could not sustain a glyph that was big enough to empower the entire ship. It was a different story if they used a ward though. The reason he used 16 ward flags to build a ward was to secure the glyph to the ship and to make it so that it could absorb spiritual power to sustain itself. A pile of spirit stones had been placed next to each ward flag, and their spiritual power was being siphoned into the massive ward. After Lu Yi had activated the ward, it buzzed once before coming alive. Complicated patterns began to appear and shower the entire deck in light. One moment, the two ships were flying side by side. The next, the heavenly derivative Sects ship shot forward like an arrow and transformed into a dot in the horizon in an instant. On the deep sea mountain's ship, Song Ying was tallying his casualties when he noticed the disturbance. When he looked up and realized that his ally's ship had turned into a dot in the sky, he hurriedly sent a message to Zhao Li with a slack jaw. He wasn't the only one who was caught off guard by the sudden movement. Nearly everyone on the ship was sprawled across the floor, and it took a not insignificant amount of effort to climb back to their feet. Lu Yi hurriedly adjusted the output of the ward. He had created countless wards when he was challenging the 100 Wards Tower, but this was the first time he created one ward meant to accelerate an object. Naturally, his inexperience had caused a minor screw-up. If he did not adjust the output now, the ward was going to overload and destroy itself in less than an hour. The ship gradually slowed down until Lu Yi had found the sweet spot. The ward was now stabilized, but the ship was still moving at more than twice its normal speed. While this was going on, Zhao Li replied to Song Ying's message and explained what had happened before ordering his cultivators to pay close attention to their surroundings. 2 hours later, a cultivator reported that they had spotted a massive ship some distance in front of them. They were clearly moving towards Sanguine Vale's outpost. Zhao Li perked up immediately. As he and Lu Yi predicted, Sanguine Vale had dispatched some reinforcements to rescue Clear Wind's sect from their predicament. Unfortunately for the reinforcements, they were able to conquer the outpost before they could arrive, so they had no choice but to turn back. Why had Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain left the Clear Wind Sect's outpost in such a hurry? It was to catch up to the reinforcements Sanguine Vale had dispatched. Ram it! Zhao Li immediately ordered from the deck. Chapter 326, The Unfortunate Thunderlight Sect. At Zhao Li's order, the Heavenly Derivative Sect's ship charged straight toward the enemy's ship. The enemy had clearly noticed them. A bunch of cultivators were looking their way from the deck and growing restless when they realized what was about to happen. They did not understand how the Heavenly Derivative Sect's ship was moving so quickly. No one could keep their calm as this was the first time they ever faced down a ship spirit artifact this way. Shouts and commands erupted from the deck immediately. The cultivator commanding the ship ordered the disciples to change course and avoid a direct impact, but they quickly discovered that their efforts were useless. The enemy was just moving too quickly. Back on the Heavenly Derivative Sect's ship, a man reported, "Brother Zhao, the enemy up ahead is not Sanguine Vale. It's Thunderlight Sect." "Doesn't matter. Ram first, think later." "Will do." As it turned out, the ship they thought to be Sanguine Vale's actually belonged to Thunderlight Sect. However, Zhao Li did not hesitate to continue the assault because both sects were on their hit list. It did not matter who they hit first in the grand scheme of things. Meanwhile, the prolgate of the Thunderlight Sect felt like someone had just shoved shit into his mouth. They had tried to rescue the Clear Wind Sect, but the outpost was taken before they could arrive at the destination. They then changed course to assist Sanguine Vale, but now they were intercepted halfway by the heavenly derivative sect. Were the heavens screwing with them today, or what? He was especially confused by how quickly the heavenly derivative sect's ship spirit artifact was moving. As far as he was aware, their speed should be impossible. He watched the enemy's ship nervously as the distance between them shortened more and more. Finally, a defensive ward appeared around the Thunderlight Sect's ship. The defensibility of this ward was incomparable to an outpost's grand ward as a matter of course, but it was still better than nothing. In contrast, the cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect opted to launch as many spells from their deck as they could until the distance between had narrowed to 60 meters or so. Only then did they finally raise their defensive ward. The prolgate of the Thunderlight sect felt a chill in his heart when he realized he had fucked up. Everyone had purchased their ships from the Vault of Providence, so its quality and various functions were more or less the same. However, the enemy had managed to fire off a few rounds of spells and weaken their ward before the ram. This basically guaranteed that the outcome was going to favor the Heavenly Thunder sect. The prolgate raged at how shameless and despicable the heavenly derivative sect was inside his head, but he knew that the fault was his. If he was a bit more experienced in aerial combat, then he might have been able to react to the situation better. Then again, maybe not. No one in the Thunderlight sect, scratch that, no one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield had ever encountered such a scenario. A few seconds later, the bow of the heavenly derivative sect's ship rammed into the enemy's stern. There was a loud impact as everyone on both ships lost their footing, and the defensive wards shattered into fragments of light one after another. Some had even crashed hard against the deck. On the deck, Lu Yi held onto the railings with a death grip while listening to the shrieks and groans of the ships. Then, a massive shadow loomed over his head. He looked up and saw the bottom of the Thunderlight sect's ship. When the collision happened, the heavenly derivative sect's ship was moving so quickly that it slammed right through the bottom end of the ship's stern and lifted into the air. That wasn't all. Another series of shrieks and groans later, the enemy's ship rolled forward for a bit before falling toward the ground at an odd angle. Blood-curdling screams rang out from the enemy ship. The next moment, countless cultivators flew out of the ship and attempted to catch themselves with their flying spirit artifacts. Some succeeded, but lacked the cultivation level and/or spiritual power control to fly yet. They were unable to control their flight despite their best efforts. There were over 300 cultivators on Thunderlight Sect's ship, but only 100 or so managed to fly out after the ship was sent flying. Not only that, every single one of them were escaping in the direction of Sanguine Vale's outpost. On the other hand, Heavenly Derivative Sect's ship had shaken like an earthquake for a bit, but it showed no signs of failing. The Heavenly Derivative Sect cultivators immediately flew out of their ship and chased after the Thunderlight Sect cultivators, but they were still a tad slower than Lu Yi. He was the first to move and the fastest of them all. Naturally, he would be at the forefront. Most cultivators avoided aerial combat until they had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique because their spiritual power control wasn't good enough to fly their flying spirit artifact and fight at the same time. It was basically an accident waiting to happen, and why cultivators were much weaker fighting on their flying spirit artifacts than on the ground. However, Lu Yi did not have this problem. He could control 4 flying weapons at the same time with mental strength to spare, so of course he could fight while riding his flying spirit artifact as well. Windwalk allowed him to catch up with the escaping Thunderlight Sect cultivators with ease. Once he was within range, he immediately unleashed his 4 flying weapons and started slaughtering the enemy like helpless lambs. That wasn't all. A dozen or so breaths later, he outstripped the farthest Thunderlight Sect cultivator and turned around, effectively blocking their way to Sanguine Vale's outpost. Now, there truly was no escape. Not in this direction at least. Boom. It was only now the Thunderlight Sect's ship finally hit the ground with a boom. Right after that, an enormous explosion shattered the ship and washed over everything within dozens of meters. Vague sounds of screaming could be heard from the remnants of the ship. 100 Thunderlight Sect cultivators had escaped the ship's spirit artifact before it crashed. So, where were the other 200? They were inside the ship, of course. These people hadn't escaped, not because they didn't want to, but because they lacked the power to do so. It was most gruesome to perish in a ship crash like this one, but a fall from a couple hundred meters high was hardly better. In that sense, that one ram had killed 200 Thunderlight Sect cultivators in one go. As for the survivors, the prolgate of the Thunderlight Sect shouted in anger, "Let's attack him together and kill him." After witnessing Lu Ye's flight speed and killing abilities, he knew that none of them were going to escape unless they took out Lu Yi. The cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect might not be able to catch up to them, but this Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect had speed in spades. The only way they were going to shake him off was to kill him. The response he got was a red fireball to the face. If this battle had taken place on the ground, Lu Yi would never have engaged them even if his cultivation level was higher. It would be no different from committing suicide. However, it was a very different story in the air, especially since no one here had cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation technique yet. Lu Yi was as strong in the air as he was on the ground because his divine soul and spiritual power control were far beyond the average Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, but everyone else? They would be lucky to maintain even 70% of their average strength. Plus, there was a lot more room for maneuvering and dodging while riding his flying spirit artifact. Long story short, it was basically impossible for the enemy to hit him, but he could kill every last one of them with unerring accuracy. Thanks to him slowing down the escapees and shaving their numbers non-stop, it wasn't long before Zhao Li and the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect caught up. Now that they were caught in a pincer attack, there was no longer any hope for the Thunderlight Sect cultivators of escaping alive. Flying weapons and spells filled the air. Thunderlight Sect wasn't going to go down without a fight. The great battle lasted for a moment. Eventually, the disturbances subsided into nothing. Earlier, the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had suffered a small amount of casualties despite their total dominance at the Clear Wind Sect's outpost. This time, though, they hadn't lost a single person. The worst they got was some light bruises when the two ships had collided. After sweeping the battlefield, Lu Yi went back to the Heavenly Derivative Sect's ship and inspected its condition with some ward cultivators. The bow had suffered a not insignificant amount of damage, and its overall performance was expected to suffer a little. All in all, though, it was very much still shipworthy. This time, they did not rush ahead immediately. Instead, they waited for the Deep Sea Mountain to catch up to them. This one battle had cost Thunderlight Sect over 300 cultivators. It was a horrible loss to say the least. More importantly, there was no chance they were going to keep their outpost unless their allies could reach them in time. However, their closest ally, Sanguine Vale, was next on the enemy's hit list. Not only was Sanguine Vale unable to assist Thunderlight Sect, they were the ones who asked for help in the first place. As for the other sects, there was almost no chance they would reach them before the enemy arrived. Meanwhile, the legate of the Thunderlight Sect had turned as ashen as death. Over 300 imprints had vanished from his battlefield imprint in just dozens of breaths earlier. Each imprint represented the life of a Thunderlight Sect cultivator. He knew that it was the force they had initially sent to assist the Clear Wind Sect before changing destinations to Sanguine Vale. He did not know what had happened to them, as not a single person was able to send a message before they died. Despite his overwhelming sorrow, the legate managed to stay calm and messaged Sanguine Vale about the situation. To say that the legate of Sanguine Vale was stupefied would be an understatement. They were waiting for Thunderlight Sect's reinforcements to arrive so they could fight against the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain together, but now their legate told them that they were all dead. The Clear Wind Sect was gone. The reinforcements from Thunderlight Sect were dead as well. This meant that they would have to fight alone. The pressure on his shoulders immediately felt as heavy as a mountain. Despite the Clear Wind Sect's fate and knowing that it was unlikely they would be able to hold the outpost with their own power, Sanguine Vale wasn't ready to give up without a fight. The reason Clearwind Sect had been crushed without any resistance was because they were caught completely off guard while they were defenseless. They, on the other hand, were ready for the enemy. Even if their numbers were drastically inferior to the enemy's, they should be able to utilize their geographical advantage and put up a good fight. And so Sanguine Vale hastened to prepare for war while trading countless messages with their headquarters. A long time later, Deep Sea Mountain's ship finally met up with the heavenly derivative Sects. They then took off towards Sanguine Vale's outpost once more. Both sects had suffered a small amount of casualties during the occupation of Clearwind Sect's outpost, less than 40 people to be exact. It wasn't enough to impact their overall strength. As expected, Sanguine Vale was fully prepared when the two sects arrived at their doorsteps. They were using the same formation as the one the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had used to conquer Clearwind Sect earlier: body-tempering cultivators at the forefront, combat cultivators and ghost cultivators at the middle, and spell cultivators and medicine cultivators at the back. The cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain leisurely disembarked their ships. Thanks to their numbers advantage and the two massive victories they had accrued earlier, both sects were on top of the world right now. While eyeing the enemies like a predator would to a prey, they shot verbal threat after verbal threat and made throat-slitting gestures at them. On the other side of the Grand Ward, Sanguine Vale looked nervous despite being fully prepared and determined to fight the enemy to the death. The battle hadn't begun yet, but both sides were already swearing at each other at the top of their lungs. The amount of fuck yous in the dialogue was high to say the least. Chapter 327, Sanguine Vale's Guts. Lu Yi activated Insight and located the nodes on Sanguine Vale's Grand Ward. Then, he cooperated with the ward cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect to bring it down just like before. While this was going on, Zhao Li and Song Ying were arranging their forces into formations as well. Although the legate holding the control gem had already heard of Lu Ye's ward breaching skills, it was one thing to hear about it and another thing to witness it with his own two eyes. His despair was almost palpable. No matter how he manipulated the Grand Ward with the control gem, he could barely slow Lu Yi from breaching the ward. Just as the rumors had claimed, the flow of spiritual power on one section of the Grand Ward came to a complete halt in just dozens of breaths, and it shattered like glass after it was attacked by the two sections. As if on cue, the swearings immediately transformed into an exchange of spells and flying weapons. Colorful light instantly filled the air. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, but the legate of Sanguine Vale commanding the battle from the backlands quickly realized that something was amiss. His body-tempering cultivators were dying much faster than they should be. The body-tempering cultivators were the one thing that was keeping his people alive. If too many of them were dead, then their defense line would collapse for sure. He realized the problem after observing the battle for a moment. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect was the one killing his body-tempering cultivators. In fact, nearly half of them had died by his hands. His 4 flying weapons sailed through the air like birds. Any body-tempering cultivator, he set his mind to killing, were simply incapable of withstanding his attacks. Sanguine Vale had spent much energy and resources to raise these body-tempering cultivators, and yet the man's flying weapons had pierced through them as if they were made of paper. It had only been 10 breaths since the battle began, and they had already lost half of their body-tempering cultivators. As a result, casualties on their side were skyrocketing like crazy, and the situation only grew worse as time went on. While the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain were losing body-tempering cultivators as well, their defense line remained tight-knit from the start until the end. This was especially true for the body-tempering cultivator standing at the center of the formation. The legate thought they had gotten the body-tempering cultivator when the defensive spirit artifact he was holding had exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, but he didn't so much as flinch when a dozen attacks struck him all over. Whoever the huge man was, his vitality was ridiculously powerful, and his body was tougher than the average defensive spirit artifact. The legate of Sanguine Vale realized then that the situation was bad, and that he had underestimated his opponents. They could not escape though. If they did, they would only be opening themselves up for the enemy to kill them all. Not all hope was lost, however. The legate hurriedly sent a message through his battlefield imprint. The next moment, 5 figures abruptly appeared in the sanctum of Providence and rushed toward the battlefield without pause. The group of 5 was made of men, women, the young and the old. They were clearly not Spirit Creek Realm cultivators either. They were either Cloud River Realm and Real Lake Realm cultivators. Shui Yuan had entered the Spirit Creek battlefield twice to take revenge for Lu Yi. Naturally, Sanguine Vale did not lack people who carried the same courage and determination. The only reason this didn't happen more often was because the price they had to pay was massive, and the risk to their lives was very real. However, their outpost was tethering on the brink of collapse right now. The time to be pussyfooting around was over. All 5 cultivators only appeared to be Heaven-grade 8th Order Spirit Creek Realm cultivators because that was the cultivation level they were at before ascending to the Cloud River Realm. The same went for the exact amount of spiritual power they could wield. In this regard, they were inferior to Shui Yuan because the woman had ascended to Cloud River Realm as a Heaven-grade 9th Order cultivator. That was why her spiritual power was capped to Heaven-grade 9th Order when she entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. The question was, why Sanguine Vale hadn't dispatched a group of cultivators who had ascended to the Cloud River Realm at Heaven-grade 9th Order instead to save their outpost. The answer was simple. They didn't have anyone like that. It was no easy feat to unlock 360 spiritual points. Not even the disciples of Tier 1 sects dared to claim that they could definitely unlock that many spiritual points. Less than 1% of all cultivators at the Spirit Creek Realm level could ascend to Cloud River Realm as a Heaven-grade 9th Order, and Sanguine Vale was just a Tier 5 sect. This group of 5 was already the best they could afford to send. Lu Yi noticed the 5 powerful auras faster than anyone else. When he looked up and saw the 5 auras flying their way, he immediately barked out a warning, "Watch out." Perhaps his shout had been too loud, but the senior of the 5 immediately shot him a look of cold murder. What was looking to be another crushing victory instantly turned into a stalemate the moment the 5 cultivators joined the battlefield. In fact, Grand Sky Coalition's attack rhythm was disrupted to the point where their casualty rate skyrocketed in an instant. They were 5 Heaven-grade 8th Order cultivators after all. Their combined power was enough to turn the entire situation on its head. Sanguine Vale's legate let out a sigh of relief, and Zhao Li and Song Ying grew incredibly worried. A while later, tendrils of purple lightning began slithering across the 5 cultivators' bodies. Their expressions turned pained, and the middle-aged woman among them was even trembling slightly. She was so affected that even her attacks were much weaker than before. They all knew what the consequences of killing someone in the Spirit Creek battlefield was. They were all ready to bear it. That said, knowing wasn't the same as experiencing it for themselves. They had heard of Shui Yuan's 2 rampages in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and none of them thought that they were inferior to her in terms of guts. It wasn't until they killed their first Spirit Creek Realm cultivator that they realized that they had overestimated themselves. The judgment of the heavens was a deadly punishment. The reason Shui Yuan could kill dozens of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators and still appear completely unaffected was because her divine soul was special. These 5 had the guts to do what was necessary, but to perform on the same level as Shui Yuan? That was a completely different story. They were already at their limits despite having killed only 20 or so enemies combined. Right now, they were only defending against the enemy's attacks. "Hold the line while I go kill that Lu Yi," the senior uttered through gritted teeth before charging straight toward Lu Yi. His face was warped from the sheer amount of pain that was affecting his divine soul. Lu Yi was the true reason they had entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. If they could kill the young man, Thousand Demon Ridge would reward them handsomely even if they lost the outpost in the end. It would be enough to rebuild their outpost and some more. The old man was a combat cultivator judging from the fact that he wielded a sword. He fired several sword lights at Lu Yi when he descended from the sky. Lu Yi hurriedly unsheathed the inviolable and tried to cut through the sword lights. He was successful, but there was still enough force behind the attack to send him flying. As if on cue, the old man's sword sailed toward Lu Ye's solar plexus like a snake strike. The attack was so quick that Lu Yi nearly failed to react in time. He barely blocked the sword thrust with a protection, but the old man immediately followed up with a number of blossoming attacks. One of the benefits of a powerful divine soul showed itself at this moment. Lu Ye's eyes were unable to keep up with his enemy's skills, but several parts of his body, all of them vital spots, abruptly hurt as if they were pierced by needles. He instinctively summoned several protections to shield those areas. His glyphs shattered, and blood burst out of his flesh. He was in no danger of dying though. This time, the force of the attack sent him flying toward the ground. The old man blinked in surprise. His cultivation level was Heaven Grade 8 order right now. It should have been child's play for him to slay a 9th order cultivator. He was unable to accept this outcome, to put it mildly. While dodging the enemy's attacks, the old man dashed toward Lu Yi once more and thrust his sword at him. Light burst out of both his body and his weapon as if he had become one with the sword. His power might be capped to that of a Heaven Grade 8th order cultivator on the Spirit Creek battlefield, but he was really a real Lake Realm cultivator. Even the champions on the Scroll of Supremacy would have found it difficult to defend against the attack, to say nothing of a 9th order cultivator like Lu Yi. In fact, Lu Yi had failed to block the attack because it actually moved faster than he could react. Although he had conjured a protection large enough to cover more than half of his body when he fell toward the ground, the unknown skill still managed to shatter the glyph and skewer him right below the solar plexus. The blade was half a finger away from his heart. The only reason he survived wasn't because the old man had misaimed, but because he had taken a deep breath at the last moment. "Brother Yi!" Zhao Li cried out in shock as he had been keeping an eye on Lu Yi. Song Ying was also running to his rescue without a word. Unfortunately, neither of them would reach Lu Yi before in time. The old man did not celebrate even though he had scored a near-fatal blow. He would not relax until his target was well and truly dead. Without pause, he injected spiritual power into his sword in an attempt to turn Lu Ye's internal organs to goo. It was the same principle as Lu Ye's burster. Even at the Spirit Creek realm level, a puncture wound usually wasn't enough to kill a foe unless it struck a vital spot. However, it was an opportunity for the attacker to dish out some extra damage. Terrible pain assaulted Lu Ye's brain as the flesh around the wound wriggled. Without hesitation, he filled the inviolable with fiery red spiritual power and swung it straight at the old man. There was so much energy that it looked as if the saber had burst into flames, and a red halo could be seen from a certain angle. Realizing that he would not be able to execute Lu Yi without dying himself, the old man frowned and gave up his original plan. He pulled his sword out of the young man's body, drawing a shower of blood in the process, and crossed his sword in front of himself. There was a metallic clang and a shower of sparks as the blades clashed. The inviolable flashed once, and the double glyph, gravity well he had engraved to the weapon, came alive. The old man's confident expression abruptly turned into shock. He felt the young man's blade to be impossibly heavy. It was as if he wasn't blocking a saber, but a small hill. Caught off guard, the old man nearly lost his grip over his sword. Still, he was able to hang on to it not just because he was stronger, but also because he was a combat cultivator. He was able to channel his spiritual power into the weapon and steady his grip. Both the old man and Lu Yi were still falling toward the ground as he endured the tremendous pressure. Their faces were just inches away from each other as they held their swords locked together. The old man remained calm as he watched Lu Yi coldly. He had to admit that the young man's decision-making and performance were almost flawless even from a real Lake Realm champion's point of view. Unfortunately, a power gap was a power gap. He could struggle all he wanted, but he was still going to die when all was said and done. Then what felt like a sun turned his world into pure white. Chapter 328, Killing a Real Lake Realm. Lu Yi generally did not get the chance to use Radiance. In fact, he had thought it was rather situational since the day he got it. It wasn't useless, but it wasn't really useful either. To put it simply, it could only be used under certain circumstances such as the one he was facing right now. Due to the effects of gravity the old man was forced to lock swords with Lu Yi. Their faces were also mere inches away from each other. How did it feel to stare into an exploding sun? One that was right in front of your face. Lu Yi did not know. He had closed his eyes the second he activated the glyph. He was afraid he would go blind if he didn't. The old man from Sanguine Vale was not so lucky. He noticed something amiss and tried to close his eyes as well, but in the end he was just a little too late. His vision dissolved into all kinds of flashing, ever-changing colors, and tears instantly streamed down his cheeks like a pair of waterfalls. It was like someone had stabbed him in the eyes. This was why fights against glyph weavers were so tricky. No one knew when they would use a strange glyph they could not possibly predict. Even better, practically everyone had forgotten that he had received the inheritance of a glyph weaver because his ward-breaching skills had drawn all the attention recently. Then again, it didn't matter even if the old man remembered this fact. The only way to deal with a glyph weaver's bag of tricks was to counter them on the fly. Reaction speed was of the essence here. Lu Yi immediately attacked the old man's vital spots, but a real Lake Realm cultivator was not so easy to defeat even if they were blinded. Despite being temporarily blinded, the old man was somehow able to block all of Lu Ye's attacks without fail. His perception must be insanely powerful. The last time Lu Yi used Radiance in combat was when he first arrived at the Inner Circle. At the time, he had employed it against a 9th Order cultivator of the Sky Pillar sect named Yuan Guang. He was only in the 7th Order at the time. After he activated Radiance, he had immediately tossed out the 9 Realm Scroll as planned. The two of them then fought to the death in the stone forest sealed inside the Ward Scroll. What happened next was a foregone conclusion. He had been sticking close to Lu Yi this whole time, never straying more than 10 meters away from him. As a spell cultivator, her attack range was longer than most cultivators. She could have piggybacked on Lu Yi's shoulder and still killed her enemies left and right. She had wanted to help Lu Yi since he was targeted by the old man, but she was also aware that there was little she could do that would turn the tides of the battle in Lu Yi's favor. That was why she had been searching for an opening this whole time. It wasn't until Radiance activated that she finally understood what Lu Yi was planning. Without wasting a second, he leaped to the spot where Lu Yi and the old man were falling toward and unfurled the 9 Realm Scroll. Then she swung the scroll over Lu Yi and the old man like a net. The old man instinctively knew that something was off, but he was unable to identify the source of his unease because he still couldn't see. As a result, he managed to draw him into the 9 Realm Scroll without any resistance. After he had landed on the ground, she immediately ran toward a safe edge of the battlefield where she wouldn't be disturbed. Amber was sticking close to her to ensure that she wouldn't be attacked on the way. After she came to a stop, she unfurled the 9 Realm Scroll once more and stared at the 2 stick figures fighting inside the painting. At the same time, she channeled her spiritual power into the spiritual treasure. In the stone forest that was only a few kilometers wide in diameter, yellow sand was kicked into the air as Lu Yi circled the old man like a lithe butterfly and launched a series of swift attacks from every direction. Despite being empowered by Windwalk, he never overcommit and pulled back each time he failed to land a hit. Their weapons clashed again and again. The old man's vision hadn't recovered yet, but Lu Yi still wasn't able to land a hit. In fact, the old was pointing his sword at the ground most of the time and only lifting it occasionally to point at and neutralize Lu Yi's attack. A true heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator would not possess such a powerful ability. It was because his skills were that of a real Lake Realm even though his spiritual power had been suppressed. There was one thing that worried the old man though. The surrounding noises had suddenly vanished a while ago. It was almost as if he and Lu Yi were the only ones left in the world. Once again, Lu Yi charged toward the old man. Pushing his perception to the max, the latter turned his head slightly before raising his sword to block the attack. However, the space surrounding him abruptly clenched as if it was becoming solid. It caused his movements to slow just a tad. The old man blanched instantly. The next thing he knew, a blurry Lu Yi had left a massive wound that stretched from his shoulder to his abdomen and sent him flying back. Before he could land on his feet, Lu Yi summoned his 4 flying weapons, spun them around the old man like a top, and finally attacked him from 4 different angles. One wrong move could be the death of the old man. He pointed his sword in 4 different directions in succession and successfully parried all the attacks. The old man would have let out a sigh of relief, but Lu Yi was once again right in front of him. They fought on. Outside the 9 Realms scroll, Yi was looking a bit pale. She was pouring all her spiritual power into the spirit treasure. When Lu Yi had fought against Yuan Guang, she was only strong enough to keep the 9 Realms scroll running. This was after Lady Yun had sealed 90% of its power too. There was nothing she could do to affect the world within the ward scroll. That was no longer the case. She now had enough strength to use some of its power. The sudden clenching of space that slowed the old man and allowed Lu Yi to score a massive hit was her handiwork. On the surface, it looked like the old man was fighting Lu Yi one-on-one. In reality, it was a 2-on-1 where he tripped his feet so to speak every so often. Yi's help was absolutely pivotal in this fight. There was nothing Lu Yi could do that the old man couldn't defend against, but Yi's actions were completely imperceptible even to him. Sometime later, the old man looked to be panting heavily in the painting. There were only 3 wounds on his body, but each one was severe enough to call for immediate medical attention. The worst one was the puncture wound that skewered his right lung. The wound itself wasn't that serious, but the damage caused by Burster was a completely different story. It was why the old man was breathing like an old pair of bellows. He staggered to his feet as the blurry outline of a young man walked toward him. He stopped about 3 meters away from him. Even now, the old man had no intention of going down without a fight. He squeezed out every ounce of spiritual power from his body before thrusting his sword at Lu Yi. At the same time, Lu Yi rushed toward him with a fiery red inviolable. The 2 men passed by each other and stopped for a moment. Then, Lu Yi flicked the blood away from his saber and returned it to his sheath. The old man behind him hit the ground with a thud. In Lu Ye's opinion, most cultivators of Jianghu shared a common failing, and that was that they did not make a habit of giving their final opponent some parting words. The trait was only more common at higher cultivation levels. The reason for this was because the 2 factions had fought each other for countless years. The river of blood between them ran so deep that practically no one would allow their enemy to live if at all possible. Begging for one's life was just a pointless action that served no purpose but to belittle oneself. Hence, nearly all fights between Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge were to the death. A pool of blood spread beneath the old man's body. His wide, bulging eyes were all one needed to see to know just how frustrated and confused he had felt before he died. He was a powerful Real Lake Realm cultivator who entered the Spirit Creek battlefield to defend his sect and take out the major threat to Thousand Demon Ridge, Lu Yi, and yet against all odds, he had died in the hands of the young man instead. Of course he couldn't pass away with his eyes closed. A dot of light so red it was almost black flew out of the old man's body and into the back of Lu Ye's hand. This was the first time he had seen such a color. Up until this point, most of the contribution points he obtained were more or less the same shade of red. This was clearly because the old man was a real Lake Realm cultivator. Although he could only express the strength of a Heaven Grade 8th Order on the Spirit Creek battlefield, it did not change the fact he was really a real Lake Realm cultivator. I wonder how many minor realms this old man is above me? 20? More? Lu Yi checked his contribution points and discovered that it had skyrocketed by about 700 to 800. There were many reasons why high-level cultivators who descended to the Spirit Creek battlefield were unable to act as they pleased. 1. The heavens would automatically suppress their strength to their peak form before ascending to the Cloud River realm. 2. They would be punished with the judgment of the heavens every time they took a life. The more they killed, the worse the punishment would become. That was why high-level cultivators generally avoided the Spirit Creek battlefield barring peaceful visits and exceptional circumstances. It was because the price they had to pay was ridiculous. The reason Sanguine Vale went this far was because they were desperate. Their outpost had been moments away from being occupied, and their allies were unable to show up in time. As a result, they had no choice but to deploy their high-level cultivators. However, the strongest of them all, the old man, had succumbed to Lu Yi and... Sure, they had only succeeded thanks to the 9-realm scroll, but Sanguine Vale was still going to be the laughingstock of the year when the news was spread. In the 9-realm scroll, Lu Yi hurriedly bandaged his wounds and put the old man's sword into his storage bag. He would have liked to loot the old man's storage bag, but he couldn't spot one no matter where he looked. It was probably because the old man did not need a storage bag to store his items, just like the Sect Master and Sister Shui Yuan. The high-level cultivators had their own methods of storing items, so to speak. With that done, he grabbed the old man's bloody corpse and waited. His vision distorted, and he was back at the outpost once more. Lu Yi looked around him for a moment. The battle was still raging all across the battlefield. Sanguine Vale had sustained a not insignificant amount of casualties at the beginning of the battle. If things had continued normally, the outpost would have fallen by now. But the high-level cultivators of Sanguine Vale intervened at a critical moment and just barely stabilized the situation. However, the situation took a turn for the worse for Sanguine Vale once more while Lu Yi and the old man were battling each other to the death. It was because the 4 champions did not dare to kill any more enemies for fear of crippling themselves. The only thing they could do now was to defend passively against the invaders. Neither the heavenly derivative sect nor Deep Sea Mountain were idiots. They noticed this and quickly grew comfortable enough going all out once more. The 4 champions were frustrated with this turn of events, but they remained patient. They were waiting for their leader, the old man, to kill Lu Yi and rejoin them. If he succeeded, then this would be a victory for them even if the outpost was ultimately lost. Unfortunately for them, that outcome would never come true. A pair of fiery wings expanded behind Lu Yi as he took to the skies. Then he flew to the front lines and dropped the body on the ground. The old man's tattered corpse hit the ground hard and sprayed out a massive pool of blood. The world turned silent for an instant. Then, disbelieving cries erupted from both sides of the battlefield. "Third Elder!" One of the champions screamed with trembling eyes as he stared at the ruined corpse in front of him. He then looked up and saw Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect floating in the sky with a pair of fiery red rings behind his back. Blood stains still seeping out of fresh bandages, the man looked down on them with what looked like a world of ice behind his eyes. The Third Elder was dead. No one knew how the Third Elder had died. Countless things were happening on this chaotic battlefield, and they were all focused on the enemy in front of them. They were sure that the Third Elder would succeed in killing Lu Yi, but the exact opposite had happened instead. Chapter 329, Mr. Idol? Sanguine Vale was a Tier 5 sect, so they did not have a divine ocean realm cultivator. The strongest cultivator in their sect was a real lake realm, and this Third Elder was among the top even among the real lake realm cultivators. However, Lu Yi had dumped his tattered corpse from the sky like he was dumping trash. This was a huge blow to Sanguine Vale's morale, to put it mildly, not to mention that they were at a disadvantage to begin with. More importantly, if Lu Yi could kill the Third Elder, then of course he could kill the other 4 champions as well. A sense of crisis enveloped the remaining 4 champions instantly. Not daring to hesitate even a second longer, the woman cried, "Retreat!" All Sanguine Vale forces immediately started retreating toward the Sanctum of Providence. The cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain pursued them relentlessly. Spells and flying weapons kept being discharged at their prey in an organized fashion. There wasn't a single street leading toward the Sanctum that wasn't strewn with corpses. By the time Sanguine Vale had reached the Sanctum of Providence, dozens more souls had been sent to the afterlife. The defenders did their best to hold the line while their backline teleported back to the headquarters using the Divine Opportunity column. As their numbers decreased, so did their ability to resist. Then, when their defensive power had dropped to a critical point, the cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain swarmed into the Sanctum of Providence like a flood. All Sanguine Vale cultivators who hadn't escaped yet were well and truly trapped. Even the woman who gave the order to retreat just now had been killed in the attempt to protect the rear forces. During her final moments, she slayed a few cultivators with all her might before screaming due to the sudden increase of purple lightning that was killing her from the inside out. The two invading sects rushed forward. A moment later, the battle was over. This time, there were no cheers or even victory cries. This was the second Thousand Demon Ridge outpost they had conquered, but they had also sustained much greater casualties. Just like before, they started sweeping the battlefield for loot. At the public square in front of the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged and receiving treatment from a medicine cultivator. The injuries the old man had dealt to him were more severe than his bandages could contain. His wounds tingled when the medicine cultivator started healing him with his powers. Although his physique was incomparable to Wuxia's, it was equal or slightly stronger than other body-tempering cultivators at his level. It was all thanks to the dragon scale he had obtained from the dragon spring. One good thing about having a powerful physique was swift recovery. This was especially obvious when receiving treatment from a medicine cultivator. Zhao Li and Song Ying had visited him together to check on his condition. They relaxed only after they learned that he was doing okay. While the Sects were busy looting Sanguine Vale's outpost, the news of its occupation had spread through Jianghu like wildfire once more. Since Clearwind Sect's outpost was occupied, nearly every cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield and even Jianghu had been keeping a close eye on the Allied force. They wanted to know where they were going and how well the battle had gone. As a result, practically everyone had learned of the news in less than a cup of tea's time after the outpost was occupied. What shocked them was that Sanguine Vale didn't just lose their outpost, but two real Lake Realm champions as well. According to the news, Sanguine Vale had sent 5 champions beyond the Spirit Creek realm into the Spirit Creek battlefield in an attempt to emulate the Keeper of Seal of the Crimson Blood Sect. However, 2 of them were killed in action, while the other 3 were currently suffering under the torment of the judgment of the heavens. The purple lightning did not disappear even after they returned to Jianghu. Its duration depended on how many people they had killed on the Spirit Creek battlefield. To put it simply, they were going to wish they were dead for the next month or 2. This was why the powerful cultivators of Jianghu were unwilling to enter the Spirit Creek battlefield without good reason. The punishment of the heavens was just too terrible. That wasn't all. It was said that one of the 2 of the real Lake Realm champions who perished in that battle included the Third Elder, an 8th Order Realm Lake Realm cultivator. Most people had the premonition that Sanguine Vale was going to lose their outpost for sure, but to lose 2 real Lake Realm champions in a row? That was something no one had expected to hear. Countless people messaged Sanguine Vale to find out what the hell had happened. A Divine Ocean Realm cultivator had even visited them in person. Eventually, they learned that the Third Elder had left in the middle of battle to kill Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect only to be killed through an unknown method. He lost his life and brought great shame to Sanguine Vale. Lu Yi was only a 9th Order cultivator right now. There was no way he could have killed a Heaven-grade 8th Order on his own, even considering his legendary feat during the Battle of Golden Tip, and this was before mentioning that this particular Heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator possessed the skill and experience of a real Lake Realm. There must be something Sanguine Vale had missed in the chaos of battle. Some other factor must have been in play to cost the Third Elder his life. Unfortunately, it was going to remain a mystery for the time being. He had left the battlefield after teleporting both Lu Yi and the Third Elder into the 9 Realm Scroll. As a result, no one in Sanguine Vale knew what had happened to the man. This marked the second outpost the combined army of the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had occupied. Thunderlight Sect was next for sure. For a moment, Thunderlight Sect fell under the limelight. Everyone wanted to know how they would deal with this crisis. However, they quickly learned that the sect had already evacuated all of their cultivators back to their headquarters in Jianghu. And how could they not? The 300-man strong reinforcement they had sent to reinforce Sanguine Vale had been annihilated by the heavenly derivative sect on the way. This meant that there were only 100 or so defenders left in the outpost. To remain and fight was to commit suicide. That was why Lu Yi and the two sects found no one by the time they reached the outpost. Even the ward keystones of their grand ward had been dug out and taken back to the headquarters. They could run, and they could remove as many valuables as possible. However, there was nothing they could do to remove the divine opportunity column or the blessings it contained. Lu Yi continued to focus on recovering while Zhao Li and Song Ying happily split the blessings on the divine opportunity column between themselves. Since Lu Yi had returned to the living, the army of several hundred cultivators had occupied 3 outposts in a row in just 3 or 4 days. No one had ever been able to achieve what he did. He had even outdone his past self, who conquered 2 outposts with Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court. With this, Lu Yi had fulfilled his promise to Bai Qian. As per their agreement with Deep Sea Mountain, the heavenly derivative sect was allowed to claim 70% of all the blessings they had claimed. It was more than enough to make up for their ruined outpost and the losses they had sustained during the consecutive battles. Before this, both the heavenly derivative sect and Deep Sea Mountain were often oppressed by their neighbors due to their close proximity to them. This was especially true for the heavenly derivative sect, whose outpost was surrounded from 3 sides. Their disciples always felt insecure when they were leaving their outpost, and for good reason. It was a fact that they were ambushed quite often by their enemies. No longer. All 3,000 Demon Ridge sects had been brutalized and massacred, and it would take them at least a decade to recover their strength. It could be longer if the heavenly derivative sect and Deep Sea Mountain worked together to oppress them from time to time. After they had claimed the blessings on the divine opportunity column, Zhao Li and Song Ying sought out the recuperating Lu Yi and asked about their future direction. A brief discussion later, they decided to withdraw to Deep Sea Mountain's outpost first. The allied force was welcomed like heroes, and they were, when they arrived at their destination. Even before they reached the outpost, Song Ying had already messaged his disciples to prepare a grand feast for them. When nighttime arrived, nearly 1,000 cultivators were gathered at the outpost in celebration. The celebratory feast was held at the public square in the Sanctum of Providence, and tables full of food and drink were everywhere. Everyone was eating, drinking, and socializing to their heart's content. Lu Yi came to see his injuries as a blessing in disguise. Without them, his allies would have drowned him in alcohol for sure. The next day, Zhao Li and Song Ying entered Lu Ye's accommodations while the latter was still washing himself. They allowed Yi to lead them to the table and serve them tea while they waited for Lu Yi to get ready. After Lu Yi had taken his seat, Zhao Li immediately asked a question that was laced with meaning. "What are your future plans, brother Yi?" Song Ying was also looking at him like a child would at his parents when they wanted something. His usual maturity was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi took a sip of tea before throwing the question back at Zhao Li. "Well, what are your plans, brother Zhao?" Zhao Li chuckled. "What else? Assuming that brother Yi still needs our services, we are ready to follow you to the ends of the battlefield. The outpost can always be rebuilt at a later date, don't you agree?" Clearly, Lu Yi wasn't the only one who had become addicted with conquering outposts. For many years, no one was able to come up with an effective method of defeating a grand ward. Overwhelming numbers was a must-have when conquering an outpost. Did no one ever think to gobble up their neighbors and fatten themselves before Lu Yi? Of course they did. It just wasn't doable until Lu Yi came by. That was no longer the case. Grand Sky Coalition now had a Lu Yi who could breach even grand wards as easily as eating lunch. If they didn't know better, they would have thought that the grand wards the heavens had sold them were a scam. Zhao Li had sought out Lu Yi in the first place because he saw an opportunity, and despite the harrowing tribulations in the middle, he was ultimately rewarded for his hard work. Now, he only wished he could do this forever. 3 outposts was good, but 30 outposts was better. In fact, why not go for 300 outposts? Song Ying hadn't said a word so far, but it was clear he shared more or less the same thoughts as Zhao Li. how many people have contacted you so far? Zhao Li and Song Ying exchanged a glance with each other before Song Ying said, "Many. They've been contacting us non-stop since last night. In fact, they're hoping to visit me today after learning that you'll be staying here temporarily." That was what he said, but they all knew that the legates and prolegates were really looking forward to meeting Lu Yi. After all, he was the man who made conquering outposts possible. Obviously, Zhao Li and Song Ying weren't the only ones who had received a ton of messages. Lu Yi himself and even Hua Ci had received a lot more messages than normal. The occupation of the outpost of Clearwind Sect, Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight Sect might be nightmarish news to Thousand Demon Ridge, but it was the complete opposite for Grand Sky Coalition. Since last night, the two Cultivation factions had exchanged enough messages to rival the snowflakes of a harsh winter. Some impatient legates were already rushing to Deep Sea Mountain's outpost as quickly as they could. They would probably arrive in less than half a day's time. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect had become the Mr. Idol of Grand Sky Coalition in a single night. There was no man or woman who didn't want a piece of him. Of course, I dare not give them a sure answer without hearing your opinion first. That is why I am here. It's okay. Let them all come. Both Zhao Li and Song Ying's faces immediately flushed with delight. Chapter 330, The Vanquisher of Sects. It was said that the wooden beam that sticks out rots first, and Lu Yi was that beam right now. From the moment he revealed his terrifying abilities in the way of wards to the world, he had more or less secured Thousand Demon Ridge's eternal ire. By hook or by crook, they were going to eliminate the threat named Lu Yi even if he chose to stop here. The proof was their attempt to assassinate him with poison not long after he had arrived at the heavenly derivative Sects outpost. That was why there would be no peace talks or enough is enough bullshit. To begin with, he had entered the inner circle with the intent of taking revenge against those who had done him wrong at Golden Tip. It would take too long to attack his foes one by one, so Operation Conquer all the outposts suited him just fine. Lu Yi wasn't surprised by this turn of events because he already had a feeling since the day they took off from the heavenly derivative sect. In fact, he was hoping this would happen because he needed to gather a lot of contribution points. How much did he need exactly? Suffice to say that it would be an unrealistic target without occupying a ton of Thousand Demon Ridge outposts. Zhao Li immediately voiced his full support after obtaining an affirmative answer from Lu Yi. Their outpost had been occupied over 2 months ago, so they literally had nothing to lose except their lives they would happily risk for the rewards they were expecting to obtain. They used to think that losing an outpost was a bad thing through and through, but now they realized that it actually gave them the freedom to do whatever the hell they wanted. Zhao Li and Song Ying bade Lu Yi goodbye a while later. They no longer needed to hold back now that Lu Yi had given them his answer. It was noon when their first guest arrived at Deep Sea Mountain's outpost. By the time the sun fell, another 5 had shown up at their doorstep. Naturally, there were many more people who were on the way. Song Ying acted as the go-between between Lu Yi and these people. They spoke in a private room for a very long time before they finally parted ways. There was a brief period of peace for 2 days. Then, 2 ships rose from Deep Sea Mountain's outpost and flew toward the horizon. Everyone in Thousand Demon Ridge flew into a rage and panic when they heard this. In the end, their biggest fear did come true. Not satisfied with conquering just 3 outposts, Lu Yi was going to continue his rampage until God knows when. As if that wasn't bad enough, they had no real way of dealing with this. His ability to break down any grand ward was game-changing. All Thousand Demon Ridge sects whose outpost was located near Deep Sea Mountain panicked in an instant. They knew they were going to be attacked for sure, but no one knew who was going to be targeted first. As a result, they were unable to mount an effective response against the invasion force. It wasn't until more than half a day later that they finally heard that Silent Hill Sect would be the enemy's first target. They thought this because the 2 ships were headed in that direction, and the cultivators of Evergreen Sect were mustering their forces in their territory. Evergreen Sect was the hostile neighbor of Silent Hill Sect, and both of them were pretty close to Deep Sea Mountain. The two sects had clashed against one another countless times in the past, but no one had been able to deal any real damage until now. Without exaggeration, the legate of Silent Hill Sect had nearly fainted when he saw the two ships. It was at this moment that something strange happened. Instead of attacking, the two ships merely floated around 5 kilometers away from their outpost. The Evergreen Sect cultivators who had assembled at a different location were doing nothing as well. They got their answer just a short while later. The Thousand Demon Ridge outpost not far away from Silent Hill Sect named Sect of Perdition had been conquered by the enemy. Their cultivators were massacred, and even their legate had been killed in action. It was only then that Silent Hill Sect realized that the two ships floating in front of him were just a ruse. The invasion force had really left behind their ships midway to attack another sect. To ensure that Silent Hill Sect would not see through the ruse, the Evergreen Sect had even stationed a force here to keep them in check. It was bad enough that they were fooled hook, line and sinker, but they were still on the chopping block. The next day, the invasion force finally showed up to say hello. The legate of Silent Hill Sect immediately ordered a full retreat after he saw this. Knowing what had happened to his allies, he wasn't even going to bother engaging the enemy. Unfortunately, it took time to evacuate several hundred people, so he still lost dozens of cultivators after Lu Yi breached the Grand Ward, and the invasion force swooped down on them like a hawk. Lu Ye's invasion force grew to 4 sects after conquering the Silent Hill Sect outpost, although the Heavenly Derivative Sect was still made up the bulk of the army because they did not have an outpost to guard. Unlike the other sects, they could afford to throw every man and woman into the invasion force. The second biggest force in Lu Ye's army belonged to Deep Sea Mountain. They were only over 200 strong because some of them had to stay behind to guard their outpost. Finally, Evergreen Sect and the 4th Grand Sky Coalition Sect chipped in 100 cultivators each. Personally, they would have chipped in more cultivators because it meant that they would get a larger share when occupying an outpost, especially since it did not look like their conquest was going to stop anytime soon. However, Lu Yi had dissuaded them from this course of action not just because they needed the manpower to guard their outpost, but also to keep the forces of Thousand Demon Ridge in check. For instance, although Silent Hill Sect's outpost was conquered, they had only lost dozens of cultivators in total. If they did not leave a big enough force behind to keep them in check, they would surely find a way to surprise them. Lu Ye's invasion force could crush the force of a single Thousand Demon Ridge sect like a bug, but 10? 20? Just like the Heavenly Derivative Sect, they had nothing to lose. All they had was the all-consuming desire for vengeance and the freedom to do whatever they wanted. If one sect could rally a force of 500, then 10 sects could rally a force of 5,000, and 20 sects could rally a force of 10,000. If these people were allowed to join with each other, the invasion force wouldn't be the only one who had to watch their backs. The entire Grand Sky Coalition would be in danger. That was why it was necessary to leave behind a sizable force. Only then could they prevent the Thousand Demon Ridge forces from meeting up with one another, and the invasion force would not need to worry about their rear. Speaking of the invasion force, the 4 sects combined was almost enough to make up an army of 1,000. Combined with Lu Ye's ward breaching abilities, there was no outpost in the inner circle they could not conquer. Furthermore, it wasn't like the nearby Grand Sky Coalition sects were going to do nothing when they were invading their neighbors. These sects would happily contribute at least 300 to 400 cultivators to ensure that the invasion force would roll over their neighbors without fail. A third Thousand Demon Ridge outpost was occupied that very night, and a 4th during the next morning. What happened next was most amusing for Grand Sky Coalition, and the total opposite for Thousand Demon Ridge. Wherever the invasion force went, the Thousand Demon Ridge sects would evacuate their outposts without fail. The second they confirmed that they were going to be the next target, the Thousand Demon Ridge sects would immediately gather up all their valuables and evacuate back to Jianghu in the shortest amount of time possible. It wasn't like they enjoyed giving up without a fight, but being humiliated was still better than being dead. Since then, a Thousand Demon Ridge outpost or 2 would fall to the invasion force every day. Moreover, every time they conquered an outpost, their army size would grow slightly because all nearby Grand Sky Coalition sects would contribute a small amount of cultivators. Even some independent cultivators had decided to join in on the fun. Lu Yi accepted them all because the more the merrier. Sure, their share of the pie shrank with every new addition, but it wasn't like their allies contributed nothing to the invasion. Specifically, he only needed to do one thing properly, and that was to keep the local Thousand Demon Ridge sects in check while the invasion force rampaged across the inner circle. Since the beginning, Lu Yi had not allowed anyone to chip in more than 100 people to the invasion force. Even so, the invasion force continued to grow at an insane rate. Just 10 days after the invasion officially began, the invasion force had grown to 3,000 cultivators and 8 flying ships strong. The chaos that was currently rippling across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was unprecedented. Wherever the invasion force went, Thousand Demon Ridge sects bowed out without putting up even the slightest bit of resistance. There were some stubborn fools who decided that death was preferable to dishonor, but then Lu Yi breached their grand wards in just dozens of breaths. By the time they wanted to escape, it was already far too late. The sight of thousands of cultivators pouring through a gap in the grand ward was a grand spectacle for the invaders, but a piss-poor experience for the defending side. After a couple of examples like this, not even the stupidest and most stubborn Thousand Demon Ridge sects dared to play the praying mantis to stand in the way of the wheels that was the invasion force anymore. They all evacuated to Jianghu as soon as they learned that their outpost was next, even when the invasion force was still a few hundred kilometers away from them. Behind the invasion force were thousands and thousands of angry Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators with a belly full of hatred and nothing to lose, but when they teleported back to their outpost and tried to organize a resistance, all they got was the non-stop harassment of their neighbors. This was the problem with not having a grand ward. For starters, the cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition could come and go as they pleased. If they tried to pursue them, an ambush was sure to await them. If they gathered a large enough force to overwhelm an ambush, then their enemies would simply retreat to their outpost and let them batter futilely against their grand ward. They were always on the back foot no matter what they did. It was clear that Lu Ye's earlier decision was a resounding success. If the Grand Sky Coalition sects hadn't left behind enough forces to suppress the local sects, an army much bigger than theirs would be hunting them down right now. As more and more outposts fell to the invasion force, the nickname, the Vanquisher of Sects, suddenly spread across the inner circle like wildfire. It was of course referring to Lu Yi. No one knew how the nickname had begun, but it had probably originated from Thousand Demon Ridge because they were wrecked left and right and needed an excuse to justify their failure, never mind that all Lu Yi was breaching the grand ward of their outposts, and not a single sect had been annihilated in the process. Seriously, a sect was still far from being annihilated even if every Spirit Creek Realm cultivator in their Thousand Demon Ridge outpost was killed. For some reason, the nickname was unanimously approved by everyone in the Grand Sky Coalition as well. Lu Yi found the nickname tacky and pretentious, but there was nothing he could do about it. A long time ago, he had been nicknamed Mountain Tiger when he left Green Cloud Mountain and passed through the Mystic Sect. Now, that nickname had somehow evolved to the Vanquisher of Sects. The situation rapidly devolved into an uncontrollable level in just half a month's time. Countless Grand Sky Coalition sects were praying for Lu Yi and his invasion army to pass through the area so that they could finally give their neighbor the friendly spanking they so deserved. Chapter 331. The all-consuming blaze that began from a single spark. In retrospect, Grand Sky Coalition's decision to escort Lu Yi back when he was still a small fifth-order Spirit Creek Realm cultivator had been wise beyond words. If they hadn't done what they did back then, Lu Yi would have died a long time ago, and Grand Sky Coalition would not be enjoying today's glory. Everything in the world was predetermined. In this case, one might say that Lu Yi was just paying back the favor Grand Sky Coalition had done to him back then. While the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition were ruminating the past in a new light, their counterpart was deeply worried about the present. Normally, The two cultivation factions were evenly matched on the Spirit Creek battlefield. The sects were like the black and white stones on a go board, and no one stone had the strength to turn the tides completely in their favor. That was no longer the case. Miraculously, one region of the inner circle had been completely occupied by the Grand Sky Coalition. The Black Stones, the Thousand Demon Ridge sects, within that region had all been neutralized. The Tier 5 and Tier 6 sects weren't the only ones who were affected either. Even some Tier 4 sects close to the core circle had lost their outposts. It pained the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge to see this, to put it mildly. Of course, none of these sects lost too many cultivators. It was because most of them had evacuated the moment they saw the invasion force, if not sooner. However, there was no saving the blessings on their divine opportunity columns. That was generations of hard work gone just like that. What angered them even more was the fact that Lu Yi showed no signs of stopping. Clearly, he was going to keep going until they had found a way to stop him, or he had finally conquered the entire inner circle. At this rate, that second worst-case scenario would be months away at best. And what was the worst-case scenario? It was the invasion force growing big enough to threaten even the core circle. This was the first time Thousand Demon Ridge experienced the fear of possibly losing an entire battlefield to one person. Scratch that, no one in the history of Jianghu had ever experienced this until now. The spark that began from the heavenly derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain was showing signs of transforming into a blaze that would consume the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge quickly gathered for an emergency meeting. It wasn't long before they arrived at a solution. The moon was round and the night was young. The invasion force was currently camping in a valley. Their number had passed the 5,000th mark a while ago, and they had conquered dozens of outposts by this point. There was no outpost in the world that could accommodate this many people, so they had begun camping and recuperating in the wilderness several days ago. Tents of all shapes and sizes were littered across the valley, and the centermost and biggest tent was lit with lamps. With Lu Yi at the helm, at least a dozen legates were gathered together around the table discussing their next battle plan. A while later, the battle plan was finalized, and the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Yi, the meditating Wuxia, and the sleeping Amber. As the night deepened, the noise in the camp gradually quieted as well. Soon, only the patrols were still walking around the camp. It was under this beautiful moonlight that several figures started approaching the tent Lu Yi was at. They did not exude a speck of presence, and they were also perfectly invisible to the naked eye. Not only were they ghost cultivators, they were elite enough to infiltrate all the way to the center without being detected by the patrols as well. This alone should make their affiliation and intentions clear. The current Spirit Creek battlefield was super hostile toward Thousand Demon Ridge, and the root of all evil was currently residing in this camp. If they could kill him, then their predicament would resolve on its own. It was the most effective and direct method. These ghost cultivators had been handpicked for this mission from the most prestigious of sections. One might even call them the strongest Spirit Creek realm ghost cultivators Thousand Demon Ridge possessed. A lot of expectation was riding on their shoulders, to say the least. Of course, the chances that these ghost cultivators would survive the mission was very low. Ideally, they would assassinate Lu Yi without a sound and slip out just as stealthily as they came in. It was also the only scenario they might emerge alive. Every other scenario led to certain death. It was an enemy camp of 5,000 cultivators after all. No one complained about the mission though. From Thousand Demon Ridge's point of view, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect was the root of all evil. Because of him, dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge sects had lost their outposts, and entire regions spanning thousands and thousands of kilometers were dragged into his personal war as well. For as long as he lived, the motherfucker was probably going to run through every Thousand Demon Ridge sect in the inner circle at least once. So far, it looked like their infiltration had gone perfectly. There was one thing that concerned the ghost cultivators though. There were no guards outside Lu Yi's tent at all. If the situation was reversed, and they were protecting someone like Lu Yi, then they could not imagine a scenario where they wouldn't secure his tent with alarms, guards, traps, and a million other things. But no matter how they looked at it, the tent in front of them was completely defenseless. They couldn't help but wonder if it was a trap. It was too late to turn back though. It could be the dragon's lair itself, and they still had to go in for everyone's sake. They were powerful ghost cultivators after all. If they could enter the tent, locate Lu Yi, and gang up on him together, there was zero chance the bastard would survive the assassination. As for what would happen to them afterward, well, they came here knowing it was a suicide mission. Time passed little by little. The ghost cultivators remained at their hiding spots with seemingly infinite patience. Patrols kept passing by the tent, and sometimes they even flew through the area. However, not a single person was able to spot them because of the gap between their cultivation level. They were the elites among the elites chosen to undertake this mission after all. How could they hope to succeed if they couldn't even hide from the patrols? Finally, their chance presented itself. A towering figure pushed away the tent flap and stepped out into the open. They immediately recognized him as the body-tempering cultivator who often accompanied Lu Yi, Zhu. It was rumored that Zhu was extraordinarily talented. His physique was so much tougher than your conventional body-tempering cultivator that he was worth 10 of them. These ghost cultivators had never met Zhu before. Now, they realized that the rumors had actually understated things a little. His vitality was rich beyond belief, and his physique shouldn't be possible for an ordinary ninth-order cultivator. For some reason, Zhu looked as if he didn't know what to do, glancing at the sky once before rubbing his head. In fact, he didn't. He was in the middle of meditating when suddenly, Lu Yi messaged him to leave the tent. He also specifically instructed the body-tempering cultivator not to react when he saw the ghost cultivators. Zhu wanted to obey Lu Ye's instructions, but the outline of the ghost cultivators looked so obvious that it was almost provoking. Left with no choice, Zhu could only bow his head and stare at his own feet. He was also holding the flap open almost as if he was inviting the ghost cultivators to come in. The ghost cultivators only hesitated for a moment. Then, the leader, a man whose name wasn't worth mentioning, led his cohorts into the tent. The entire process was as soundless as it was invisible. Their movement didn't stir even a breeze. When the last ghost cultivator had passed under Zhu's armpit, he finally lowered the tent flap and stepped forward. Again, he was just obeying Lu Ye's instruction. The young man had told him that things were going to turn dangerous, and that he should be anywhere but the tent when it happened. Inside the tent, the ghost cultivators stopped on their tracks and looked. They immediately spotted Lu Yi sitting on a chair with one leg over the other, one arm on the armrest, one hand supporting his cheek, and staring straight into the eyes of their leader. The leader's heart skipped a beat when their eyes met. Did he see me? But that's impossible. The ghost cultivator was very confident with his concealment abilities because he had successfully assassinated a heaven-grade 9th Order champion before. Lu Yi was an impressive man, but there was no way an ordinary 9th Order cultivator could see through his concealment. However, why does Thousand Demon Ridge love breaking the rules so much? Lu Yi questioned in a light but criticizing tone. Of course, none of them responded to him. The young man could just be bluffing after all. After the Battle of Golden Tip, Brotherly told me that the Spirit Creek battlefield is governed by a set of rules. Outer Circle matters will be handled by Outer Circle people, and Inner Circle matters will be handled by Inner Circle people. I thought Thousand Demon Ridge would learn their lesson and wise up a little, but then again, what am I saying? Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. This time, the ghost cultivators did move. It was clear at this point that they were exposed, not to mention that Lu Yi was sweeping his gaze back and forth as if he was determining their cultivation level. The leader took off first. The others followed closely behind him. Killing intent erupted from the tent in an instant. There was a loud whoosh as a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind Lu Yi. He took to the sky just in time to dodge the ghost cultivator's fatal attack and wave the ward flag that just appeared in his hand. The scene before the ghost cultivators abruptly distorted. The next thing they knew, they found themselves trapped in a sea of mist. It was difficult to tell left from right. Confusion Ward. A ghost cultivator yelled before they unleashed their spiritual power together. The fog was blown away in an instant, but what greeted them next chilled them to the core. It was because they felt a chaotic tidal wave of spiritual power flooding in their direction. A rain of spells and flying weapons were falling in their direction. The tent was instantly turned into shreds. As for the ghost cultivators, they could be divine ocean realm cultivators, and they would still be confined to Spirit Creek realm level on the Spirit Creek battlefield. Naturally, there was no surviving a bombardment like this. A few life energies extinguished instantly. The only one who survived was the leader thanks to a defensive spiritual artifact he owned. Unfortunately, he didn't even get to catch a breather before the next wave of attacks arrived. Despair flashed across his features for an instant before he too exploded into a gore of flesh and blood. Lu Yi slowly descended from the sky as the legates swarmed him. They relaxed only after they confirmed that he was truly safe and sound. What was their cultivation level? Zhao Li asked. There was no way these ghost cultivators were inner circle stock. Only core circle ghost cultivators possessed the ability to infiltrate a camp of 5,000. 5 heaven-grade 9th orders. Everyone gasped audibly when they heard this. Thousand Demon Ridge had truly spared no effort to kill Lu Yi. Heaven-grade 9th order ghost cultivators were among the best of the best even in the core circle. They were precious talents who could have ascended to Cloud River Realm at any moment. Now, they had all perished in the attempt to assassinate Lu Yi. Heavens know how sad their sects were feeling right now. Do the rules mean nothing to Thousand Demon Ridge? Someone asked with a frown. It's not like this is the first time they've broken them. The last time they did it was because of Lu Yi as well, though at the time their goal was to remove the Crimson Blood Sect. It wasn't quite the same as this. The Crimson Blood Sect's outpost was growing by leaps and bounds right now, so their dream of removing the Crimson Blood Sect was probably going to remain a dream for a long time to come. This time, they had broken the rule for Lu Yi and Lu Yi alone. Another legate was trading messages with someone when suddenly he spoke up. I got confirmation that the 39th and 82nd champion disappeared from the Scroll of Supremacy a moment ago. This was obviously not a coincidence. Chapter 332, Standoff. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, the Scroll of Supremacy was a ranking list generated by the heavens themselves. Only the top 100 Spirit Creek realm cultivators could enter this list, so of course they were all among the best of the best. In fact, they were guaranteed to ascend to Divine Ocean Realm if they did not perish before then. Unfortunately, these 2 Scroll of Supremacy ghost cultivators would not live to see that day. Li Baxian had told him that the Spirit Creek battlefield was governed by a strict set of rules, but the Thousand Demon Ridge had also made an exception for him when he was just a 5th-order Spirit Creek realm cultivator. Naturally, he was ready for them to do so a second time. From the moment the invasion force had grown to a certain scale, he had been watching out for an assassination attempt. The only way they could do so amidst a camp of thousands was to employ ghost cultivators, but unfortunately for them, ghost cultivators had not been a big threat to him for a while. Not only was his divine soul powerful, his perception was far greater than the usual Spirit Creek realm cultivator. Even if that wasn't the case, his wards could still make up for that flaw. The reason his tent was unguarded was because there was simply no need. He had already set up the necessary wards beforehand, and any assassin who dared to enter it would find themselves trapped as a butterfly in a net. Why else would he message Zhu Jia to let the assassins enter? He was that confident in his preparations. At his current strength, he was no match for even 1 heaven-grade 9th order cultivator, much less 5. However, he was able to extinguish the 5 assassins like a candle flame thanks to the wards and preparations. That 2 of them were listed on the Scroll of Supremacy was just the icing on the cake. Thousand Demon Ridge was clearly getting desperate. The invasion force he commanded was just that threatening. Still, everyone in the camp was furious to learn that Thousand Demon Ridge was shameless enough to send 5 heaven-grade 9th order ghost cultivators to assassinate Lu Yi. Never one to let an opportunity slip through his fingers, Lu Yi immediately ordered his riled-up comrades to get ready to depart. A while later, a fleet made up of dozens of ship spirit artifacts took off toward the horizon. At the same time, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge received confirmation that the 5 ghost cultivators had failed their mission. Their hearts felt as heavy as stones. There had never been a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator in the cultivation world of Jianghu who left such a deep impression in the minds of so many Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. It was such an impression that they couldn't wait to tear him to pieces with their own hands. The attempt to remove the head of the snake had failed. Although they did not know how the 5 ghost cultivators had failed, Lu Yi would be prepared for future assassination attempts now. It would be pointless to make another attempt. In that case, they could only fight the enemy head-on. This was the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators' backup plan, their last resort. The reason they didn't want to enact it was because they would have to surrender a ton of outposts to execute it. That said, they no longer had a choice. The last resort was their only way left to stop the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force in its tracks. Their losses would only be worse if they did not execute it. The orders were sent out, and the entire Thousand Demon Ridge began to move. All sects on the invasion force's attack path began evacuating their outposts the opposite direction of the invasion force. Thousands of kilometers away from the invasion force, more sects were abandoning their outposts. However, they were moving toward the invasion instead of away to meet up with their retreating comrades. There was no hiding such a large-scale operation from Grand Sky Coalition scouts. It wasn't long before they figured out Thousand Demon Ridge's plan. And it was a good one. It was the only way they could halt the invasion force in its tracks. It was around this time the news that Thousand Demon Ridge had dispatched 5 Heaven-grade 9th Order Ghost Cultivators to assassinate Lu Yi had spread. Naturally, Grand Sky Coalition was furious to hear this. This was like having several adults join a fight between 2 kids because the loser was being soundly trounced. How could the Grand Sky Coalition tolerate such blatant disregard of the rules? The last time Thousand Demon Ridge had done such a thing, Grand Sky Coalition had responded promptly. It was the same this time. By now, the war had spread to the core circle as well, so cultivators of the core circle started hopping over to the inner circle and joining the invasion force. Of course, Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't going to be outdone by their counterpart. Their core circle cultivators began mobilizing en masse as well. As a result, both armies started growing at an explosive rate. 10 days later, the 2 armies came face to face on the opposite sides of Wuxia. Wuxia was a massive 300-meter-wide river that stretched across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Its waters were murky, yellowish, and extremely rapid. It was also a natural stronghold. Normally, a cultivator could easily fly over it via telekinesis. But today, no one dared to cross the river. The reason was simple. There were just too many people on either side of the river. On the Grand Sky Coalition's side, there were over 18,000 cultivators in the invasion force. Most of them had joined the army recently, and a good percentage of them were Heaven-grade 8th and 9th Order cultivators from the core circle as well. Thousand Demon Ridge's army was even bigger. They numbered over 20,000. A clash on such a scale had never happened on the Spirit Creek battlefield. It was because it involved too many sections. Grand Sky Coalition's army was made up of over 100 sects, but Thousand Demon Ridge's was only 40. The latter had come out in full force. All 40 sects had abandoned their outposts beforehand to gather all their forces in one place. This was the backup plan the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge had prepared. There was no outpost that could defend themselves against Grand Sky Coalition's invasion force anyway, so they might as well give it up beforehand and concentrate all their strength in one place. It was a costly response, but it was also a very effective one. At the very least, the invasion force was finally halted at Wuxia. Everyone was keeping an eye on the standoff right now. Countless messages were being traded between the Spirit Creek battlefield and Jianghu by the second. As if this wasn't crazy enough, Cultivators from every corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield were rushing over to Wuxia to bolster their cultivation faction. Lu Yi had not imagined that the situation would escalate to this extent. His original intent was to gather enough manpower to conquer every 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost in their path and earn those sweet contribution points, but at some point, the operation had slid out of his control. A battle of this scale was bad news for everyone because both sides were destined to suffer a tremendous amount of losses no matter who came out victorious in the end. Plus, who in the world dared to claim that they would win a battle involving tens of thousands of cultivators for sure? Moreover, the Wuxia made it so that whoever attacked first was going to be at a tremendous disadvantage. It was the main reason why no one had tried to make a move yet. After all, the only way to cross the river was to fly telekinetically. If their flying spirit artifacts were shot out of the air, then they would sustain serious injuries or perish for sure. As a result, the two armies became stuck in this standoff. On the 1,000 Demon Ridges side, everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. It took a considerable amount of effort, but they had finally halted the enemy in their tracks. Since the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force had departed from Deep Sea Mountains outpost, they had gobbled up every outpost in their path like a greedy silkworm. At least 100 to 200 outposts had fallen to them. The losses were astronomical to say the least. The cultivators couldn't attack each other without putting themselves at a tremendous disadvantage, but they certainly could curse at the other party. And they did. Everyone here had excellent hearing after all. They could hear every word despite the distance and the churning river. However, the standoff was like a dry thunderstorm. Everyone was hoping to provoke the other party to attack first, but no one was stupid enough to actually do that. As a result, what was the biggest standoff in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield felt exceptionally trivial and pointless. On a related note, Lu Yi was the main focus of 1,000 Demon Ridge's verbal curses. He was, without exaggeration, the root of all evil in this incident after all. Before the Vanquisher of Sects had come to be, the Spirit Creek battlefield had been a stable and orderly place. However, it all went to hell after he made an appearance. Right now, core circle cultivators were already hopping to the inner circle en masse. What if they ran to the outer circle in the future? From 1,000 Demon Ridge's point of view, the Vanquisher of Sects was the biggest walking disaster the world had ever seen. On the third day of the standoff, Lu Yi and dozens of people were gathered inside a big tent. He swept his gaze across everyone's faces before saying slowly, "I believe that everyone here has received a message from their elders, no? The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition have agreed to meet up with their 1,000 Demon Ridge counterparts and negotiate an end to all this." In fact, he had received news about this just an incense stick ago. Under any other circumstances, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of either side would never sit down for a peace talk. They had hated each other's guts for countless years after all. Why talk when they could just bash the other person's face in? Plus, no one at their cultivation level was particularly tolerant, so to speak. It was all too easy for even the smallest chit-chat to devolve into a bloody fight. Finally, they generally kept their nose out of the Spirit Creek battlefield because it was, from their point of view, a children's playground. There were few things in that place that was worth even a smidgen of their attention. Not this time, though. This was so big that it had completely gotten out of hand for their children. Not only did they have to get involved, they were forced to sit down and have the peace talk they so loathed. If the two armies on the opposite sides of Wuxia were to go to war, then it was going to be a real war. No matter who emerged victorious in the end, the losses they would sustain would be unacceptable for either side. Everyone in the tent nodded. As Lu Yi guessed, they had all received a message from their elders as well. "What are your plans, Brother Yi?" A heaven-grade 8th Order champion from the core circle inquired. There must be a reason Lu Yi had gathered them here at such a sensitive time. Lu Yi said calmly, "From the looks of things, I am almost certain that peace talks will be the final outcome. Perhaps our seniors could make 1,000 Demon Ridge bleed a bit for this peace, but this is as far as our invasion force goes." Everyone was silent. They were reluctant to end things here, but they could not deny the logic behind Lu Ye's words. Thousand Demon Ridge could not bear the fruit of a true war, and neither could the Grand Sky Coalition. Not even the champions of the core circle could gain too big an advantage in a clash of this scale. Therefore, the only possible outcome was both sides agreeing to stop here and withdraw their forces. That said, Thousand Demon Ridge was the defending side, so their Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had the right to make some slightly excessive demands that were still within Thousand Demon Ridge's ability to accept, stuff like resource compensation and so on. It was going to take a while to finalize the details though. That is why I would like to start over. For a moment, everyone could only stare at Lu Yi in confusion. What exactly did he mean by start over? Then, the quick-witted ones figured out his meaning, and Zhao Li blurted, "Are you saying that you want to redo all this at a different location?" Chapter 333, Brother Yi is coming. Inside the tent, Lu Yi said clearly, "Considering the invasion force's current size, my presence no longer matters." In fact, Lu Ye's usefulness had become very limited after the invasion force exceeded 3,000 people. That was enough firepower to breach any grand ward via brute force. In fact, Lu Ye's greatest effect in the invasion force wasn't his ward-breaching skills, but his ability to bring people together. He was the reason the invasion force had come to be in the first place. He was also the reason why the Grand Sky Coalition sects had contributed their forces wherever they went. Lu Yi might not have the strongest cultivation in the army, but he was the one that everyone was willing to listen to and obey. Not even a champion of the core circle would have had an easier time at transforming the allied forces into a cohesive whole. Now though, their army numbered almost 20,000 people. They literally did not need him anymore. The peace talks between the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of their cultivation factions were on the way, so it was only a matter of time before the invasion force was disbanded. However, Lu Yi wasn't planning to stop here. He did not know exactly how many contribution points he had plundered on the way, but he was pretty sure that he was still a ways away from his goal. That was why he needed to occupy more Thousand Demon Ridge outposts no matter what. The Thousand Demon Ridge had named him the Vanquisher of Sects for his deeds, but in reality a spark would have described him better. He could start an inferno anywhere as long as he was still in the Spirit Creek battlefield. "What should we do after you're gone?" A legate asked. "Just stay here and apply pressure on the Thousand Demon Ridge, and our seniors will be able to demand more compensation that benefits us all." The crowd mulled over his answer thoughtfully. A while later, the Heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator nodded in agreement. "I must admit that your plan is pretty good, Brother Yi. Do you want us to get you some help? We can send a squad to protect you just in case the Thousand Demon Ridge decides to send more core circle cultivators to attack you." "It's okay. You've worked hard to earn your contribution points. You should keep them. Zhu Jia will be enough to protect me." Lu Yi was planning to conquer more outposts, and to do that he must teleport to a different corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield using the Divine Opportunity column. Naturally, a long-distance teleportation like this was going to cost a ton of contribution points. It was fine if it was just him and Zhu Jia, but the cost would outweigh the reward if too many people teleported with them. The invasion force had come together because of Lu Yi, so of course they had no qualms with him taking his leave after a job well done. Although it meant that they would not be able to join Lu Yi on the second phase of his operation, every single one of them had earned more profits than they could have earned in months. This was especially true for the sects who followed Lu Yi from the very beginning. Not including Lu Yi, their share of the profits was easily the greatest out of all of them. Finally, there was no chance the two armies would be able to go to war with each other. Rather than languishing here until the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were done with their peace talks, they might as well do as Lu Yi suggested and find ways to insert panic and pressure within the Thousand Demon Ridge. An incense stick later, a ship spirit artifact took to the sky and sailed to the nearest Grand Sky Coalition outpost. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Wei Shui, Luo Fu of the Silverlight Island sought out Qishir and reported in excitement, "Brother Yi is coming." Qi Shi immediately perked up. Really? As usual, Qi Shi was the calmer between the two of them. He walked in circles for a bit before saying, "We should contact the Spell Essence Sect." Luo Fu slapped his own head in realization. Yes, you're right. I'll do that immediately. He was in the middle of a conversation with the legate of the Spell Essence Sect when a disciple came over to inform him, "Senior brothers, Brother Lu has arrived at our outpost." Which Brother Lu are you referring to exactly? Luo Fu asked with a frown. It is Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect. Luo Fu and Qi Shi exchanged a surprised glance with each other. Lu Yi had told them that he would arrive soon, but neither of them had expected to show up this quickly. They quickly made their way to the Sanctum of Providence. As the disciple had reported, Lu Yi was already waiting for them. He was also accompanied by a massive body-tempering cultivator. It had been a while since they met, so of course they spent some time just catching up to one another. This was especially true since they had already figured out why Lu Yi had come here. However, news of his arrival was quickly restricted under Lu Ye's request, and the few cultivators who knew about this were given a gag order and led to a private room by Luo Fu. 4 hours later, the legate of the Spell Essence Sect arrived at the outpost. He had been flying at full speed since he received the message, not daring to take even a second's rest on the way. It was why he was looking a little pale when he finally arrived. When he finally met Lu Yi though, his face immediately regained its color and then some. He realized that the chance for Spell Essence Sect to rise had finally arrived, just like Luo Fu. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Crimson Blood Sect, Tang Yifeng, had just departed the headquarters. A Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could never hope to match a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator's flight speed. The sect master had managed to traverse 2 whole provinces and reach Wuzhou in just one night after learning that Lu Yi was poisoned by a 1,000 Demon Ridge spy in the Heavenly Derivative Sect. In fact, he could have arrived sooner if he wasn't carrying Shui Yuan. A while later, a beam of light flew near him while shouting, "Elder Tang." The sect master stopped in his tracks when he turned and saw who it was. It was none other than Pang Jin of the Righteous Sect. The sect master complained, "I don't understand why you want me to come on this trip. You alone are enough to represent Bingzhou, no?" Pang Jin chuckled. "Well, the incident was caused by a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. What is there to be discussed if you, the sect master himself, refuses to show up? You're saying that the 1,000 Demon Ridge specifically requested me to be there?" "That's right. In that case, I'm going to give them a good talking to when I get there. It's not like they're young anymore. Why don't they understand something as simple as catering to the elderly?" "Do whatever you want, Elder Tang. You have the full support of both the Bingzhou and the Grand Sky Coalition." The sect master's eyes glinted with understanding. He nodded. "Let us speak as we fly." "You first, Elder Tang." Pang Jin gestured. As the 2 men took off toward the horizon once more, Pang Jin suddenly said in a wistful voice, "Youngsters these days are incredible, aren't they? They're so much bolder and better than me back in my day. The Crimson Blood Sect's future is bright, Elder Tang." The sect master's grin was brighter than the sun, but he said, "You mean brash and have no sense of the gravity of things. This old man promises to give him a stern scolding when I see him again. Please do not criticize him too harshly. Younglings should be bold, fearless, and forward-looking, not to mention one who brought honor to the entire Grand Sky Coalition." It's been a while since we have such a talented youngling. Did you know that Elder Su of the Green Jade Sect complained to me that he had missed such a good seed just a few days ago? He's just a petty bastard who can't stand others getting the better of him. I don't understand though. What does my disciple have to do with him or his sect? Oh, you didn't know? Way back at the Evil Moon Valley, the Green Jade Sect actually had a chance to recruit Lu Yi. However, the disciple supervising the recruitment drive had rejected him after discovering that his talent was one leaf. Really? Ha! The sect master laughed boisterously when he heard this. he can only blame his disciple for judging a book by his cover. Indeed. Who would have thought that Lu Yi could achieve what he did with just one leaf? By the way, did you ever check his talent again afterward? Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Lu Yi to cultivate as swiftly as he has. The Green Jade sect could have missed something since they hadn't exactly measured the refugees with the best standards or equipment. The sect master waved him off. Since when was talent the defining factor of anything? My talent wasn't particularly good either. I was only 34 leaves when they checked me, but where am I now? There are also countless people who are much more talented than you and I back then, and where are they now? Talent has never been the only deciding factor of one's achievements, and it never will be. Only those who fight tooth and nail to grow in every way will make it, while the rest are left in the dust. Sometimes literally. You are completely right, Elder Tang. By the way, did you know that Lu Yi is extremely concerned with his nickname even to this day? If I remember correctly, it was your Lushan who started it in the first place. You should tell him to ascend to the real lake realm as soon as possible, or Lu Yi will give him a run for his money when he ascends to the Cloud River battlefield. I do know about that, yes. If the day comes, Lushan only has himself to blame. Chapter 334, The Meeting. There were 9 provinces in Jiuzhou. They were Dingzhou, Qingzhou, Leizhou, Yunzhou, Wuzhou, Yuzhou, and Sangzhou. Qingzhou and Wuzhou belonged fully to the Grand Sky Coalition, while Yunzhou and Leizhou to Thousand Demon Ridge. The other 5 provinces did not fall under one particular cultivation faction. They weren't neutral, but they were constantly changing sides depending who was stronger at a given time. To give a metaphor, sometimes the eastern wind was stronger than the western wind, and sometimes it was the other way around. Both cultivation factions fought tooth and nail to control them. Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who wanted to talk peace, so the right to choose the meeting location went to the Grand Sky Coalition as a matter of course. There was a massive mountain range at an intersection point between Qingzhou and Yunzhou. It was like a massive dragon that split the earth and separated the 2 provinces. Its name was Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was where the meeting would take place. When Tang Yifeng and Pang Zhen arrived at the meeting location together, a dozen or so figures were already waiting for them. Not only were they all divine ocean realm cultivators, they were the cream of the crop. Most people thought that this meeting would be as terse as the one at Weishui right now, but in reality it was the opposite. Not only was there no conflict, they were chatting and mingling with each other like old friends. An ignorant person would have thought that they belonged to the same cultivation faction. Did they not hate each other's guts for one reason or another? Of course not. There wasn't a single person here who hadn't killed a mountain of cultivators to reach where they were. They had long since forgotten the amount of lives they had taken. The reason they did not act standoffish was because the point of this meeting was to negotiate a compromise regarding the conflict at the Spirit Creek battlefield. Because of this, there was zero chance this meeting could devolve into physical conflict. Since there would be no fighting, why would they act standoffish with each other? It would only be a waste of energy. The socializing stopped when the 2 men from Bingzhou arrived. Apologies for being late, Pang Zhen said while cupping his fist in greeting. That was what he said, but they weren't actually late. It was the others who had come too early. It just showed how desperate Thousand Demon Ridge was to have this peace talk. The leader of the Thousand Demon Ridge group was an old man with waxy yellow complexion. He said, "Since we are all here, let's get started, shall we?" There was no objection. Pang Zhen immediately flicked a jade slip toward the old man. To put it simply, the jade slip contained the Grand Sky Coalition's list of demands. He had messaged his divine ocean realm peers and finalized it on the way here. Grand Sky Coalition wanted the peace talks just as much as Thousand Demon Ridge. The impasse they were currently in suited them just fine because they didn't want their children in the Spirit Creek battlefield to go to war either. However, Thousand Demon Ridge must pay the price since they were the ones who wished for peace. The old man caught the jade slip and inspected its contents. He then passed it to the person beside him wordlessly. Everyone's expression varied after they had all read the list of demands. The old man said, "Pangjin, don't you think your faction is asking too much?" He already knew that the Grand Sky Coalition was going to bleed them like a pig, but he still underestimated the faction's greed and determination. They weren't just compensation in the form of resources, but also land. To be exact, they were demanding that they give up half a province. The amount of resources the Grand Sky Coalition was demanding was already shocking, but half a province? There was just no way in hell they could accept these demands. If they didn't know better, they would have thought that the Grand Sky Coalition wanted to instigate a war. Pangjin let out a chuckle and said, "That's fine. That's the reason we're here, aren't we?" "Sure, but the little fellas in the Spirit Creek battlefield can only wait so long. They are all young and rash. A lot of people will die if someone loses their cool." The old man's divine sense stirred for an instant before he returned the jade slip to Pangjin. "Here is our counteroffer. We can go home right now if you think it's acceptable." Pangjin caught the jade slip and checked the amended list of demands. He immediately shook his head and said, "I can't see any sincerity in this." He tried to pass the jade slip to Tang Yifeng, but the sect master waved his hand and said, "I'm too old for this. Please, feel free to discuss this among yourselves." Lu Yi was the one who caused all this, so the Crimson Blood sect was sure to profit no matter what the final compensation might be in the end. Naturally, the sect master could not be bothered to get involved. So, Pangjin passed the jade slip to another divine ocean realm cultivator. It would continue to be passed around the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators until it finally circled back to his hands. After inspecting the latest list of demands, he threw in a couple more lines and finally flicked it back to the old man. And so the jade slip went round and round among the divine ocean realm cultivators seemingly without end. The list was amended again and again, but they were ultimately unable to arrive at a consensus. The old man leading the Thousand Demon Ridge group had claimed that the Spirit Creek realm cultivators could only wait so long, but in reality he spared no effort to go through each and every line before making the appropriate adjustments. It was the same for the others. More than half the day passed just like that. When the jade slip returned to his hands once more, he discovered sheepishly that the latest content was almost the exact same as the initial list. "Can you please show some sincerity already, Pangjin?" "That depends on you, not me." One side wanted the moon, and the other wanted to give nothing if possible. It would be stranger if they managed to arrive at a consensus. Tang Yifeng closed his eyes in recuperation. He had a feeling that this farce was going to continue for another week or two at least. The situation at the Spirit Creek battlefield seemed urgent, but in reality it wasn't that bad. Thanks to the natural stronghold that was Weishui, neither side dared to launch an attack. Plus, the Spirit Creek realm cultivators were also waiting to hear the outcome of the peace talks. While the Divine Ocean realm cultivators were haggling like a housewife, Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect had already begun attacking Cloud Smoke Sect's outpost. To say that the cultivators of Cloud Smoke Sect felt exasperated would be an understatement. This wasn't the first time it had happened, and it wouldn't be the last. Ever since Sky Pillar Sect had been crippled by the enemy, they had been bullied non-stop by their two neighbors. In fact, it was getting to the point where they were getting used to being attacked. Besides those who were responsible for overseeing the Grand Ward, everyone else continued on with their life as usual. There was no chance the two sects would be able to breach the Grand Ward anyway. Worst case scenario, they lost some spirit stones to maintain the Grand Ward. That was until the legate controlling the Grand Ward saw a familiar face stepping out of the crowd. He was accompanied by 30 or so people. At first, he couldn't quite understand what was going on. Then, the group of 30+ started bringing out their ward flags and moving into position. The legate's face turned as pale as death. "The Vanquisher of Sects," he blurted out in a trembling voice. His mind turned blank. For a moment, he thought he was mistaken. After all, the Vanquisher of Sects should be standing off against their 20,000-strong army on the opposite side of Weishui, right? That was thousands of kilometers away. It should be impossible for him to show up here so quickly and without warning unless he teleported over using the Divine Opportunity column. The Spirit Creek battlefield was huge, but the Divine Opportunity columns were everywhere. Sure, it cost a ton of contribution points to perform a long-distance teleportation, but would the Vanquisher of Sects be wanting for contribution points? Of course not. God knows how many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators had died by his hands. He would not be crowned with such a demonic title otherwise. Retreat. Retreat back to Jianghu now. It took the legate of the Cloud Smoke Sect only a moment to figure out the truth. Without further ado, he ordered his cultivators to withdraw back to Jianghu. Unfortunately, the cultivators of Cloud Smoke Sect were not gathered in one place. They were so desensitized with the frequent attacks of Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect that they had carried on with their life like it was just another day. As a result, everyone was scattered across the outpost. By the time the order reached everyone, they had already missed their best window of retreat. The Grand Ward was breached, and the cultivators of Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect flooded in like hungry animals. With Lu Yi and Zhu Jia leading at the forefront, it took them only a moment to unleash a river of blood. After the outpost was conquered, Lu Yi immediately entered the Sanctum of Providence and claimed his portion of the blessings on the Divine Opportunity columns. Before Luo Fu and the others could even finish sweeping the battlefield, he and Zhu Jia had already taken to the sky and vanished into the horizon. Luo Fu shouted, "Faster, faster, faster." The reason Lu Yi did not wait for Luo Fu was simple: he was on a time limit. The Divine Ocean cultivators of both factions were already in the middle of peace talks. They could take forever, or they could come to a consensus right now and give the order to cease fire. One way or another, Lu Yi wasn't going to wait and see if his fears would come true. He was going to occupy as many thousand Demon Ridge outposts as possible, not only to gather the contribution points he needed, but also increase his side's leverage. In fact, when Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect were still attacking Cloud Smoke Sect's outpost, two nearby Grand Sky Coalition sects had already assembled their forces and rushed to another 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost. Lu Yi arrived just in time to coordinate with them and bring down that poor outpost's Grand Ward. Back at a spirit peak at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the atmosphere between the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators was no longer as amiable as before. They hadn't dropped all pretenses and torn into each other yet, but people were starting to take shots at one another directly or indirectly. It was at this moment the 1,000 Demon Ridge old man received a message. After checking it for a second, he expressionlessly passed the jade slip back to Pang Zhen and said, "This is our bottom line. If the Grand Sky Coalition thinks it is acceptable, then we can sign a sacred pact right away." Pang Zhen was surprised when he inspected the jade slip's contents. It was because the amended list of demands actually looked sincere this time. In fact, it was better than what he thought the finalized list would be. A negotiation was like doing business. One side would raise the stakes, and another would do the opposite until they finally arrived at a compromise they could both accept. The problem was that they weren't even close to reaching that point. For 1,000 Demon Ridge to compromise so much and without warning could only mean that something was wrong. Pang Zhen was no inexperienced greenhorn. He knew that something must have happened to cause 1,000 Demon Ridge to make such a drastic decision all of a sudden, but for now he did not know what it was. His eyes glinted as he passed the jade slip to Tang Yifeng. "Will you please take a look, Elder Tang?" The sect master stopped napping and opened his eyes. He had clearly stated that he wasn't going to participate in the negotiation, and yet Pang Zhen was asking him to check the contents of the jade slip a second time. Something unexpected must have happened. The sect master accepted the jade slip and took a look. Just like Pang Zhen, he was surprised by the extent 1,000 Demon Ridge was compromising. The sect master looked up and stared at the old man. Pang Zhen did the same thing. The old man's eyes twitched. Knowing that it was only a matter of time before the Grand Sky Coalition found out, he revealed the truth. Cloud Smoke Sect's outpost had been occupied, and the Miluo sect is under. Their outpost had just been occupied. He then looked at Tang Yifeng and said, Your new youngling is most impressive. Chapter 335, Oh, they fighting. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition immediately took out the 10-point map of the Spirit Creek battlefield and took a look. When they discovered that the Cloud Smoke Sect and the Miluo Sect were at least tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Weishui, they could not say anything for a time. They knew that the little fellow from the Crimson Blood Sect must have paid a sizable sum of contribution points to teleport using the Divine Opportunity column. There was no other way to cover such a long distance in the short time he did. To other Spirit Creek Realm cultivators, the option usually wasn't worth the price. After all, contribution points were a valuable currency, and every teleportation cost at least 1,000 contribution points at minimum. This was not a problem for Lu Yi though. Sure, the teleportation was extremely pricey, but he could just earn them back by occupying another outpost. He had already occupied the Cloud Smoke Sect and the Miluo Sect. Who was next? At this point, even the slowest person knew that Lu Yi was planning to redo his nonsense again and again. His first invasion force might have been halted, but that was fine. He could just create another one. This was why the Thousand Demon Ridge had suddenly made such a huge compromise. The old man knew that Lu Yi was capable of setting the entire inner circle on fire if he was allowed to continue. What is he thinking? I'll give him a stern scolding right now. Tang Yifeng exclaimed in fake anger before messaging Lu Yi right before the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia were flying toward their next battlefield on their flying spirit artifacts. When he looked down, he saw his sect master's short but succinct message. I got your back. On the Spirit Peak, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition had gotten busy as well. They messaged their contacts and got more or less the same information as the Thousand Demon Ridge. It was said that Lu Yi had left not long after he occupied the Miluo Sect's outpost, and he was already on his way to his third target. The old man let out a sigh. Pangjin, there's no point in delaying the negotiation further. We've stopped him once, and we can stop him again. All it'll cost us is a couple of outposts. Pangjin nodded in agreement. Oh, we know what you're capable of. The old man said exasperatedly, Show me your terms. The Thousand Demon Ridge might be in a hurry to end this negotiation, but that definitely wasn't the case for the Grand Sky Coalition. Pangjin stared the old man in the eye and said, We want half a province's worth of outposts on top of what you've already seen earlier. Of course, you may negotiate among yourselves which province you wish to give up. And take your time. We are in no hurry whatsoever. There was no doubt that the compromise offered by the Thousand Demon Ridge had exceeded Pangjin's expectations. If he hadn't heard about Lu Ye's latest exploits, he would have agreed to it already. However, the situation had changed since Lu Yi had begun a second conquest in a completely different location. One could even say that the standoff at Weishui no longer mattered. Pangjin would not deserve his post if he failed to notice that they were in a position of great advantage once more. As he had told the old man, the Grand Sky Coalition was in no hurry to wrap up the negotiations. It was quite the opposite. The longer the Thousand Demon Ridge took to compromise, the bigger their losses would become. Each time Lu Yi conquered an outpost, they would lose a massive amount of contribution points and resources. Sure, the old man wasn't lying when he said that they could stop Lu Yi. The thing was, Lu Yi could just start a third, fourth, fifth, and even 100th conquest. So long as the young man still lived, he wouldn't stop until he literally had nowhere else to go in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Knowing this, Pangjin's biggest responsibility right now was to force the biggest concession out of the Thousand Demon Ridge using their position of advantage. In fact, the bigger the commotion Lu Yi caused, the greater the pressure on the backs of the Thousand Demon Ridge. You will regret it if you push us too far, Pangjin. The old man's tone wasn't nearly as warm as it was before. To be fair, no one could have maintained their cool in his place. The Grand Sky Coalition was going to squeeze them for all they were worth. It was only going to get worse if the Thousand Demon Ridge allowed them to do as they pleased. That's why I told you to take your time. Feel free to negotiate until you've arrived at a solution that all of you can accept, said Pangjin kindly, as if he was doing the Thousand Demon Ridge a favor. The old man shot him a long look before turning back to his peers. He began interacting with them via his divine sense while sending message after message. It wasn't long before the news that a third Thousand Demon Ridge outpost had been conquered broke out. Lu Ye's second invasion force was now 6 sects strong. The group of 1,000 or so was currently moving toward the next Thousand Demon Ridge outpost in high spirits. All Grand Sky Coalition forces in the area were excited to say the least. They all sent their forces to join the second invasion force. The Thousand Demon Ridge was making some emergency mobilizations as well. Just like before, all Thousand Demon Ridge sects along the path of the invasion force gave up their outposts and assembled at a point some distance away from the front lines. 2 days later, 2 armies of 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators each confronted each other with just 1.5 kilometers of ground between them. Unlike the first conquest though, these armies weren't separated by a natural stronghold, so the situation was a lot more sensitive. One misstep or two might just be enough to trigger a full-scale war. It was only then the champions of the Thousand Demon Ridge let out a small sigh of relief. The Thousand Demon Ridge hadn't suffered too many losses this time since they knew what was coming. They were able to mobilize in time and stop Lu Yi in his tracks before he could occupy more than a dozen or so outposts. Even so, there was no denying that the Thousand Demon Ridge had lost another region of outposts on the board that was the Spirit Creek battlefield. Back on the Spirit Peak of Crouching Dragon Mountain, the old man stared at Pangjin with a dark expression on his face. Can we negotiate now? For the past 2 days, both sides had been waiting to hear the latest news from the Spirit Creek battlefield. It wasn't until the second invasion force was halted in their tracks that the old man finally spoke up. Pangjin exclaimed in mock surprise, "You've come to a decision already? That's quick. Tell me." The old man said, "Our terms are unchanged." "Then there is no negotiation. Don't say I didn't warn you, but that kid is going to start a third conquest if you keep dilly-dallying like this." Every Divine Ocean Realm cultivator on the Thousand Demon Ridge's side felt their eyes twitch. That was exactly what they were worried about. An unprecedented situation was happening on the Spirit Creek battlefield right now. Countless Thousand Demon Ridge sects were recalling their cultivators and forming armies to defend their outposts. Even those who weren't affected were worried that the goddamn Vanquisher of Sects would suddenly step out of their neighbors' forces and give them the fright of their lives. There is no chance we are surrendering half a province no matter what. "Man, I'm hungry." Pangjin gave his tummy a rub before looking at his peers. "Did anyone bring some food?" Seeing that Pangjin wasn't going to budge, the old man looked at Tang Yifeng and said, "Brother Tang, Lu Yi is your disciple. Can you?" The sect master waved him off before he could even finish. "The Crimson Blood sect is just a Tier 9 sect. We do not have the right to give any opinion in a matter of such importance, much less be involved in the decision-making. Our sect will follow whatever the Grand Sky Coalition decides." "Just Tier 9, he said? Just Tier 9. It was one of the most sarcastic things they had ever heard in their lives. But it was the truth. Literally no one had expected a mere Tier 9 sect to produce a monster unlike anything the world had ever seen. Not only was Lu Yi giving the Thousand Demon Ridge one of the hardest trashings they had ever experienced in their lives, the worst part was that they didn't really have a good way of dealing with him. They had tried sending real Lake Realm champions to kill him, but the young man managed to kill one of them and cause the death of another. They had tried sending Heaven-grade 9th Order ghost cultivators to assassinate him, but not a single one of them had returned alive, much less succeeded in the mission. If the young man was currently in Jianghu, then the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators could have annihilated him with a single fart. However, he was in the Spirit Creek battlefield right now, and he wasn't going to leave anytime soon. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge had never hated the balancing and suppression of the heavens more than they did at this moment. Oh my heavens, they're fighting! Suddenly, a divine ocean realm cultivator blurted out in a trembling voice. What? Both sides lost their cool when they heard this. Even Pang Zhen had forgotten his hunger as he messaged his contacts for the latest updates. What was going on over there? The negotiations weren't over yet. The younglings were supposed to stay put until they were done. More importantly, where had the battle broken out? If it was the second invasion force and the defenders, then that was still acceptable. The numbers in that location weren't so big that any clash would result in massive casualties. But it was the Weishui. Then the situation had officially slipped out of everyone's control. A moment later, they got confirmation that, thank the heavens, the battle had not broken out at Weishui. Thanks to the natural stronghold, no one there dared to make the first move. This meant that the battle had broken out on Lu Ye's side. Around 6,000 to 7,000 cultivators had clashed against one another, and the Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who lost horribly. The reason this happened was because the second invasion force was joined by a powerful reinforcement from none other than the Crimson Blood Sect itself. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition exchanged glances with each other for a moment. At their age and cultivation level, there should be very few things that could excite them so anymore, much less a bunch of Spirit Creek Realm younglings. They could not help but lament that younglings these days were way too active. If every one of them was like that boy from the Crimson Blood Sect, then the excitement alone was going to shave at least 100 years off their natural lifespan. They weren't even an active participant in the conflict, and the emotional roller coaster they were currently experiencing was easily the worst they had experienced in decades. On the other side, the Thousand Demon Ridge Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were staring at their counterparts with dark expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Tang Yifeng. The old man stared right back and rebuked, "The hell you're looking at me for? It's not like I'm the one who gave the order. That hopeless boy. Don't worry. I'll give him another stern rebuke right now." Back in the Spirit Creek battlefield, a couple thousand Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were currently chasing down their routing enemy. The giant eagle in the sky was particularly eye-catching. It was none other than Biki, the giant eagle that watched over the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. At first, Lu Yi was going to leave for another location. The Thousand Demon Ridge had gathered several thousand cultivators, and it didn't look like they would be able to break through them without suffering significant casualties. It was then he received a message from Hua Si. Hua Si had wanted to help Lu Yi since Lu Yi had created his first invasion force. She was a proud member of the Crimson Blood Sect and a medicine cultivator, and Lu Yi never failed to get hurt in big battles like this. She would have liked to treat his wounds at the very least. Unfortunately, he was just too far away at the time. Then she heard the surprising news that Lu Yi had teleported from Weishui to Silverlight Island. The Silverlight Island was much closer to the Crimson Blood Sect, so Hua Si immediately hopped on Biki and rushed to his aid. She was almost at the battlefield by the time she sent him the message. Lu Yi changed his mind the second he learned that Hua Si had brought Biki with her. When the time was right, he ordered the invasion force to charge the enemy. The 3,000-strong army had only come to be a few days ago, but their morale was sky-high thanks to all the benefits they had reaped under Lu Ye's leadership. That was why they did not hesitate to obey Lu Ye's order. Chapter 336, Behind the Scenes. On the other side of the battlefield, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't expect the Grand Sky Coalition to launch an attack at all. They thought that this would be the same as Weishui, where both sides were stuck in a stalemate until the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were done with the negotiation. After all, a battle involving thousands of cultivators was no joke. Someone would die, and only a delusional person would dare to claim that they would end up victorious. That was why the Grand Sky Coalition's action made no sense whatsoever. Still, they had to respond to the attack. They had just fallen into formation when a giant shadow suddenly swooped down from above. It flew over the charging Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, spread its wings in midair, and launched a hail of wind blades straight at the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. A hole immediately appeared in their defense line. Gray was on the same level as the great serpent Lu Yi had manipulated a while ago. It was a tyrant-level spirit beast, and it wasn't in existence even the cultivators on the roll of supremacy could fight against. Back then, drawn by the blood chi within the dragon scale, the great serpent had nearly conquered the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost single-handedly. The Sky Pillar Sect had lost over 100 cultivators despite resisting with all their might. As a spirit beast that existed on the same level as the great serpent, Gray was just as powerful. In fact, in a battle against cultivators, Gray's mobility should make it deadlier than the great serpent. Every time Gray swooped down from the sky, wind blades would rain from the sky and cut the cultivators into pieces. Blood spilled all over the ground, and massive gaps appeared in what should have been a fairly tight defensive line. While the cultivators were panicking, the invasion force led by Lu Yi and Zhu Jia cut right through them like a hot knife through butter. It took them barely any effort to split the enemy into smaller, easily manageable chunks. The 1,000 Demon Ridge put up a valiant resistance, but there was just no way they could hold the line after losing cohesion. Most of the time, they had just unleashed their spirit artifact right before they were hit by several attacks. They were dead before they could scream. The battle only lasted an incense stick before the 1,000 Demon Ridge's battle line collapsed completely. It was easy to decide what to do after that. It was decided that the invasion force would be split into two halves. One group would follow Lu Yi and continue to conquer the outposts. They numbered only 1,000 or so, but their numbers would naturally grow with time, and the rest would chase down the routing enemy. They numbered over 2,000. The 1,000 Demon Ridge lost over 1,000 people in this battle, but the Grand Sky Coalition lost only 200 to 300. The entire world was shocked when the news was spread. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of both sides warned the legates at Weishui again and again to stay put unless absolutely necessary. At least half of the reason the second invasion force was able to score such a massive victory was thanks to Gray. The power and intimidation factor of a tyrant-level spirit beast were just too great. Without it, the outcome of this battle would have been far murkier. It would have been a Pyrrhic victory at best. A day later, the split armies met up and swept through all the abandoned 1,000 Demon Ridge outposts around them. Then they marched on. On a spirit artifact ship, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged and bare-chested, revealing an innumerable amount of fresh wounds and old scars. Hua Ci was sitting next to him and healing the fresh wounds with her spiritual power. She let out a little sigh on the inside. On the first day they met, the young man was already covered in wounds. Today, his appearance hadn't improved one bit. "Why must you risk your life so?" Hua Ci said quietly, "At this rate, I might actually have to burn paper offerings for you one day." She even shot Yi a reproachful glance. "Why didn't you rein him in?" Yi stuck out her tongue playfully. Like anyone could stop Lu Yi from charging into the fray and going crazy. The best she could do was to stick to his side and block as many hidden knives for him as she could. "How is the outpost doing?" he asked. "Pretty good. Many of them, including Chen Yu, wanted to come to the inner circle to help you after hearing your exploits. I didn't allow them." "Chen Yu's 8th Order already, right?" "Since 2 months ago, yes. He hadn't left because there were many things to do at the outpost." "Are you sure it's okay for you to come here? Who is leading and managing the outpost right now?" "I transferred the Prolgate position to Gu Yang before I left. Sister Shui Yuan also approved of this." "Gu Yang, that's not a bad choice. He's steadier compared to the others, and I trust in Sister Shui Yuan's insight as well." It was around this time he suddenly felt something from his battlefield imprint. It was a message from the Sect Master. "The pot's about to burst. Do you have any personal requests? I could try and get them for you." It told Lu Yi that the 1,000 Demon Ridge was near their breaking point. He thought for a moment before sending a message. At the same time, on a spirit peak at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the tension between the divine ocean realm cultivators of both sides was reaching the boiling point. The thousand-old ridge old man said sternly, "The fish may die, but not without splitting the net. You do not want to go to war with us, do you, Pangjin? Sure, we Thousand Demon Ridge do not have an effective way of stopping Lu Yi, but if he keeps this up, we will have no choice but to launch an all-out war involving the entire Spirit Creek battlefield." All Grand Sky Coalition Divine Ocean Realm cultivators turned serious when they heard this. An all-out war involving the entire Spirit Creek battlefield would naturally involve every sect in Jianghu. No one here thought that the Thousand Demon Ridge lacked the guts and determination to do the unthinkable either. They had already sustained astronomical losses at this point, and they were swiftly approaching their bottom line. If Lu Yi still refused to stop, then they would rather flip the table and launch an all-out war. Why should I suffer alone, when I can make everyone else suffer with me? That was the sentiment that was slowly but surely growing stronger within the Thousand Demon Ridge. Literal rivers of blood would be drawn all across the Spirit Creek battlefield. No sect would be able to live in peace anymore. Like I told you, we want half a province of... Silence. You know we would rather go to war than accept such a condition. Everything else is negotiable. By that, he meant that they could demand for more resources or the like. The old man then looked at the sect master and added, "Does your youngling have any terms he would like to offer? It will be given priority." In the end, Lu Yi was the source of everything. Although Pangjin was the official representative of the Grand Sky Coalition they were negotiating with, they must take Lu Ye's feelings into consideration as well. "Yi does have a couple of requests to make," the sect master said and drew everyone's attention. The old man bowed his head as if reminiscing a terrible past. 3 months ago, Yi was nearly poisoned to death while visiting the heavenly derivative Sects outpost. Is he doing this on purpose? The divine ocean realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge thought furiously when they heard this. Back then, the members of the Crimson Blood sect had thrown such a fit that everyone and their mother thought that Lu Yi was dead. They had even celebrated his demise. In reality, the guy wasn't just perfectly fine, he emerged 2 months later as an extraordinary ward cultivator and created the first ever invasion force in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Today, at least 100,000 Demon Ridge sects had suffered greatly at his hands. The Thousand Demon Ridge had been beyond stunned when they heard that Lu Yi had returned to life. In fact, they still had no idea how he had survived to this day. It was because the poison targeted not just the physical body, but also the divine soul. It should be impossible for a Spirit Creek realm cultivator to survive such a poison. Just when the divine ocean realm cultivators looked like they were about to flip, the sect master abruptly changed his tune. Thankfully, he was ultimately rescued despite teetering on the brink at least several times. No one on the Thousand Demon Ridge's side knew how Lu Yi had survived because only a handful of people knew about the truth. It no longer mattered though. However, he never forgot his dear poisoner for even a second. If Shui Yuan hadn't arrived in time, if Lu Yi didn't happen to have the priceless treasure that was the soul-cleansing water, he would have lived, but Zhu Jia and Zhao Li would have died for sure. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Lu Yi was still too low on the ladder to have the means to find out the truth himself, but he was certain that the Thousand Demon Ridge could give him an answer. The old man thought for a second before revealing a name. "Swear a heavenly oath to prove that you're telling the truth." The old man frowned. "Brother Tang, we have known each other for years." The sect master interrupted him rudely. "It is precisely because I have known you for years that I know just how sly you are. You could be telling me the truth, or you could be throwing out a random Tier 6 sect's name. In any case, we can confirm this if you swear a heavenly oath, no?" For a moment, the old man said nothing at all. "Oh ho! You just lost another outpost," the sect master suddenly announced with obvious schadenfreude. It was the Tower of Mourning. The old man gave a different name. As far as I know, it was the Tower of Mourning who perpetrated it. The sect master immediately launched into a tirade. "I knew it. I fucking knew it was those underhanded dogs. I should have annihilated them way back then. He did not ask the old man to swear a heavenly oath this time because he could feel that the old man was telling him the truth. He immediately messaged Lu Yi about it. Lu Yi was standing in the middle of a rubble when he received the sect master's message. He grew thoughtful when he saw its contents. It was a name he had heard before. Back at the Golden Tip, Shui Yuan's alter ego, Sister Wei Yang, had mentioned the name of 3 sections. The first was the Cult Blackfire, the second was the Tower of Mourning, and the third was the Vale of Venom. Before the Battle of Golden Tip, all 3 sects were either Tier 1 or Tier 2 sections. Later, the Crimson Blood sect paid them back by destroying their headquarters and massacring all of their divine ocean realm cultivators. To this day, they still hadn't recovered from their loss. Now they were only Tier 4 or Tier 5 at best. Lu Yi was very familiar with the Cult Blackfire. His last opponent in the Battle of Golden Tip was a sacred child who willingly destroyed her spiritual points just to fight him. In the end, she still died at his hands. Lu Yi had already occupied the outpost of the Cult Blackfire. To say that the crazy spell cultivators had left a deep impression on him would be an understatement, which was why he had steered his first invasion force in their direction. It wasn't exactly intentional, but it was looking like they were going that way anyway, so why not? Lu Yi had never made contact with the Vale of Venom. The 10-point map revealed them to be a long, long distance away from his current position as well. On the other hand, the Tower of Mourning wasn't that far away. Considering their normal pace, the invasion force should be able to make it there in less than 3 days. He immediately tapped on the battlefield imprint at the back of his hand. Chapter 337, The Tower of Mourning. On a spirit peak at the Crouching Dragon Mountain, the sect master once again thumped his chest and raged, "This boy is gonna be the end of me, I swear." Pang Zhen hurriedly asked, "Calm down, Elder Tang. What happened?" The sect master replied, "The boy demanded me to give him 3 days to conquer the Tower of Mourning's outpost, or he would not be able to let this go. What kind of nonsense is that? He has no respect for his seniors at all. Sigh, it's all my fault. The Crimson Blood sect hasn't accepted a disciple for so long that I'd forgotten how to teach, much less discipline them." The old man looked aggrieved and regretful, but there wasn't a soul here who didn't know what he was implying. Pang Zhen couldn't follow through with the act either. He was the deputy coalition leader of the Grand Sky Coalition. Who would take his words seriously if he acted that way? The old man from the Thousand Demon Ridge looked stormy to say the least. A long, long time later, he finally uttered through gritted teeth, "He may occupy the Tower of Mourning, but absolutely nothing else. If he so much as touches one of the outposts on his way there, then we will go to war with the Grand Sky Coalition. I swear this with the heavens as my witness." Pang Zhen turned serious, and the sect master nodded. "I will explain the situation to him and tell him to look at the bigger picture." Lu Yi received another message from his sect master. As he thought, his time was finally up. Since he emerged from the heavenly derivative sect, he had created 2 Grand Sky Coalition armies and conquered over 100,000 Demon Ridge outposts in over a month. His allies had benefited massively from the conquest, while his enemies had suffered astronomical losses. Both sides' divine ocean realm cultivators were in the middle of peace talks right now, and it was clear that they had arrived at some sort of agreement at least. If he ignored the warnings and persisted in his ways, then the situation would truly spiral out of control. It was true that he could simply teleport to another location and restart his conquest again and again. In fact, he could theoretically do this until the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was conquered. However, it would also force the Thousand Demon Ridge to go to war against the Grand Sky Coalition. Therefore, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing to stop here. They could even demand a little more compensation from the Thousand Demon Ridge for the ceasefire. Having made up his mind, Lu Yi asked Luo Fu to summon the legates for a meeting. It was clear that the legates had already received the instructions of their elders though. They understood what was going to happen and why they were stopping without needing much explanation from Lu Yi. It was a shame, but it was inevitable. This was how the battles between the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge usually ended. This wasn't the first time one faction had gained a massive advantage over the other, but they rarely pushed the other side so far that they couldn't see any hope whatsoever because they knew that an opponent with nothing to lose was the scariest opponent of them all. This was especially true considering the Great War over 30 years ago. Feng Wujiang had tried to wipe out the Thousand Demon Ridge once and for all, but he ultimately wasn't able to achieve impossible. The Crimson Blood Sect fell from grace after that, and the Grand Sky Coalition itself had sustained huge losses. After the meeting, the group scattered and rallied their cultivators. They were mobilizing to head back to their sections. The invasion force began retracing their steps and went home. When all was said and done, Lu Yi, Hua Si, Zhu Jia and Yi were the only ones left at the ruins of the outpost. Brotherly! Lu Yi suddenly looked in a certain direction and called out. Hua Si and the others were surprised by his action. They were even more surprised when someone actually stepped out a few seconds later. He had a handsome face, straight pupils and enchanting eyes. He was wearing a set of white robes that was patterned with red clouds, and it matched his glistening white hair perfectly. A calabash gourd was hanging off his waist. He was none other than Li Baxian. How did you know I was here? Li Baxian looked surprised. He thought he had hidden himself pretty well, but Lu Yi still saw through him somehow. You joined the invasion force as an independent cultivator about half a month ago. Then, you flew all the way from Weishui to join me. I would be remiss to miss you after all the pains you've gone through to protect me, brotherly. As Lu Yi said, Li Baxian had secretly joined him when he was still leading the first invasion force. He just hadn't revealed himself. To be specific, he had shown off after the Heaven-grade 9th Order Ghost Cultivator's assassination attempt. Clearly, he had shown up because he was worried for Lu Ye's safety. As for why he hadn't revealed himself to Lu Yi, it was because he thought it would be easier for him to act that way. It wasn't that he didn't want to meet his junior brother. After Lu Yi had teleported to the Silverlight Island using the Divine Opportunity Column, Li Baxian had rushed over on his flying spirit artifact. He had even assassinated a not insignificant number of core circle cultivators on the way. I'm very glad, junior brother. Li Baxian was of course delighted to learn that Lu Ye's perception was as sharp as it was. He finally understood why Lu Yi had dared to send the invasion force away as well. The young man knew he was watching nearby from the start. Li Baxian was the second runner-up on the Scroll of Supremacy. There should be no one who could harm their group unless the enemy drastically outnumbered them, not to mention that the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted Lu Yi to stop as soon as possible. Right now, the last thing they wanted to do was to send assassins, fail, and give him the excuse to continue his conquest. So, to the Tower of Mourning? Li Baxian asked. He had obviously received the intel as well. Lu Yi nodded. All right then, let's go. Li Baxian raised a hand and summoned a huge sword spirit artifact. After he jumped onto it, the sword grew a lot bigger in just a couple of seconds. It shot to the sky after everyone had gotten on the spirit artifact sword. If Biki was still here, then of course they would have ridden it to the Tower of Mourning's outpost instead. However, Biki had never forgotten the order Feng Wujiang had given it back then. It did not mind carrying the disciples of the Crimson Blood Sect here and there, but it would not linger in the wilderness for even a second longer. That was why Biki had flown back to the outpost immediately after the battle was over. Lu Yi sighed in admiration as his surroundings flew backward at high speed. He had known that sword cultivators were famed for their speed, but it was only now that he was able to experience it firsthand. Of course, there was the fact that Li Baxian himself was an extremely powerful cultivator. Li Baxian sipped on liquor and hummed to himself as they traveled. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. He might not be a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect anymore, but it was his roots. Of course he was pleased and honored that his sect had produced a monster like Lu Yi. Sometimes they would pass by another flyer or two, but they all avoided Li Baxin like the plague. One look at the aura he left behind was all they needed to know that he was not one they wanted to trifle with. The trip to the Tower of Mourning's outpost should have taken 3 days, but thanks to Li Baxin, they arrived in less than a day. At the outpost, several hundred grim-faced Tower of Mourning cultivators were assembled at the public square. The Grand Ward was active as well. Their elders had informed them of the Thousand Demon Ridge's strategic decision. They wanted them to abandon their outpost to appease Lu Yi. It was a decision they couldn't accept as a matter of course. Every object in the outpost was the culmination of their Spirit Creek Realm cultivators' blood, sweat, and tears. It represented generations upon generations of hard work. That was why they didn't evacuate immediately even though their elders had commanded them to do so repeatedly. However, Lu Yi had surprised them all by showing up in less than a day instead of the expected 3 days. The news shocked and angered the Tower of Mourning cultivators. It wasn't long before they reached the edge of the Grand Ward and exchanged glares with Lu Yi. The invasion force was nowhere to be seen. It looked like Lu Yi had only brought a couple of people with them. The Tower of Mourning cultivators felt great temptation when they realized this. Was this their chance to kill Lu Yi and become the heroes of the Thousand Demon Ridge? That temptation subsided considerably when they recognized the white-haired young man standing beside Lu Yi. Was there anyone who did not know the second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy, Li Baxin? His iconic white hair and the calabash gourd were all they needed to see to identify him. Outside the ward, Lu Yi slowly swept his gaze across the crowd before locking eyes with a man in black clothing. "Are you going to open the ward yourself, or are you going to make me breach it?" The man in black clothing was undoubtedly the legate or the prolgate of the Tower of Mourning. How could he tell? It was because the control gem was hanging off his waist. The guy did not give a response. He simply stared expressionlessly at Lu Yi. So, Lu Yi brought out his ward flags and launched them at various nodes. He then channeled his spiritual power into them. In just a dozen or so breaths, a small gap had appeared in the Grand Ward. This was how he had breached the Grand Ward of Sunlit Mountain, though at the time he had a bunch of ward cultivators to support him. With his current attainment, tearing a small gap like this was almost as easy as breathing. Lu Ye's group then stepped through the hole under the stunned gazes of the Tower of Mourning cultivators. The tension grew razor-sharp in an instant. The sound of spirit artifacts being unsheathed came from nearly every direction as the Tower of Mourning cultivators channeled their spiritual power in silence, ready to act at first notice. Li Baxin grabbed his calabash gourd and took a deep gulp. He beamed at the people around him after letting out a satisfied burp. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Every time his gaze swept across a vital spot, the affected cultivator looked like they had fallen into an ice pit. Death sat on their shoulders and licked at their divine souls like an invisible, ravenous beast. It chilled them to their core, to put it mildly. The invisible pressure was akin to torture. It built up more and more until the weak-willed cultivators started turning red in the face and shaking like a leaf. It was clear that they were on the verge of exploding. The man in black clothing said suddenly, "Li Baxin, the Tower of Mourning will hunt you to the ends of the world." He had just said this when a translucent sword only 1/3 of a meter long suddenly touched his forehead. No one had even seen how Li Baxin moved. 1 second there was nothing, and the next Li Baxin was pressing a translucent sword against the Heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator's forehead just deep enough to draw blood. Crimson blood trickled down his forehead before splitting at the bridge of his nose. It was like an ugly, bloody makeup. "Did you just threaten me?" Li Baxin tilted his head curiously. "I dare you to say another word." The man in black clothing looked furious, but he kept silent. Everyone knew that sword cultivators were notoriously poor at taking threats. Li Baxin would kill him if he said another word. He wasn't afraid to die, but his death would definitely lead to physical conflict, and only the heavens knew how many cultivators they would lose if that happened. A top-tier sword cultivator was no one to be trifled with. Chapter 338, No Regrets. One could even say that Li Baxin was purposely goading them into attacking. If they lost their cool, then it would cause no end of trouble. It was one thing if they knew they could kill Lu Yi for sure. In that case, they would become the heroes of the Thousand Demon Ridge. However, they were unlikely to succeed while Li Baxin was around. The man in black clothing wasn't feeling confident in the least. That was why he didn't dare to make a move. At the same time, he regretted his earlier decision. If he knew that things would turn out like this, he would have evacuated back to Jianghu with his cultivators already. The short sword rang lightly before slashing downward. The control gem hanging off the guy's waist shattered into pieces. The Grand Ward stopped functioning. The barrier of energy was still there, but it had lost all of its power and function. "Open the way, Zhu Jia," Lu Yi instructed. Zhu Jia immediately walked forward. Some Tower of Morning cultivators tried to block his way, but he just pushed right through them. It resulted in the occasional grunts of pain and even the snapping of bones. Zhu Jia's physique was so that there were only a handful of body-tempering cultivators in the core circle who might be able to give him a run for his money. In the inner circle? Such a person simply did not exist. Naturally, the Tower of Morning cultivators were only torturing themselves by standing in his way. Lu Yi stuck close to Zhu Jia as they made their way toward the Sanctum of Providence. He kept a hand on his saber the entire time. The hundreds of Tower of Morning cultivators gritted their teeth in humiliation and fury, but no one dared to act without their legate's order. Everyone here knew what the consequences of attacking Lu Yi now were. Their Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had arrived at a consensus, and the Tower of Morning was Lu Ye's last stop. Therefore, their first priority should be seeing off this walking pestilence as soon as possible. It was humiliating, but their dignity could be regained, and their lost blessings would be compensated by the Thousand Demon Ridge. This was also why Li Baxin had not gone on a killing spree already. Anyone who attacked first would be, in essence, damaging the peace talks between the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. No Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could possibly endure the avalanche of consequences that stemmed from it. Zhu Jia continued his unstoppable, bone-breaking march until they reached the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi then put his hand on the Divine Opportunity column and robbed all of its blessings in his capacity as the legate of the Crimson Blood Sect. On the public square, every Tower of Morning cultivator was closing their eyes in pain. It sounded like their spine was being snapped vertebra by vertebra as they listened to the creaking noises coming from the Sanctum of Providence. The world's spiritual chi in the outpost began thinning at a ridiculous pace after the blessings were removed from the Divine Opportunity column. The outpost's area of influence rapidly shrank, and even the Grand Ward that was barely functioning abruptly shattered into pieces. A short while later, Lu Yi emerged from the sanctum and gave Li Baxin a nod. The sword cultivator had been standing guard at the entrance. Li Baxin then summoned his massive flying sword once more. After everyone had jumped on board, Li Baxin let out a guffaw and shot into the sky. From the Tower of Morning cultivator's point of view, they looked like a shooting star that was shooting upward instead of down. The sword cultivator had never felt this good in his life. With his abilities, there was practically no one except those on the top rung of the scroll of supremacy he couldn't kill. However, it was a completely different experience to waltz into an enemy outpost as a small group and plunder every last contribution point right before the enemy's eyes. To say that he enjoyed the frustration and helplessness present on each and every face would be an understatement. At almost the same time, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators on the Spirit Peak at Crouching Dragon Mountain were receiving the latest updates from their contacts. Their hearts had leaped to their throats when they received the most horrifying news about 15 minutes ago. Instead of the expected 3 days, the Vanquisher of Sects had appeared at the Tower of Morning's outpost in under a day. The problem was that the cultivators of Tower of Morning hadn't evacuated, so it was like a spark-meeting powder keg that was already primed to explode. To say it was the scariest 15 minutes of their long life would be an exaggeration, but it certainly was among the top 10. No one could say for certain what might happen next. Thankfully, the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators of the Tower of Mourning ultimately did not allow their emotions to get to their head. They would definitely have to compensate them properly for their loss and discretion, though that was for the Thousand Demon Ridge to think about. The Thousand Demon Ridge old man looked at the sect master and said, "With this, I believe that the matter is satisfactorily resolved for all parties? This must not happen again though." The sect master nodded in agreement. "I'll ground that brat the second I reach home." The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge merely shot him a cold look. The sect master called it grounding, but he was really sheltering the young man. To say that this matter had grown way out of control would be an understatement. The matters of the Spirit Creek battlefield rarely affected Jianghu because Spirit Creek Realm was the lowest cultivation level. This time, though, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators themselves had to come out and negotiate a solution. A case like this was literally unprecedented. In fact, the Vanquisher of Sects had done a surprising amount of things that should be impossible for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator until this point. It would not even be an exaggeration to say that he had single-handedly turned the Spirit Creek battlefield upside down. If he continued to show his face in the Spirit Creek battlefield, he would definitely be attacked in every way possible. The old man then looked at Pang Zhen and said, "The compensation will be prepared in a month's time." Pang Zhen nodded. The old man hadn't sworn a heavenly oath, but he wasn't worried that the Thousand Demon Ridge would renege on the promise. There were only downsides if they did. A moment later, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge finally left the scene. Pang Zhen exhaled deeply as the tension that had been building in his heart all this time finally subsided. They had been forced to negotiate with their enemies on this mountain and pay attention to all the events in the Spirit Creek battlefield for days. They had experienced not one, but numerous emotional roller coasters in the past week. It was a rare experience to say the least. "Let's go." Pang Zhen beckoned as everyone took to the sky and split up a few seconds later. They all came from different provinces after all. Naturally, their path home was not the same. On the way, Pang Zhen said, "Elder Tang, your boy is going to go to the core circle after he switches his cultivation technique to a heaven grade 1, right?" "Yeah. What are you trying to say?" "If he wants to, the righteous sect welcomes him to cultivate at our outpost." The sect master nodded. "I will let him know. Whether he will actually visit is up to him." It sounded like Pang Zhen was trying to improve his disciples' prestige or befriend the Crimson Blood sect, but the sect master knew he wasn't. He was protecting Lu Yi. Lu Yi had basically started a mini-war in the Spirit Creek battlefield. There was no Thousand Demon Ridge sect in the world who didn't want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. As a Ninth Order cultivator, the young man was among the best of the best in the inner circle. However, that would change once he entered the core circle. The cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge were sure to shower him with all kinds of attention. It would be a manhunt the likes of which the Spirit Creek battlefield had never seen. Moreover, the core circle was a different landscape compared to the inner circle. Champions were a dime a dozen in that place, and they responded faster to threats. Even with Lu Ye's ward breaching skills, it was doubtful he would be able to act as he pleased in the core circle. The Righteous Sect was a Tier 1 sect. He would be safer there than most places. In any case, Pang Zhen thought it natural to lend a fellow Bingzhouer a hand. The sect master did not make the decision on behalf of Lu Yi though. He just said that he would tell Lu Yi about it. About 7 or 8 days later, a sword light descended in the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost from above. They should have arrived sooner, but even Li Baxian was hard-pressed to carry so many people on his flying spirit artifact for so long. In fact, they had taken turns to fly the group so that no one person would be completely exhausted. Naturally, the trip home took a couple days longer. At least they weren't attacked by anyone along the way. Heck, they hadn't even seen a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator in the past couple days. The Thousand Demon Ridge was just that defeated. They had lost over 100 outposts, and their greatest protector, the Grand Ward, was completely useless to the Vanquisher of Sects. Even now, the Thousand Demon Ridge was still being ruled by the shadow of Lu Yi. Although it was confirmed that the Vanquisher of Sects had ceased his conquest, no one dared to let up their guard for even a moment. Every man and woman was staying in their outpost in case of an emergency. The outpost had been informed of their arrival a while ago, so they saw at least a couple hundred cultivators waiting for them when they arrived at the public square. With Chen Yu at the helm, the disciples saluted the group and greeted, "Welcome home, Brother Lu." As Hua Ci had mentioned earlier, the cultivators of the Crimson Blood Sect had desperately wanted to support Lu Yi when the young man was dominating the inner circle. They only didn't because Wei Shui was too far away, and their cultivation level was still lacking. When they learned that Lu Yi had created a second invasion force, they immediately sent their representative, Hua Ci, to assist him. Lu Yi had come home in triumph, so of course it was their duty to give him a warm welcome. What disciple wouldn't be proud of their legate's numerous and practically miraculous exploits? Different standings created different perspectives. To the Thousand Demon Ridge, the Vanquisher of Sects was a walking calamity that deserved 1,000,000 deaths and more, but to the Grand Sky Coalition and the Crimson Blood Sect, he was their lucky star and their hero. Besides that, the Crimson Blood Sect cultivators were quite curious about Lu Ye's brawny companion, Wuxia. They had heard for the longest time that Lu Yi was accompanied by an extremely powerful body-tempering cultivator, but as the saying went, seeing was believing. It wasn't until they saw him with their own eyes that they realized just how vigorous he really was. Even He Xin, a fellow body-tempering cultivator, could not help but give Wuxia's stone-like chest a 1-2 punch to confirm that he wasn't an illusion. Wuxia felt nothing at all, but she felt like she had just punched the ground. It wasn't just a gap in cultivation, but also a gap in physique. From the sidelines, Li Baxian watched it all with a gladdened expression. He felt younger just being next to his junior brothers and sisters. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of seeing exactly this scene, an outpost that was filled with people and energy. Instead, the Crimson Blood Sect itself had nearly been removed as a sect. Today, his dream had finally come true. A long time later, after the crowd had finally dispersed, Li Baxian said suddenly, "I'm leaving, junior brother." Once, he was frustrated with the fact that he had to devote most of his time and energy in the Devoted Ones despite being a former Crimson Blood Sect disciple. That was not the case anymore. For as long as Lu Yi remained in the Crimson Blood Sect, it would never decline. In fact, he could see the opposite happening under his junior brother's leadership. Lu Yi had accomplished what he had tried and failed to do. He no longer had any regrets. Chapter 339, Rewards. If you're not in a hurry, can I ask you a couple of things before you leave? It's not every day you visit the sect. Li Baxian smiled and tapped a finger on his battlefield imprint. You can just message me, no? Sister Shui has cooked a feast. It's been a long time since I last saw the old man. I should pay him a visit at the very least. He then started walking toward the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi shot Hua Ci a meaningful look. The girl immediately followed behind Li Baxian with Yi and Wuxia. A while later, they had all teleported back to the headquarters using the Divine Opportunity column. Lu Yi did not follow them. Instead, he pressed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column. For the past month or two, he was either fighting or plundering the blessings of the outposts of the Thousand Demon Ridge. It was finally time to reap the rewards. Plundered blessings could be converted into an equal amount of sect contribution points through his Sect's Divine Opportunity column only. He had already done this once after returning from the chess sea, so the routine was not unfamiliar to him. First, he used his privilege as the legate to check the current balance of sect contribution points in the Divine Opportunity column. There were only 2,000 plus contribution points. As of now, their Divine Opportunity column only had one type of blessing, and it was the type that increased the concentration of the outpost's world spiritual chi. There were 19 such blessings in total, and each blessing improved the outpost's world spirit chi by 10%. The Divine Opportunity column itself already improved the World Spiritual Qi by 10%, so in total the outpost's World Spiritual Qi was 200% richer than the Wilderness. If the spiritual Qi concentration of the Wilderness was valued at 1, then the Crimson Blood Sect outposts was 2. He used to think that their outpost's World Spiritual Qi was pretty rich, but he changed his opinion after visiting various major sects' outposts. With a thought, the plundered blessings in his battlefield imprint shattered into tiny motes of light and sank into the Divine Opportunity column. For a moment, it looked like the column was surrounded by a sea of fireflies. They looked extremely pretty. The number indicating the amount of sect contribution point in the Divine Opportunity column started climbing at a ridiculous rate. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Lu Yi did not know if there existed another Divine Opportunity column with such a ridiculous amount of sect contribution points in the Spirit Creek battlefield, perhaps in the core circle, but he was certain that theirs was the only one in the outer or inner circles. How much was 3 million contribution points? One ordinary 9th Order Realm cultivator was worth 9 points at his current cultivation level, so he would have to kill 33,333 people to reach that number. To say it was a ridiculous number would be the understatement of the century. Lu Yi had stacked up quite the body count at this point, but he was still many zeros away from reaching that number. Of course, slaying enemy cultivators was hardly the only way to accrue contribution points. Handling insectoid attacks, selling stuff in the Vault of Providence, and more were ways to earn contribution points as well. It was just that slaying enemy cultivators was the most common way to the masses. When the number finally came to a stop, it showed 3,100,000 plus sect contribution points. It seemed like an impossible number, but Lu Yi and the first invasion force had conquered at least 100,000 Demon Ridge outposts before they were stopped at Weishui. He did not touch the first 3 sects because of favors due to the heavenly derivative sect, but the rest were fair game. He was the one who created the invasion force, so his share was much bigger than everyone else's. At best, he got 10% of the contribution points. At worst, he still got 5%. The sects in the inner circle had been developing their outposts for many years. Even 5% of the blessings in the Divine Opportunity columns was a lot. The second invasion force's success was comparatively smaller, but they had still conquered 20 to 30 outposts in total. This was especially true for the last outpost he conquered, the Tower of Mourning. In this case, he was able to monopolize every blessing in the Divine Opportunity column. As the saying went, many little drops make an ocean. The reason he toiled so hard and so long, going so far as to teleport to another location to restart his conquest after learning that the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had begun their negotiation, was for this moment. It was enough for what he had in mind. In fact, there would be plenty of contribution points left for himself. Lu Yi did not rush to increase his sect's world spiritual qi. First things first, he paid himself a salary. In the past, he thought that a salary was fixed at 10% of the total sect contribution points. Later, he learned that personal contribution was factored into the equation as well. Assuming that his contribution to the sect was lacking, he would not be able to pay himself anything substantial even if he was the legate. That was why he was able to pay himself and Hua Ci their salary without a hitch after returning from the chess sea. They had earned every point with their blood, sweat, and tears. The Divine Opportunity column currently had over 3,100,000 contribution points, so the most he could pay himself was 31,000 contribution points. A thought later, the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand immediately burned like someone had stuck a red-hot branding iron to it. Thankfully, the feeling went away as quickly as it came. After confirming that the balance was transferred successfully, he finally began improving the outpost's world spiritual qi. The purchase price of the blessing was incremental. To be specific, each blessing cost 500 contribution points more than the last. At the beginning, one blessing only cost 500 contribution points, but now the latest price was 10,000. Every new blessing increased the concentration of world spiritual chi in the outpost by 10% and 10% only. It was why it cost a ridiculous amount of contribution points to improve it during the latter half of the outpost's development. One could even say that the development of the outpost itself was a maw that could consume it all no matter how many points you sank into it. Lu Yi paid the new price no heed, however. As he made the purchases, the remaining 2,790,000 sect contribution points started decreasing at a visible rate. The divine opportunity column itself kept twisting and changing and making all sorts of clicking noises. At the outpost, the Crimson Blood Sect disciples were celebrating Lu Ye's triumphant return when suddenly, the world changed. The world's spiritual chi in the outpost had suddenly become extremely abnormal, and before the cultivators could investigate the anomaly, large patches of dark clouds started forming above the outpost. The clouds were so thick that even the sun had been completely blotted. It was like a massive, end-of-the-world creature that was bearing down on them. It was impossible not to panic at this. What scared the Crimson Blood Sect disciples even more was the fact that the already dense clouds were still growing thicker by the second. The prolgate, Gu Yang hurried out of his residence and looked up. Seeing that things were not looking good, he hurriedly messaged Lu Yi and removed the Grand Ward using the control gem at the same time. No matter what these dark clouds were, he did not want the Grand Ward to be up when it bore down on them. It would probably shatter upon contact. A moment later, he rushed into the Sanctum of Providence and said in a hurry, "It's bad, Brother Lu. You need to come out and check this out as soon as possible." Lu Yi was losing his patience because the blessings could not be purchased in one go. He turned around and asked, "What?" "There's something strange going on in the sky right now." Lu Yi frowned and dashed out of the Sanctum of Providence. After observing the sky for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." He then went back into the Sanctum of Providence and resumed the tedious process of purchasing the remaining blessings. Right now, Gu Yang was feeling rather dumbfounded by how careless his fifth senior brother was acting. It looked like the end of the world up there, so how could it possibly be nothing? Still, if Brother Lu said it's nothing, then it's probably nothing, right? After consoling the nearest disciples and walking back into the Sanctum of Providence, he immediately heard a rapid series of clicking noises coming from the Divine Opportunity column. He slowly walked up to Lu Yi while voicing his doubts. "What are you doing, Brother Lu?" He used to be an independent cultivator, and he had only replaced Hua Ci as the prolgate a while ago. Naturally, he had never learned to purchase a blessing. "Now that I think about it, you haven't done this before, have you? That's perfect. Take my place and familiarize yourself with the process," Lu Yi said while beckoning Lu Yi to his position. Gu Yang did as Lu Yi had instructed him to. His eyeballs nearly fell out of his eye sockets when he saw the number indicating the sect contribution points. Unable to believe his eyes, he rubbed his eyes but could not see any change in the number. Finally, he looked at Lu Yi as if to confirm that it was real. "Buy it." Right. Gu Yang hurriedly went to work. Clack, click, clack. The Divine Opportunity column began making clicking noises once more. While this was going on, Lu Yi pressed his hand on the Divine Opportunity column again and connected to the Vault of Providence with a thought. He quickly found what he was looking for. It was an item that could only be purchased in the Vault of Providence, and it was so rare that even the Divine Trade Association was out of stock. Its price was a ludicrous 150,000 contribution points. The item was a spirit pill of sorts. When he first saw it at the Vault of Providence, he had been absolutely flabbergasted by its ludicrous price. He had thought it would take him a very long time to accrue the contribution points necessary to purchase it, but as it turned out, he managed to do it before he even entered the core circle. My heartfelt thanks to all the 1,000 Demon Ridge sects who so kindly donated their contribution points to the Grand Sky Coalition. There were only 8 of these spirit pills in the Vault of Providence. Back when his second senior sister was still in the Spirit Creek battlefield, there were still over 30 of the spirit pills. However, it decreased to just 8 over time. No one knew where the spirit pills came from. There was no one in the entire Jianghu who was capable of refining them. There existed a good number of rare items that could not be obtained or refined with current knowledge in the Vault of Providence. Some people deduced that it was the remnants of the previous cultivation world, which was why the number of these items never increased with time, only the opposite. Just one of these spirit pills cost 150,000 contribution points, but Lu Yi purchased 2 without so much as batting an eyelid. As a result, he went from being wealthy enough to rival a country to broke. Still, he had over 10,000 leftover contribution points. He withdrew his mind and looked down at his hands. He was now holding 2 ancient-looking wooden boxes. After inspecting their contents and confirming that the spirit pills weren't damaged in any way, he finally put them safely inside his storage bag. "I can't buy any more, Brother Lu," Gu Yang's voice came from the side. Lu Yi pressed his hand on the Divine Opportunity column once more. What was 2,790,000 contribution points at the beginning had dwindled to just 400,000. There were also 99 blessings on the Divine Opportunity column now. Lu Yi tried to purchase more, but as Gu Yang had told him just now, he couldn't. "So, 99 blessings really is the limit," Lu Yi said, raising his eyebrows. He had heard from Li Baxian that a Divine Opportunity column in the outer circle could not carry more than 99 blessings, but for obvious reasons, no outer circle sects had ever been able to purchase this many blessings. That was why no one knew if it was the truth or just hearsay until now. Chapter 340, 10 times the increase. The opportunity column continued to click and clack nonstop. By now, the dark clouds in the sky had become so thick that it almost felt like nighttime. Everyone was looking up into the sky. Although they were still worried, Gu Yang had told some of them that the phenomenon was nothing, and the word had spread. That was why no one was particularly panicked. The moment the clicking noises from the Divine Opportunity column stopped, the dark clouds abruptly descended toward the ground. From a distance, it looked like a massive piece of cotton was falling toward the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. The wind blew. It was so powerful that the disciples had to squint. The dark clouds abruptly disappeared, and light returned to the outpost once more. That wasn't the only thing that had changed though. The surrounding world spiritual chi had also undergone an impossible change. Cultivators were naturally sensitive toward changes like this. Exclamations of shock immediately broke out from every corner of the outpost. No one could quite believe what they were sensing. The surrounding spiritual chi had become much richer. Now that the Divine Opportunity column was imbued with 99 blessings instead of 19, the concentration of the outpost's world spiritual chi was 10 times richer than the wilderness. It was almost like the air had suddenly turned liquid. The disciples began cheering. In the past, they were independent cultivators that belonged to nowhere. They had had to attach themselves to the bazaar located outside the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost until Lu Yi recruited them and afforded them the treatment and benefits a proper cultivator enjoyed. Not long ago, the quality of the outpost's world spiritual chi had increased, and the disciples were overjoyed as it directly improved their cultivation efficiency. However, today's improvement was even greater than that. The concentration of the world spiritual chi went from 2 times greater than the wilderness to 10 times. Everyone knew that the good times had arrived. Their talent might be below average, but with such an environment, their cultivation speed would be as good as most of the sects in the outer circle, or even the inner circle, if not better. While the disciples at the outpost were celebrating uproariously, Lu Yi had teleported back to the headquarters. The headquarters was almost desolate compared to the outpost because they didn't have many true acolytes yet. Besides Hua Xi's group, they had only Gu Yang, He Xin, and a handful of people in their ranks. Moreover, they spent most of their time cultivating in the outpost and returned to the headquarters only once in a while. First, Lu Yi paid his respects to the sect master and listened to his teachings. The commotion you caused in the inner circle this time is no joke. It was agreed during the peace talks that the divine ocean realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge will pay us a hefty compensation to make you stop. You should lie low until then. Yes, Sect Master, Lu Yi responded before asking, does this mean I can't breach another outpost's grand ward without good reason from now on, Sect Master? Of course you can. Whatever made you think that? But the peace talks. We agreed that you will stop this time, but we never agreed that you will stop once and for all. That said, you should wait until we've received the compensation, and know that the Thousand Demon Ridge would rather fight us to the death than let this happen a second time. That is how hard you've hurt them. In the future, try not to go overboard with your schemes. It's one thing to test one's bottom line, and another to completely cross the line, so to speak. The Grand Sky Coalition will suffer if the Thousand Demon Ridge resolves themselves to take us down with them. Lu Yi thought for a moment before nodding. I understand. The Sect Master's meaning was clear. He was saying that Lu Yi was free to attack any outpost, but it was best if he avoided creating an army of thousands or tens of thousands. It was arguable that Lu Yi was simply acting in his capacity as a cultivator in the first case, but not the second. The Thousand Demon Ridge was also far more inclined to resort to drastic action in the second case. This disciple shall be taking his leave. Yi. Lu Yi turned around. The Sect Master beamed at him. It is the Crimson Blood Sect and my fortune to have met you in the Evil Moon Valley. Lu Yi bowed deeply, and you, Sect Master. Go well. Now that he thought about it, there were two main reasons he was able to join the Crimson Blood Sect. One of them was luck, and another was Pang Dehai. Without Pang Dehai's careful explanation and hints, he might not have made the decision to join the Crimson Blood Sect that day. Back then, he had wondered why Pang Dehai hadn't just told it to him straight, and that he was making things unnecessarily complicated with his obtuse hints or even just making fun of him. Now, though, he realized it was an act of kindness. He was a disciple of the Righteous Sect and the nephew of the Vice Coalition leader of the Grand Sky Coalition, Pang Zhen. He clearly did not want the Crimson Blood Sect to be removed. That was why he had secretly manipulated him into joining the Crimson Blood Sect. It was to ensure its continued existence. He'd like to thank the man if he got the chance. Every time Lu Yi came home, Shui Yuan would prepare a feast for him. Today was no exception. There was barely any talking at the dining table because everyone was busy gorging themselves on her food, and this was doubly true for Jujia. The body-tempering cultivator had never eaten such a delicious medicinal feast in his life, and he hadn't stopped chowing down since he had taken his first bite. He ate until he felt like his own tongue had vanished into his stomach. He was a quiet, wooden man. Despite having followed Lu Yi for some time, he had remained aloof and uncaring of other people's opinion. Not Shui Yuan, though. His respect toward Shui Yuan was almost palpable. Lu Yi and Li Baxian were trying to get each other drunk. His fourth senior brother was looking at Shui Yuan nervously at the beginning, but he let go after realizing that his second senior sister wasn't about to whoop his ass. It was a feast with good liquor, a lot of drink, and mild drunkenness. Sometime later, Lu Yi and Li Baxian went fishing at the center of the lunar mirror. They each held a fishing rod and chatted about everything while Yi cooked tea next to them. The fragrant scent blended well with the evening air. Lu Yi was no good at fishing. He generally dove into the lake to catch them. His fourth senior brother was a master at the art, though, not to mention that he loved the feeling of fishing. That was why he never failed to fish some blood sturgeons every time he came home. The blood sturgeon is technically a cultivation resource or sorts, you know. Have I ever told you that this type of spirit fish is used to temper a disciple's body? Yes, you did. For obvious reasons, we disciples weren't allowed to fish beyond a certain number of blood sturgeons to avoid depleting them, but I didn't know that when I was younger. Every time I felt like eating a blood sturgeon, your first senior brother or second senior sister would bring me here to catch a fish. Sometimes we were successful and no one knew what we did. Sometimes we were caught by the old man and received a beating for our efforts. It was why I hated the old man to death back then. Now that I think about it though, the old man is a divine ocean realm cultivator. There is nothing in the headquarters that could hide from his perception. It wasn't that the old man didn't notice my doing, he just couldn't be bothered to discipline me most of the time. Plus, Brother Feng and Sister Shui always protected me during those beatings. Brother Feng? What kind of person was he? Li Baxian fell silent for a moment before answering. He was a man of peerless talent like you, but unlike you, he was a nobody until he reached the late stage of Cloud River Realm. From then on, he shot through the ladders of Real Lake Realm and the Divine Ocean Realm like they were nothing and pushed the Crimson Blood Sect to the top in no time. Unfortunately, we were both raised up and cast down by your first senior brother. It is why your cultivation journey is much more precarious compared to ours. The number of difficulties and dangers you will face will only increase. Remember this well, junior brother. Do not make the same mistakes Brother Feng did. Lu Yi nodded solemnly. I will not. Yi chose this moment to serve them both a new cup of tea. She then sat beside them and watched them fish in silence. Did you notice something different about your second senior sister? Li Baxian asked suddenly. Lu Yi thought for a moment before answering. You mean, she didn't stop you from drinking? Li Baxian burst out laughing. Well, she is in a good mood. Everyone's less strict when they're in a good mood. He looked left and right before adding in a subdued voice, she's ascended to Divine Ocean Realm. Lu Yi perked up immediately. Before his arrival, the sect consisted only of his sect master and his second senior sister. One of them was a Divine Ocean Realm master, and the other a Real Lake Realm master. If the Crimson Blood sect wasn't a top-tier sect back then, it would have been removed from the list of sects many, many years ago. Now that his second senior sister had ascended, it meant that the Crimson Blood sect had two Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. He had a feeling that it was thanks to the soul-cleansing water he had given her a while ago. This was good news, but the sect still had a long way to go. Right now, they had two Divine Ocean Realm cultivators, no Real Lake Realm cultivators and no Cloud River Realm cultivators. If he wasn't destined to make it to the Divine Ocean Realm, one might even say that they were facing a crisis of succession. She hasn't released the news yet, so we're the only ones who know about it right now. Suddenly, Li Baxian raised his fishing pole and pulled a colorful blood sturgeon right out of the water. He immediately clapped and cheered like she was the one who had gotten the fish. Even her face was red with excitement. Lu Yi instinctively raised his fishing pole as well, but unfortunately he got nothing but air. Li Baxian chuckled. Fishing looks like a simple task, but in reality it tests a person's patience and their ability to seize an opportunity before it slips through their grasp. Some things cannot be rushed, junior brother. Just let nature take its course, and the future you seek will come to you eventually. It was clear his senior brother noticed something. Li Baxian added in a meaningful tone, a sect's development isn't a one-man task, and it never will. Your first senior brother is the real-life example of that. This is why I told you not to make the same mistakes he did. I understand. By the way, you didn't ask me to stay behind just for dinner, did you? Would you like to talk about it now? Indeed, I would like to ask you to teach me the way of telekinesis. I heard that you can control over 100 swords telekinetically. Is it true? What do you think? Li Baxian returned the question back to Lu Yi. I thought it was exaggerated, Lu Yi answered honestly. He had the right to say this because his divine soul was far, far stronger than his peers. In fact, he was certain that it was greater than Li Baxian's as well. However, he could not control 10 spirit artifacts satisfactorily even if he pushed himself to his limit, much less 100. Ho! To think that my own junior brother underestimates me. Li Baxian let out a chuckle before slapping his calabash gourd hanging off his waist. The cork popped open, and metallic ringing filled the ears. The next moment, countless spiritual lights danced around them. The afterglow of sunset gave them a rainbow-colored appearance that was beyond gorgeous. Lu Yi stared at his surroundings with a stunned expression. The rumors were real. Li Baxian really could control 100 flying swords at heaven grade 8th order. How on earth do you do it? Lu Yi asked in puzzlement. I'll teach you. A while later, the duo stood about 130 meters away from each other at the shore and fought using their flying weapons only. As the mock battle continued, Li Baxian would advise Lu Yi from time to time. Yi and the boat were still at the center of the lake. From time to time, she would lift one of the fishing rods to see if they had caught anything, but she did not succeed once. She eventually grew so frustrated that her cheeks were puffed up. After looking left and right and confirming that no one was paying attention to her, she jumped off the boat and slipped soundlessly into the water. Metallic clangs were still resounding from the shore of the lunar mirror. It was easier to notice one's flaws when training via mock combat, especially when the opponent was a champion who could telekinetically control 100 swords at once. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.